Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Woo! How you doing, chat? How is it going? I am freshly awake. I don't know what to do with myself. I had more than 8 hours of sleep, and I don't even know what life is anymore. I am. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. We are I'm getting everything ready here. We are going into Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, day 22. I don't know if anything weird happened last night. I don't know anything at all. But what I do know is that TMZ has filed an emergency motion, and I think we will probably hear maybe some argument on it this morning, and we'll see what happens. But TMZ is trying to prevent their witness, their former employee, from testifying. Chino Fast says, "Can we get the potty break song today?" Well, the problem with the potty break song is that people leave because they think the show is over. It's weird. It's weird. But yeah, slow chat is super slow. Yes, I slowed it to 30 seconds because we have been getting over 60,000 people watching. And at 10 and 20 seconds, it's like too fast. And when I say it's too fast, I mean, I get memory overflows on my thing, and it resets my chat, which is a pain for managing Superchats, by the way. Because you needed a road trip with a minivan full of children. My potty break song, as it is called, is actually a variation of the whiskey drinking lawyer outro song. It's like a reprise of that. So I mean, it's not like a kid's song. Okay, let me send out some invitations. I've got the Sky News link up and ready to go. They say they'll be live in 8 minutes. I don't know why they wait until the last minute to get going. All right, James from court is in court today. So he can hopefully give us the inside scoop on the jurors over break. Let's see. I'm kind of liking this roster that we've had show up the past couple days. So I'm pretty much going to be sticking with that. If they want to join, of course. Legal Mindset, Legal Vices, and Mr. Andrew Barenka. I don't know why I call him Mr. all the time. I just do. I think I got used to it because the first time I met him was a more formalized interview on the show. I didn't know him very well. And it was like, "Hey, Mr. Expert in your field on self-defense, will you come on and talk to me about the McMichaels in the Ahmaud Arbery shooting?" And so we did that, and yeah, it was also formalized because I didn't know him. But now it's like stuck in my head that way. Tug is streaming on his own, and I'm not here to take anybody away from their own streams. get Andrea. Andrea's been sticking with Legal Bites' channel, but I might not have sent her a message. So I'll send her one now in case she wants to pop in. Usually, if she does pop on, it's in the afternoon. But I'm trying not to overflow the amount of, people. Because look, I remember with Rittenhouse, it's fun to have a lot of people, but also when you get like nine people in it, it gets messy. Getting cheated on all the time. How do I feel? Well, I don't invite most of those people on. Because I'm trying to, like I said, I could toss out a link to like 12 lawyers, but that's too many for me. But okay, here we go. Let's see. What do we got? Man, I feel like so out of the loop. I don't know what anything's been doing at all because I've been asleep. I've been asleep for so many hours. It's like the whole day's gotten past me. But today, okay, we are back to Johnny Depp's rebuttal. We will see where they go with it. We have that rebuttal list. But the question of how that rebuttal list goes, how many of them get to testify is still kind of open. And all right. Okay. So I think I'm about set up. Good Lord. How are you doing, chat? How is your day going? I hope it's going well. Are you guys getting any sleep? Do I think Jennifer will testify today? Jennifer Howell? No, she testified yesterday by video deposition. It was a complete flop. It was a complete waste. Not useful testimony at all. They did not get into her letter or the substance of it. The best thing they got out of it was that she effectively said she told Whitney Heard not to lie. But they didn't connect the dots on the fact that Whitney Heard lied. Telling her not to lie doesn't mean automatically that she did lie. That's the problem. Okay, come on. What? Can we get the chats loaded up, please? There we go. YouTube, it's not May 24th. It's May 25th. Oh, I hate when they do this. Okay, so where are today's? Oh my gosh, this is horrifying. Okay, so YouTube, there's a separate chat window that I might have to go to my spreadsheet. When chats come in before a stream, I know you guys don't care. When chats come in before a stream, and then I start the stream, YouTube removes them, right, from my main chat management window, and then it opens and then I have to go to a separate place, and it organizes them by date and thumbnail, and that's all you've got. Well, my thumbnails for these are relatively universal, and the date if it says it's May 24th, then it just mixes up with the ones from yesterday. That's so stupid. Here we go. Here we go. Super chat messages. Does this one have it right? Because it's definitely not the 24th. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, I've got this list at least. All right. God, I hate. Real Hydro PX says, "Are you and C Goody doing each other?" I don't think so. If we are, no one told me. Hey, here. Woo, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, I just heard somebody talking about something stupid and thought I was being called. So I came here.
Awesome. Yes, you were. You were being called.
Good morning.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. I actually got 3 hours of sleep, so that's an improvement.
I got about 9.
How did you get 9 hours of sleep? I've never seen you offline for 9 hours for the last year.
It feels wrong.
Good, all right.
Oh, this is gonna blow out eardrums.
Right,
Hold on.
Let me know.
I'll turn this way down. Look at the T-Rex.
There's 2 of them.
Oh man. All right, so here's Amber.
Looking a little rough around the edge. Okay.
Well, that was Wendy or Whitney.
I thought that was her. I thought, wow, she's not on point with her clothes today at all. But okay, well.
Okay, she's in a skirt at least, or dress. That's nice.
Well, Whitney looks a little less like a concentration camp survivor today.
They both do the gaunt look on their makeup.
Hey, look, it's Whitney and Amber cosplay in the background there. The T-Rexes.
Okay, I have a feeling we're going to be arguing a TMZ motion here.
Yeah. That should be fun.
Man, these court cameras suck. Even at max, at 1080p resolution, they look like trash. Elaine's still looking for the cookie and lemonade line at the senior citizens home. She's like, I heard there were cookies and lemonades and kids singing. Scarvy the Strange says, how much trouble would I be in if I showed up dressed as that umbrella guy? They'd kick you out of court immediately. Yeah. No, the judge said no affiliations. No affiliations at all on any clothing. Because some people were showing up kind of dressed as like Jack Sparrow, not like fully, but kind of, or like in a pirate-ish garb. The judge has put the kibosh on that. Nope. No more. 13 Leet Bald Eagle says, Nick, you need to get uncivil, or whoever thought the Dr. Emmett Brown went well for Amber on. The thought that someone had the opinion that his testimony was good just baffles me, and I'm praying to God there was a miscommunication. I don't know who thought it was good. I mean, I heard some people in the chat did, but I don't know of any particular panelist who thought it was good. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going, man?
Good morning, sir.
The captain's hat?
Yes, it's my Polish fisherman captain's hat
All right.
today.
I'll go with captain.
Are you fishing for poles?
Fishing with my pole.
Well, now that I'm thoroughly disturbed, David Stowe says, naked, early, and unbreaded. That is true. Except for the naked part. I am still wearing clothes.
Speak for yourself. Fishing.
Bartholomew, I'm a Mog Thackeray, says when this is made into a TV movie, Johnny Depp need to play every character with the exception of Green Dress Girl, who will play herself. Depp needs to be paid his salary plus Amber's $4 million, as he will surely play her better.
I was thinking Johnny Depp's comeback movie should be a remake of Play Misty for me. If you've ever seen that one, it's an old Clint Eastwood movie.
Yeah.
It'd be perfect.
I've not.
He would need a huge disclaimer at the start.
Why? What would the disclaimer need to be?
Well, it's a movie about a young Clint Eastwood who meets an attractive woman at a bar who turns out to be a psychopath once they start a relationship. It ends poorly for the young woman.
Oh. And he could add a new subtitle to it. Play Misty for me, how it should have gone down in parentheses.
If I had done it.
11 Bravo Crunchy says, for every minute you're late, may your nose grow one size. Oh, and turn gay. Thank you. Daniel Paggard, we've got movie sign. I don't know what that means. President-elect
MST3K.
President-elect. Oh, yeah. Well, that's movie time, right? It's movie time.
Yeah.
President-elect Four Doors More Horse says, I'm retaining you to read all our chats, mine first. It's going to need to be a bigger retainer. Gino Fast, can we get the potty break song today? I read that one. Probably not, because every time I play it, people leave the stream. They think the stream's over. Okay. Romo Drummer, happy hump day, Shaster. Carolyn Page says, hey, my hubby and I live close to you, and he insists on buying you and your wife dinner. Let us know. Carolyn Page, that sounds delightful. Contact me through email. My email is in the description, because I don't have a way to get a hold of you through here. But if you've already sent the email and I just haven't checked it because I haven't done anything this morning, I will gladly do so. But yeah, I'm always down for meeting people who are in the area or even who are passing through the area. You just always have to find a way to connect and make sure the time works. Next.
I've done a few meetups in my travels, and it always makes me a little nervous, I have to confess.
Well, yeah, because you never know who's going to show up, or if they have like a knife, or like a giant sex toy or something.
Yeah,
here you go.
Boom. I comfort myself by saying, "Well, I have a gun," but anytime I feel comforted because I have a gun, that's usually a pretty good indication I should be someplace else.
They tend to go very well. I'm sure they do for you also. But yeah, there is
I've never had a problem.
apprehension.
Well,
Everyone's
they
been
go
very
well
nice.
until they don't.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone's been very nice. They buy me drinks. We all have a good time. It's been great. But the uncertainty risk is high.
Yes. Hunting Orion, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Eric says, my 31st birthday today. Would also like to congratulate George Floyd on 2 years of sobriety. Jeez. Zero, welcome to Paralegal Status. Happy birthday, Eric, by the way. 31. You're like 4 years away from people respecting you. That's so cool. I'm very proud of you. Debbie O, did you see Andrea Burkhardt's tweet about what went wrong with Jennifer Howell testimony? What did it just say? Everything?
Yeah, I should say what went right with it.
Andrea Burkhardt. Let's see.
I was so excited to wake up this morning and catch that, and then I wasn't.
Well, she did a video on it, so I don't know. I mean, I haven't had time to watch her video. I haven't watched anything at all because
there's no time left.
Yeah, and I was asleep, completely asleep yesterday. We had a dinner guest, so I got done with the show. Went and cooked. I had to run to the store and grab some steaks. Cooked steaks, ate dinner, was falling asleep at the dinner table with our guest. Went down to make the show link, was falling asleep making the show link, and then went up and laid down in bed and passed out completely. It was glorious. But yeah, it was. Whew. Tom Grawl, what would you do for a bottle of Pappy 15? Pay for it, probably.
Got a bottle of Pappy 12 right here behind me.
Nice.
Yeah,
Unopened.
Keep it that way.
So jealous.
I guess it's Pappy 15 now. I got it 3 years ago.
That's not how whiskey works.
Oh.
That's how wine works. It's not how whiskey works. Good wine. Don't just take store-bought wine to the chat. Don't take store-bought wine and go, oh yeah, I'll just
I'll
age
save
this.
it.
No. You got 6 months on most wines. There are specific wines that can age very nicely. You make sure you get those. And then, yeah, don't open those for a year, 2, 3 years. They just get smooth and chocolatey.
I admire self-restraint like that.
Tom, I will email you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that's it. I'll email.
I was going to
you.
ask if you guys have discussed the TMZ thing already. Have you beaten that to death before I showed up, or
No? The TMZ thing. I'm expecting we're going to see some argument about it at some point today. I don't know if they're going to do it before the proceedings start or at lunch.
did you look at the
what?
filing from TMZ, the motion?
Yeah,
I have not seen it.
Okay, it's 9 pages. I also
I mean,
had
basically
Robert.
it says twofold, that there's I guess statutory or evidentiary procedure and common law restrictions on the use of confidential sources that provided information to the media, being able to compel them to testify. And also, this person wouldn't really know what they were talking about, because they don't know where the source of this video came from. But the backstory, my sense is that it seems to me that the video was given to the media by Amber Heard as a plant, and they don't want that exposed.
Right. It's either her publicist, or her attorney who turned it over. Not just that. The other portion is, I don't know if you saw this, Andrew, but there was her deposition, video deposition. She revealed that TMZ was tipped off about her filing for divorce and the protective order, which she has maintained in this trial that Johnny Depp, she was doing that to protect Johnny Depp and doing it quietly, not to expose, there was nothing. But in her video deposition, she literally does this. She says, but TMZ was tipped off. She actually did that. It was the most embarrassing thing in the world, because
she stopped. I mean, it wasn't even like one of these. She stopped, gasped, covered her mouth, and looked around in a panic.
It was like 10 seconds long. It was not like there was no recovery from it.
It was like Dr. Nosferatu when he was asked about Willy Wonka.
She completely exposed the fact that she had tipped off TMZ about this and was trying to hide it. It's going to look really bad, because it basically, it's actually close to legitimate perjury. Because she maintained that she did not sell the video to TMZ or give it to them. And if TMZ comes out and says, Amber Heard gave this to us and sold it to us, then they're really facing an actual provable perjurer on the stand in a major public trial involving a celebrity. So it puts him in a weird place.
If I recall correctly, on her direct examination as well, it was over an objection. While everyone was objecting, she was saying, well, I know who did it. It was someone from Johnny Depp. If I recall her correctly, she made some sort of comment about that while they were objecting about the source of the video.
Which would make no sense at all. Why would Johnny Depp disclose that video? And it wasn't his video. Like, she's the one who took it. And the other problem with this, of course, is that Robert Barnes was talking about this yesterday at the end of the show. The other problem with this is that Johnny Depp, or TMZ, is pretty cautious about their copyright, and they actually claim copyright ownership of that video if you play it on YouTube. So TMZ owns it. They're a license holder for it. And the only place they could get a license would be from the license holder of the video, which would be Amber Heard, who made it. So unless they are pretending that they bought a license to this video from someone who they know didn't record it without record of them having the ability to alienate the license. So it doesn't make any sense for TMZ to have gotten it from anywhere other than Amber Heard. Without some deep explanation of how Amber Heard transferred the rights for someone else to license a video to TMZ. But yeah, so there's some questions there. The problem with this is the journalistic shield law that they cite in Virginia only talks about criminal or administrative proceedings. It doesn't talk about civil proceedings at all. So I guess you could presume that it doesn't apply to civil proceedings. So then you go to the common law, and the common law is a basic First Amendment question. The rights of journalists, and then piercing First Amendment protection is simply a matter of strict scrutiny. So does the court have a legitimate government interest in getting this document? And then is the infringement narrowly tailored to basically be the least exclusive means or least restrictive means of getting the information? Is it narrowly tailored to stop the disclosure of otherwise protected information? And I think a sufficiently worded subpoena is, if they're just trying to get the one piece of info about it for this purpose of integrity of fact before the court, which is a legitimate government interest. So I think they have the ability to pierce, so long as the testimony is properly limited for this person on the issue of not disclosing all of their sources, right? If they tried to subpoena TMZ for every confidential source that they have, that would be too much. Who did this video come from? Because Amber has put it before the court.
Yeah,
that'd be the argument. Not sure what TMZ's argument's going to be, other than, well, we just don't want protection. Yeah. Myrdal says, I found your channel through this meme cocktail of a trial, and I love the commentary and explanations you give throughout. It has had me both crying, laughing, and found a new interest in studying law. Love and appreciation. Well, thank you, Myrdal. But every time one of you people decides to go into law because of this, it's one more thing I have to answer to God for when I die. So creating another lawyer.
Starting a series of informal law school type courses this fall, so people might want to keep their eyes open for that.
There you go.
The law school like experience without the expense or the moral burden.
I thought about doing that a long time ago, and then I never got around to doing it. So I'm glad someone is, because I think there's a ton of interest for that from people. Like, just, hey, I want to like a quick and not a quick and dirty, but I want an in-depth but not so stuffy view of what, constitutional law is on this particular issue, and I don't want to spend $250,000 to get it.
That's what we're going for.
An orange sea lion says, here's to the shyster lawyer who didn't give me the sweet release of Unbreaded segment last night. I got some sleep at least. Can't wait to hear the commentary while I paint some sororitas for a big GT this weekend. Whoa, awesome, man. Yeah, I meant to send out a tweet that I wasn't doing a show last night, but I forgot because I was asleep. Kroisk, Aquaman, Mr. Tambourine Man, the Umbrella Man, Brian Alleman. With that hat, Vices looks like he's got a leather daddy outfit under his Dark Souls shirt.
That's me cruising.
Tina
Legal
Lewis.
Vices and Al Pacino.
Tina Lewis says, Law and Lumber went over the TMZ filing with Sean. Sean came up with the idea that the possibility for the filing is that TMZ does not own the copyrights to the video of Johnny beating up the cabinets. Any thoughts? Well, I mean, if TMZ doesn't own the rights and they perjured themselves and they filed the copyright claims against all of us, and that would be hilarious for them to admit that. But I don't think we would resolve the issue of whether or not they own the copyright from the questioning, unless Johnny Depp's team says to this guy, does TMZ own the copyright to this video? And I don't know that he can answer that. That's a legal conclusion. So I think they're shielded from a perjury disclosure. He's also the former TMZ employee, so he wouldn't have knowledge of that anyway, because they could acquire or disacquire that license at any time after he left TMZ. He wouldn't know. So no, I think the possibility for the filing is that they're either going to disclose that Amber Heard is the source, and that'll look really bad for them, because it'll kind of potentially lead to the idea that they maybe tried to extort Johnny Depp out of money to not play the video. that would be one. The other one is that if the source of the video is in a courtroom somewhere, or the source of some other disclosures in a courtroom somewhere or a police station, that might look really bad for TMZ too. But it is, the copyright theory is possible. I just don't think we'd get to that.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just don't think we'd get to that issue from this former employee. Joey Big Play. Hey, Legal Vices, would you rather be a G word or R word? You don't have to answer if you don't want.
Wow. Yeah. Splain G word and R word. I appear to be out of the loop on that.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
My hand says, can we start a global campaign to replace Amber and Aquaman 2 with Irene Meyer from Instagram? Much hotter. Sure. They've already filmed it though. So I don't think you're getting there. Truth Maximus, I don't think Johnny Depp will get his 50 million, but maybe Marks could negotiate. He kills her in every role he plays until retirement. By the way, first super chat out of the 14 years on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Truth Maximus. I appreciate that. Glad to be here first. Always
Good morning,
happy
ladies
to
and gentlemen.
do that.
All right. You can see your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Here
All
we
right.
go.
Here we
Kate
go.
Moss.
Right out
She will
of
be
the gate.
appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear?
Oh,
Yes. Can you count to 5 for me?
No.
no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Can
Thank you, ma'am. If you
confirm
could raise your right hand.
Irene
Oh, she
Myers.
sounds
You
sounds
swear affirm to tell
adorable.
the truth under penalty of law.
Irene Myers
do.
much hotter
Thank
than
you.
Johnny Depp.
I love the way she
Or,
plays.
the name
Ms.
of her.
Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss,
Kate Moss
Ms.
only
Moss,
owns
where
houses
do you
without
reside?
furniture.
London, England.
From
In a-
where?
in a
to
furniture-free
without
apartment.
furniture.
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Intimately.
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
Smiled. She had a little smile.
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a
Look how
romantic
contemptuous Amber looks.
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Amber's like, it's not romantic if you never punched him.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
You wouldn't imagine.
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did. And there had been a rainstorm. And as I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp
Monster.
push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what
You think Amber got her cheekbones to be more competitive with Kate Moss's cheekbones?
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to
All
testify.
right. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you very
They don't want to cross her at all.
Not going to touch that one.
What a monster, huh?
They really
Your
seem
next
to have,
Witness.
you know, Heard's team seems to have been very effective at limiting
Your
the
Honor,
scope
we're
of
calling
some
Dr.
of this
Shannon
testimony.
Curry.
All right, Dr.
Okay.
Muggins.
Moment.
Oh, I'm so glad I finished everything to do.
All right, I'm
early
going
and
to
didn't
top off
take a
my
nap.
coffee before this starts.
Man, we've got two power witnesses right from the get-go today.
Yep.
And that was probably the shortest, most damaging testimony I've ever heard in my life.
It's to the chat. If you're curious, the reason it's extremely limited is because that was
All right,
completely
Dr.
character bolstering evidence, and it was only brought in to refute the one statement made by Amber Heard about the quote unquote Kate Moss incident. But if they allowed him to, if they allowed her to answer that question that Benju asked, why? Well, because Amber Heard's a liar. I heard her lie on. She knows that that didn't happen. That's what was coming. What is this guy always late to court? Is that my future? Like, do I just time travel back to be Johnny Depp's lawyer?
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Or was he out in the hallway maybe talking to Dr. Curry about the testimony he's about?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like
Shannon Curry, Dr.
Yeah.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Ma'am, you're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
all right, chat. No simps.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
All of them.
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you
Yes.
explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
None of them.
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis.
Brutal.
So she gave that to Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Heard's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Ouch.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about
that ethics
relevance.
word again.
Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose is completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger, and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the Conflict Tactics Scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of I think you called it the PCL-5?
Yes. So the PCL-5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past, but it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. This is really damaging for us. She's basically saying our expert violated her ethics, didn't actually do a forensic analysis, but just was paid to come in and say that Amber Heard was abused. You're muted, Andrew.
In fact, Dr. Curry is testifying that our expert actually taught Heard what to say to hoax PTSD and domestic violence. Trained her in how to hoax this court and the jury.
Right. That little line about civil
Giving the
litigants
list.
being motivated.
I
Which one were you focused on?
I was focused on the here. Do you have any of these symptoms that would help prove your illness?
Right. Completely
Yeah.
self-serving.
This is brutal.
Would have been better and saved more time for Depp's team if they would have just gone all Elaine and the what, if anything, did she do right?
Yeah,
That would have been a much
nothing.
shorter answer. Yeah.
I always love it
So-
when Elaine's at bench just wildly jabbering away, desperately trying to avoid implosion.
With the buzzard neck going out there.
So the poll so far is doing very well. We're at almost 17,000 votes. The question is, will Dr. Curry put on her glasses today? We have 33% saying yes, 11% saying no, and 56% saying, God, I hope so. So that's the current poll result right now.
I mean, a great question would be if someone were trying to fake PTSD, what would prevent them from answering yes to every symptom? The answer is nothing.
Right. Nothing at all. Yeah, if someone is motivated to do this inventory, 1,000 subs before 2023 sent a very large super chat. Thank you. Says my dog stepped on a bee. Oh my gosh. Benjamin Blatt says, why does the anti-CNT Heard constantly dress like she's auditioning for the role of Commandant of Ravensbrück? Is she already prepping for the low budget Eastern European auditions? Oh no. Oh no. I hope not, for her sake. Let's see. Thank you, Benjamin Blatt, by the way. I am Alfarius. This is a lie. Legal Byte stream is very breaded. Too many people talking over each other. Oh, hey, Branko, what is your motorcycle of choice?
BMW R1250 GS Adventure at the moment.
Nice.
Chris Friday says there's a t-shirt for you to wear Friday in your P.O. box. Okay, I'll try and make sure I grab it. It depends on what it is.
Dr. Curry, let's look back at some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom and And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized,
exaggeration,
in some way an inaccurate
let her
representation
correct the
of
distortion.
their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave, the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Heard, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Heard's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by
Amber's writing out a check
what we
to
call the
Whitney
face
Heard.
validity of questions on the
Payable in
test.
the
So
amount of $50 million.
it's measuring PTSD. You see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms.
It's a trap.
And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Heard scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay.
I got a perfect score on the test.
Could you
About
provide us with that answer again, please?
administration and use of the CAPS-5.
Okay, yeah. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered it incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for 2 separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do 2 separate CAPS interviews, period.
Oof.
You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI, or the personality assessment and inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said, in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However,
subtle elevations
Ms.
is the
Heard
title of my sex
elevated
tape.
a scale that essentially is a defensiveness
I'm ready.
on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Heard elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks, And you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale. What you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Heard's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report
Sisters,
that they lose their temper,
husbands.
and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they feel less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with and it's
Outline?
so I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research.
Consisting of 10,000 bullet
I start with
points.
looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score.
Does
I
she
put
score
in-
high on
I'll even
ruthlessness?
color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Heard's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means.
Amber's thinking
Then
about beans and Chianti.
with different research groups. So for Ms. Heard, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. The scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with
Wow.
those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes.
Where are the objections?
Look at the
Elaine?
lawyers. The lawyers like, yeah, that's our client.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as
Curry could have a very viable business screening potential girlfriends.
PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98 percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on
Yes.
that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98 percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test. Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person. We have to get consent. And we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were their identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound. They can't go to the store. They're certainly not.
Well, they lost their license.
Events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Bam.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Well, that's the core of their whole case.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I mean, this
The theory of damages.
Your Honor, they're
This
going
is-
for the kill now. We can't allow that.
Finish her.
I pointed out on Twitter how much of a mistake Dr. Hughes was, because Dr. Curry's initial testimony was kid gloves on Amber Heard. She indicated some malingering, but really didn't indicate, like some feigning, but not malingering, or maybe the other way around. There was some level of maybe distortion, but she really did not hammer home the results of this. Only when Dr. Hughes attacks her professional credibility and also like represents these tests that are not appropriate does Dr. Curry come in and actually drop the hammer on just how bad Amber performed on the tests that indicate that she was lying, or maybe at most charitable, unintentionally exaggerating her results. But,
I mean, at this point, Curry should just stand up in the witness stand, throw her arms wide like that scene from Gladiator, and say, "Are you not entertained?"
It's really bad what is happening on the stand for Amber Heard, of course. Like she looks like a monster. She looks like she's lying to the jury, to the judge, to the court,
Elaine did not
specifically
look
to try
happy.
and win a
And all the
judgment.
evidence has backed that up. All we've seen.
This
Dr.
is
Hughes,
amazing. I'm just enthralled.
Perhaps Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow triggered.
Oh, she lost.
What's your view on
Elaine
that?
lost.
Oh, she
I
couldn't
would
say, you
say
couldn't
that
say Adam
It
Waldman.
can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Oh,
Cross-examination.
Oh gosh. How you gonna rehab
Alright.
this?
That was a perfect.
She's
answer.
ready. Look at that. She's fucking ready.
Yep.
So how old is Curry? Curry's got to be 10 years older than Amber
God damn.
and
No,
way
he
better
looks
looking.
younger.
I just want to
She
make
looks
sure
10 years
that,
younger.
we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team.
What we
correct?
counters.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Asked and answered.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
Shouldn't have said that.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house
So
for
ridiculous.
3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours, I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner with at Mr. Depp's home,
What the fuck is this?
Waldman, Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes,
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I
The
remember
mule something.
that there might have been
Something mule.
a Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mhm.
And
What
you
the-
talked
Oh,
about
God.
transparency.
Fuck you. Look.
I want to make sure.
Going.
You had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not
Didn't she
one
learn that this made her look
you
horrible the first time she
disclose
asked those same
that
questions?
You had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your
I
reports.
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. Oh, and are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations.
Okay.
With this case.
You fucked up.
So I'd really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you very much. Now, after you had the dinner, you then provided a designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you
dinner.
saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
All that
Not
noise
appearing.
about no time.
Yeah,
Maybe-
she's the
maybe
one wasting the
Johnny's,
time.
All right.
Johnny's comeback movie should be a remake of Silence of the Cats.
They already did this. She already testified about this. I don't remember her exact answers, but I think it was something to do with like a distortion of what she answered at her deposition testimony to make it sound like she's never done this. Oh, she's never testified, I think, for someone with bipolar, but she has been consulted as an expert witness. It just maybe didn't go to trial or something like that. But you can imagine that she's already got her answer prepared for this because she knew it would come back.
And she's so
But
smart.
Elaine,
She's so
Elaine is
prepared.
here to make things, I think, even worse. You mentioned her age. I did a little sleuthing and found that she appears to be 42 years old.
Yeah. Okay.
Curry is
So-
42?
Yes.
and looks way better than Amber.
The glasses, they came on.
Drink.
Yes. Yes.
Everyone
Now,
take
you
nervous
recall
sips.
Yes.
Oh.
One, two, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
Yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
So much for the time, huh?
Yeah. You know she's diagnosed the shit out of Elaine during this
Everybody
testimony.
sees through this when Elaine tries to
Yeah.
present this in a certain way.
Ooh,
I mean, to
Nice
everybody,
shirt,
it's
Dr. Curry.
oh my god,
Stop it.
I can't right now. I fucking can't with Curry right now.
Chad's dying.
That's why that water bottle looks
can't.
that way.
Oh Jesus Christ!
What? Did somebody say something? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No,
You-
Jeff just I was like finishing
9:16
eating, and Jeff just texted me, "Mommy," and I'm like,
Have you
"Yes,
ever
I'm
been
here."
qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Oh, okay.
Now,
You're going to ask her to explain it?
you would agree that
Nope.
the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
And your
Okay.
client has all of
You agree
those.
that it's important to use
I keep
valid
abreast
and
of the
reliable
current
measures for
literature.
an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SKID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Heard, you said you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No,
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes? And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes,
And did
not
Dr.
her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All
Who's
right.
Dr. Anderson?
Now, you've said quite a bit about
Couples
Don
therapist.
Hughes,
Oh,
but
okay.
do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother,
yes,
okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand, that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay, and so you disregard, no, I'm not even gonna say that. Okay.
Yeah.
You do CAPS 5 and PTSD. Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her life, correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, it's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay.
I
and
sure
are
did.
you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay.
She's
Now,
good at answering
Dr.
questions.
Anderson's
She's
clinical note
extremely good.
that said Amber had come to.
Objection hearsay.
What, if any?
Question, yeah, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually.
You
I
were
wasn't
going
gonna
to.
read
Her
Yeah.
notes,
Didn't
that
ask a
said,
particular question.
Not anymore.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section
Mhm.
of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So
Yeah,
you would
later.
agree
You won't.
that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional
Okay,
Code
yeah.
of Conduct, right?
Mhm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
Yes.
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez,
It's not a conflict of
you
interest,
also
you
did
dumb
not
bitch.
list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say
Come on,
that
Elaine.
designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
Okay. But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
They're burning
Can
so
you-
much
can you
time
pull
on
up
this.
date
It's a
10
brilliant move to put her in now.
The trial testimony at page 2710.
More time.
It also shows just how damaging this testimony is to them, and they know it.
Lines 12 through 18.
It would be interesting to hear. Is that DUI guy right behind her on the
Yep.
left?
That's DUI.
May
guy.
we approach?
It would be interesting to hear how the jury was perceiving this, because that may be why Elaine's so frantic. You know,
Oh,
the jury
yeah.
may have been really engaged by this testimony.
I'm almost guaranteeing that they were. I mean, first of all, it's Dr. Curry. She is, look, again, all memes and jokes aside about her attractiveness, she's just objectively a well-presented person. Like not getting thirsty here. She presents well, she's dressed
Yeah.
well, she speaks well, and she's very articulate and clearly very, very smart. The jury's going to listen to someone. She doesn't take a long time to answer questions. She doesn't drone. And this is critical information, and it's early in the day, but not too early.
Yeah. Yeah, mid-morning is perfect.
And they may be listening even closer, trying to figure out why Elaine is going after her so hard when the answer seems sensible. They're just going to pay more attention to see if they're missing something. And then they're going to conclude they're not.
Well, and every time she asks her, didn't you do or say this? And she says, no. Like, I mean, what you need to have the follow-up question to have them explain it and know the answers in your favor.
She just
if you're gonna
can't
do
knock
that.
Curry off balance.
Does the witness
Can't make her defensive.
Okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case. And if you can
Oh, the
look at
glasses.
page 2710.
Hmm.
Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I
Okay.
still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
right? Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
Sure. Objection. I'm
What
sorry.
I-
Hold on,
okay,
Dr.
sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on perch? Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Be funny if Dr. Curry gets the co-star role in Aquaman 3.
and did they bring in Johnny Depp?
One step / head. I think it's ahead. Could the Johnny Depp team introduce a copyright media expert that testifies that the copyright for the video could only have been sold by Johnny Depp, Amber Heard? Well, correction, only Amber Heard. And 2, no, that's not at issue currently in this case. 3 would be a giant waste of time and really boring
No.
for the jury.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank
okay.
you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
redirect.
Oh man. Elaine leaves a trail of blood behind her.
Scared.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard,
She was uncooperative.
determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, that was a massacre if the jury followed
Well,
it at all.
Heard can now claim PTSD after that.
Yeah.
Morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
I mean, it's hard to say if the jury, followed it as well as you would want them to, but it's pretty easy to say that just about anybody in that room should know could get the gist of what was going on.
I think they came out of who's on top on that one. Like, and Elaine did not seem all right. That was peak cat lady energy right there. That was not a good look for Elaine.
Well, I even made a note that even if the jury doesn't understand what she's talking about, Dr. Mommy just
Sammy asked me
feels
to
more
do it
believable.
Here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion. So, okay, just to let you know.
Which motion?
The motion?
Yeah, they need to
TMZ.
work.
TMZ, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Wow, it's a 20-minute.
And I mean, that was just, it was all around devastating. Yeah, I think
That was destruction.
I think your assessment is right. I think the jury's going to see what happened. And even if they don't understand the specifics of it, they've got to go, okay, this feels like I should trust this person. This feels like this person is very dangerous. Amber Heard's team feels really hostile to this person, and I can't figure out why. Maybe, but I think I'm going to give faith in the jury that they probably can figure out, without knowing all of the psychology behind it, can figure out what was happening. Because I think anybody there is going to be like, yeah, she's ripping them apart.
Yeah,
Frank.
yeah.
When your only rebuttal is, but you had dinner with Johnny Depp once, that's not a good sign.
Like, and people understand, like, that's work, right? Especially in the COVID era, especially of like being at home. I mean, having dinner with someone doesn't mean you had a episode of Brazzers, right? I mean, this is not, what went on at that dinner. It's a professional dinner. They ordered takeout like you do at a work job all the time. People order food at work all the time. To try to insinuate that was improper is disgusting.
Well, her answer today was much better than her. All of her answers, of course, this is what happens, right? You get to refine the answers that the questions to, and if they're going to attack your integrity and credibility, you know which questions to focus on. So she had the original answer for, you had dinner and drinks at Johnny's house for 3 hours, didn't you? And it's like, well, that's kind of true. So yes. But then when it comes back, it's actually, that's not an accurate portrayal of what happened. After 3 hours of questioning from Johnny Depp's lawyers, I was hungry. I asked if he had anything to eat. He ordered takeout for everyone there. Well, you said you had drinks. I did not say I had drinks. I said there were drinks and I might have had one, maybe.
A mule thing.
Yeah.
A mule. There were no actual animals there. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, are you kidding me?
Well, that was a call out. I fully believe that Elaine thought she was playing some chess there. That's a call out to the alpacas thing, which she focused on. She focused on yesterday with the questioning of Dr. Hamada in the deposition. The alpacas are outside the courthouse. They're this popular sort of stupid meme that's going on. And Elaine calling, there are no animals there, were there? Because that would be ridiculous type thing is, I think it's her attempt to draw a witticism about the alpacas, frankly. That because I think they're so ass mad
who
about
is she
this
speaking
trial.
to, though? But who is she speaking to, right? You're speaking to the press, right? Are you speaking to social media? I mean, what point do you want to make there other than that your butt hurt, right? Which is
okay. Yeah. Two fine points.
Right.
Who she intends to speak to is probably the Amber Heard supporters that are out there and the press. Yes. But the other point is she effective in speaking? No, because it's Elaine. She's not actually. She's demonstrated an inability to be effective with wit or charm or any sort of thing in this trial. Again, outside of this trial, I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. But inside this trial, and this can happen, I think, to people who get so wrapped up in a situation and they get so entrenched in their position that they're distorted in their ability to perceive things, to step out of that role for a second and look objectively. So what she thinks is witty within the context of we're in a foxhole and everywhere around us mortars are falling. Is my sort of take on it. But yeah, they're just getting smashed, and it's great. It's beautiful.
Not been a good morning for Team Heard.
Not at all. And to anybody in the chat who may have missed it, I uploaded, my editor uploaded a Kate Moss's entire testimony. It's just under 4 minutes. That's up. If you want to click on it and watch it, if you missed it this morning, you can. It just went up on the channel a minute ago. So you can check that out. I try to upload some clips throughout the day if possible. And that was a good one. Good and short. Although this.
At least Dr. Curry didn't have a maker's mark on the rocks.
Yeah.
on the ovaries.
Oh, dang it. I got a bottle of Makers just for the stream. What's up, Andrea? Welcome.
What's up? How you doing?
Pretty good. Probably better than Elaine's doing right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Elaine has just had a rough 5 weeks, hasn't she?
I assume you got to see that bloodbath.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty, wasn't it?
Man.
Never try to cross-examine someone smarter than you as if you're smarter than them.
What's so funny to me is, we've just said so many times how Amber Heard is her own worst enemy in this case. And it is ironic how she seems to have picked a lawyer who can't manage to get out of her own way when it comes to managing some of these damaging witnesses.
Yeah, well, and you almost wonder if like they're including her in strategy talks about how to approach some of these people, because I get the feeling that Amber is a very domineering boss, so to speak, and that she demands to be involved in this. And she's like, I want you to go after this bitch on this and this and this. And if she takes a drink of that fucking water while the camera's on her, I'm going to kill you. Like, it's the impression that I get. And I think that, I mean, the strategy questions around there, they really should have avoided going so far into it and let the testimony kind of lay where it was. I think, I don't know how they approach Dr. Curry better, but I know that there is a way to do it better than they did, and to spend, I mean, almost an hour on cross. Was it 45 minutes?
Yeah, pretty close to that.
Well, less aggressively for a start. I mean, from day one of this whole trial, I haven't got this unnecessary aggression.
That's all they know how to do. They don't know how to use the cross-examination to bring the facts to the fore and let the facts tell the story for them. Maybe that's because they don't have a whole lot of facts to be able to work with. But I deal with this a lot as a criminal defense attorney. I have lots of trials where you don't have good facts to work with. And frankly, you just don't cross-examine those witnesses. There's nothing to gain from them. So all they have is this just hyper aggression to bring to the fore. It's very off-putting. It's not persuasive, and they just don't seem to have any other strategy.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Andrea. My apologies. I have not gotten to watch your video about what happened yet, because I was sleeping through dinner yesterday and I just had to go to bed. Can you give everybody needs to go watch it, but can you give a teaser primer on what was going on yesterday with the who was it?
Jennifer Howell.
Yes, with Jennifer Howell.
Jennifer Howell. So the brief recap, my theory of what happened with Jennifer Howell, and I will also point out that other people have acknowledged this. Also, some legal commentators who brought this to my attention last week when it happened. And the problem is that Johnny Depp's team apparently did not meet the foundational requirements to introduce Jennifer Howell's testimony, her report of what Whitney had previously told her about the staircase incident, as prior inconsistent statements. Virginia has a very specific rule about how to do this. You have to, so what they needed to do is, when Whitney was being cross-examined, they needed to specifically ask her about all of the statements that Jennifer Howell says she made, that they were trying to get into evidence. So according to Jennifer Howell, Whitney had told her that Amber had tried to push her down the stairs, that she was afraid Amber was going to kill Johnny, and that Amber kicked her out after all of this happened. So just a very different account of how that whole situation went down, that's actually in alignment with Johnny Depp's version of events. But because they didn't ask Whitney about those statements when Whitney was on the stand for cross-examination, they don't meet the foundational requirements under the rules, so they're not going to be admissible. And I think that's why we ended up with a very bizarre cut-up deposition from Jennifer Howell that didn't say the things people expected him to say, and then also ultimately ended the day a half an hour early, and Johnny Depp just had to burn that time.
Oh gosh, that's really, really frustrating. That's kind of that's an interesting sort of facet of Virginia. There's so many interesting facets of Virginia law that you would have to, because you'd think that the moment they raise the question of those statements in the letter, they're going to get objections for hearsay, like immediately. And then I guess they would say, we're addressing a prior inconsistent statement. But man,
yeah, they should be able to do that for foundational purposes. So
they should have been able to do that, but they didn't.
Yes, they didn't. So that was really disappointing. This is one of the things that's been fun to get to know about Virginia law is how much of it is not clearly written down in these rules. They have this very robust common law tradition that often takes some time to kind of sort out, like this requirement that the jury be unanimous, for example. Went down a big rabbit hole trying to find what's the actual source of this rule, and it's not written down anywhere. It's just a common law tradition that they've had, basically since statehood. But this is a situation where there literally is a rule. It's written down. It's very clear, explicit. It gives you the roadmap of what you need to do to follow this process. And so,
Now-
just the fact that wasn't followed is really disappointing.
So Whitney's testimony, though, was also very truncated. It was a very short exam and cross. And I got the feeling that there may have been some ruling that limited the scope of her, her testimony because of her failure to do the deposition, probably. But do you think, like giving some credit to to Depp's lawyers, maybe sort of the hubbub around the limited level of her testimony caused them to miss that on cross? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it's possible. I know one of the things that folks have speculated is that because the cross or because the deposition was cut short, that perhaps they weren't going to be able to ask about the Jennifer Howell stuff because it didn't come up in her deposition. But that really doesn't make a lot of sense to me because that is penalizing Johnny Depp's team for Amber Heard's team's misbehavior. So I don't think that's the good explanation. I think being generous, yes, you're right. They've just had a lot going on with this particular witness, and somehow this particular piece of planning just got lost.
Yeah, that also doesn't hold up because on direct exam, they ask her specifically about the shoving. So even if it didn't come up at deposition, it's there on direct, and they know that it's part of her overall testimony. They know that's why it's brought in. So it should have still been addressed. To me, the more likely explanation, if they're other than just flat out dropping the ball, is that they got kind of caught up in the whirlwind around maybe attempting to limit the scope of her testimony or whatever, that they then lost sight of the ball on the rest of it, lost the ball in the sun, so to speak, on the rest of the issue. So that's too bad, because that would have been critically damning for the case. And now it's only,
Mostly damning.
Yeah, it's still a completely inconsistent story, and it's so hyperbolic in the context of having the hand in a cast. He's grabbing her, holding her, and punching her repeatedly in the back of the head. It's like, okay, which hand's doing the grabbing, which hand's doing the punching? Plaster would be everywhere. This would be a disaster. So,
one thing I want to be clear on too, also, because a big question that I'm also seeing a lot of is, well, didn't they get her letter and her email into evidence? And people are asking that because they saw those items shown to Jennifer Howell during the deposition, but they weren't shown to the camera, and there has been no motion that we've seen to admit those into evidence. So the answer is we don't know 100% at this point, but it's very, very unlikely, because those writings are deficient in the same way that her oral testimony is deficient. It doesn't meet the foundational requirements to admit it as a prior inconsistent statement. It's also additionally problematic anytime you're trying to get a written statement into evidence, because that statement is not cross-examined. It's just inherently less preferred than a person's oral testimony. So the fact she wasn't allowed to talk about it in her deposition tells me that's likewise going to apply to preclude the email and the declaration from coming into evidence.
Yeah, the email is hearsay. I mean, it is a hearsay document, so that it would not be, it's presumptively inadmissible unless it falls into an exception. The exception would be prior inconsistent statements. And I think we can infer from not seeing it on the screen. I don't know if people know this. I believe this to be true, but maybe I'm wrong, that when they're actually doing those video depositions and showing the document on the screen, the document portion that they're showing is actually live. That's being controlled in the courtroom. The video deposition is played, and someone is mirroring what was shown to the person and representing to the court that that's what was shown to the person. So if because that's the publication portion of it. And so when we hear about something being shown to someone and we don't see it, it's not actually published to the jury. When we're watching a video deposition and it's published, someone is live resizing the windows. You can see him do that and then bring up a separate window. That's not happening on the Zoom call as a full thing. They're resizing the Zoom call and bringing up a live window of the document. So I think our inference, my inference is that it's not admitted.
Yeah.
I know I had some questions about that, but as I was thinking through that yesterday, that was the conclusion I came to. But yeah. So how do you rate the Kate Moss testimony?
I mean, I just love the star factor to it, really. It's kind of a nothing burger in terms of substance. I mean, it's just one more inconsistency. Amber hadn't necessarily fleshed out what she was talking about with Kate Moss in this trial. So it's not necessarily clear that the jury made that connection. But, you know, one more person, one more ex of Johnny's getting on the stand to say he never abused me. That's a win for Johnny. So I'm happy with that.
Do you think Kate Moss actually owns furniture?
When you're as fabulous as Kate Moss, do you need to own furniture? Okay. Other people should have all the furniture that you would ever need.
I heard court sounds and then nothing happened. So we should be coming up.
Phantom court sounds.
So far, since I haven't talked to you in a couple days, since last week, I think. So how do you, since things have developed this week, how do you rate how things are going for Johnny Depp? I mean, I rate them fairly positively. I think he's still in an excellent position to win an almost unwinnable case. What's your assessment?
Oh, I completely agree. I think he's still very far out ahead. I enjoyed watching kind of the end of Amber Heard's case go into a tailspin, crash and burn with those just terrible experts that they chose to present.
So bad.
They're so just transparently, biased and aggressive and just unreasonable. I don't know how people choose experts like that. But, again, just fits with the theme of Amber and her team kind of being their own worst enemies in the prosecution of their claim. So I think that's worked to Johnny Depp's favor. Despite the misstep with the impeachment yesterday, I think yesterday was still a win for him. I loved Morgan Knight. I mean, my gosh, what a fun thing to get the surprise rebuttal witness. And I've been seeing some reports that we're going to get another one now relating to the incident from 2009 when Amber Heard was arrested for hitting Tazia Van Bree in the SeaTac airport. So fingers crossed that they have the cop who
that would be so good.
That would be sweet.
That would be amazing. So yes, I continue to think that Johnny is he has the wind under his wings in this case, and very optimistic for a positive outcome for him.
I mean, if they've got the cop, this case should be over.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you choose a panel of experts who not only acts like, but also looks like the henchman crew in a low-budget Korean karate movie, right? Like, if you've ever seen,
and these
like,
are like Rashomon characters,
or like I feel like the Raid 2. Like there's like the twins, the deaf girl with the hammers and the guy with the baseball bat. Like it's these characters that they're caricatures of people.
No, Your Honor, we do have an issue we'd like to raise.
Okay, sure.
Raise
Your Honor, we're getting slaughtered. Is there a mercy rule, Your Honor?
We have a moment here.
You get a 10-run lead, we just call it. Everyone goes home.
I was just gonna ask if they're 10 runs ahead in the eighth, do we get to just is it over? Like
can we go home? Yeah.
Your Honor, can we proceed in a collection action against our client, Amber Heard? Because we want to get that in before Johnny Depp files his judgment. Oh my gosh.
Oh, fuck.
So the Rottenborn like sequel guy on their team, what is with that guy? Like he is he's like the. Now, I try not to be overly critical, but is he like a super new lawyer? Because he seems so shaky when he testifies.
Yeah.
He doesn't, or when he
He's got that
examines.
quavering voice.
He has
Right.
the hands shaking
Well,
when he did the offer of proof.
He was the
His-
one
Oh
who did
yeah,
this
when he was
too, right?
turning the
This-
pages.
yeah.
The scratching the neck and the pulling
Yeah,
at the collar.
The neck scratching thing. That was, I
It's
mean, I think if
weird.
I did a supercut of neck scratching, it would have been 2.5 minutes long. It's weird. But he,
Just an overworked associate. And like he's about 25, and if you look, he's already got a bald spot in the back of his head. He lives in stress.
Yeah.
he's about to have a bald spot on the side of his neck.
I don't even know what that means, but it was still funny.
Well, because he kept,
yeah.
he's gonna wear through it. Oh, God. It's like I swear I had so my office was these 3 rooms connected by there were 3 doors. So the 2 rooms in the back and then 1 room in the front, kind of a big room. And so I would have a path that I could walk in circles through. So when I was on the phone, I would just be walking in circles. And I always felt like there was like a line, that I would wear into the floor. And that's what I picture on that guy's neck right here.
It's the curse of the motorcycle helmet. Your beard just never grows in right there where the buckle just rubs against it for years.
So are we going to get a TMZ motion hearing at lunch? Is that what I heard?
That's what you. That's what you heard. Because I
interesting.
think Tremaine is supposed to come in the afternoon if they don't get the motion.
So what are your guys' thoughts on that? If I'm not late to that question.
My thoughts are, I talked to Robert Barnes. I read the rule that they cited. The rule in Virginia is a rule that only states criminal and administrative law. So I think we have to go to common law for the civil aspect. The only case that they cited is, I didn't read it, but I believe it's a case that basically just implicates First Amendment principles. And so then it's a strict scrutiny argument, right? Of, is this the least restrictive means to get the information that is a legit or a compelling government interest? And I think there's a compelling government interest in candor and truthfulness to the court, and resolving a fact at trial. It's limited to the scope of this one particular source that's required for this one particular fact. I think you pass strict scrutiny on it if you make the argument. So I think it should come in. But I don't know if this judge is going to rule that way. It's a very appellate argument for it, made to a district court judge who might just want to kick the ball down the field. So I think they can make the argument. I don't know that it's, I have no idea what they've made.
Yeah, interesting.
Any contrary or complementary opinion to that?
Well, so I have not looked at their case law. I did look at the rule like you did and saw that it's limited. I also can't help but notice that the rule is a protection for journalists. It's a shield that they can invoke to prevent them from being compelled to testify, but it doesn't prohibit them from volunteering information should they choose to do so. It seems to me, kind of the bottom line of this dispute with DMZ is if they're saying he's violating his NDA, their recourse for that is to go get an injunction against him. It's not this court's problem. It's not this judge's problem. The First Amendment stuff, I've been a little bit surprised to hear that, because I'm not an expert in the First Amendment by any means, but I've looked at it a fair amount, and there is no reporter's privilege in the United States. I mean, the Judith Miller case is a very high profile example of that. She was incarcerated for almost 3 months, I believe, for contempt for refusing to disclose her source in the Valerie Plame, Scooter Libby whole situation. And so that's very well established in the US that journalists don't get to hide behind the First Amendment when a court is trying to compel them to disclose the source of their information. So it may be that there's a common law tradition in Virginia that would expand those protections beyond, what the federal rules would allow, but it doesn't look to me like it's a very strong case. And I think, like you said, it's still a balancing test anyway. And just given the centrality of Amber Heard's credibility in this entire issue, and the issue with the leaking of the TMZ video that had been edited. It had cut off the end where you show her chasing him after the fact. This is a component of the hoax claim. So if they have to prove that it was true that she perpetrated this hoax, that's very powerful evidence, I think, in their favor, that she's, altering these videos and then leaking them out to tabloid publications. So I think it gets in pretty much regardless of what standard you look at it under. But like you said, it's really hard to get a read on Judge Azcarate. I think my impression is that she is anticipating an appeal from Team Amber, not an appeal from Team Johnny. So she is really insulating her rulings in a way that is trying to protect them from that challenge that I think she's probably anticipating.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. So the interesting discussion about who holds the privilege here is a critical one, because TMZ is trying to act with a privilege by proxy or inheritance for this journalist. But journalistic shield. So that they're operating under a theory of he's employed by us, therefore his production is work product that we own, which is true, but that doesn't mean that they own his privilege or for journalistic shield for the protection of his sources that he would have cultivated. They don't earn those sources unless they're going to claim that the sources involved are TMZ sources that they lend to employees or journalists. But I mean, that's a weird.
To quote Waldman, they're using it not as a shield, but as a sword here, right? So they're using it not as a privilege, using it as a gag order, right? Which is exactly the type of behavior that we've seen out of them. And frankly, yes, I know this is an aside, so this is not at all the legal issue here. But frankly, based on TMZ's behavior and based on them being little bickety bitches regarding copyright claiming people over use of what is clearly fair use testimony, I got to say, every bone in me wants this to go against TMZ. So I will be celebrating and doing a shot over here when they crash and burn and it is exposed that Amber Heard was the one that turned this over in the first place.
Well, and that's the nail in the coffin for their claim. I mean, if they had not copyright claimed that, people wouldn't have known that there had to be a transfer of rights. And again, this is something Robert Barnes and I were talking about last night, is that this is a sophisticated media organization. Whatever you think about the quality or schlockiness of TMZ reporting, I mean, they're people who navigate the rights of publicity and the rights and copyright issues on the daily. And they do it very effectively, because if they didn't, they've got a bunch of really interested people who want TMZ shut down with a whole shitload of money and power. So they have to be 100%. So them claiming copyright, there's a transfer of ownership, probable document actually signed by someone who passed this along. And if they're going to try and get around it through NDA stuff, then the remedy is to go after the person who violates the NDA, not get an injunction from the court, because an NDA doesn't prevent you from going into court and saying something. The NDA just means that you may have liquidated damages claim if you do.
Well, and to go to your point as well about who holds the privilege here, I think that as well, if it's a question of who cultivated the source and who owns that, this is kind of like a trade secrets type of dispute. It just goes back to this argument that this is between TMZ and Mr. Tremaine. If they have a right that they want to assert as against him, they need to use another mechanism to do that. This is not the one.
Right.
All of this sort of unfolded while I was asleep and or at work. Has this guy actually signed an NDA with TMZ? Because I just
we don't know.
Scanned.
We number one don't know.
Scanned I scanned the filing and it doesn't sound like he did.
Well, that's the point. They didn't file that with the court. They didn't. Their grounds don't state anything related to the NDA.
Yeah.
That'd be an entirely separate claim. So whether or not he has the NDA is completely irrelevant to the decision of this action.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the decision. The only instance which he may have been able to sign an NDA would be a severance for his leaving the company, because an NDA is a matter of contract. You have to offer some sort of consideration. So when someone leaves a company and severance is offered, you can often then include a non-compete or an NDA as exchange for that severance. And the consequent result is you can not accept the NDA. You can not accept not accept a non-compete, but also not get compensated for a specific amount of time. So if you're trying to leave and be headhunted, for example, you would not take that, and you would take the risk that you won't be hired over taking a padding out of 6 months of salary or longer. So we don't know, but and I don't know the terms of his leaving TMZ either. So who knows I guess it could be in the initial employment agreement
Well,
as
that's what I
well.
was saying.
That
Just why not
if there's
front
some
load
sort
the NDA that anything you
Yeah.
learn, any proprietary information, any source
Yeah.
information you learn remains the property and cannot be disclosed.
right, and they didn't write that in their motion as far as I
Yeah.
saw in reading it. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see the argument.
So on a separate note, in about 3 weeks, I'll be riding my motorcycle past the Trailer Palace, and they have a trailer available that night.
Oh, you're gonna
Nice.
stay there?
I might just stay there. Maybe I'll do a live stream.
You
if
gotta
they have
do
the
one.
internet
Yeah.
for it.
That would be gold. That would be gold.
Oh, you're gonna beat me by a month and a half then. Wow. Let me know how it is.
Right by the pool. Right by that pool.
I like the teepee for how just racially insensitive it is.
You have to go to each witness or each guest, grab their wrist, ask for consent first, but then put it on video, grabbing their wrist and say, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist?"
And you have to say it in that Alec Baldwin voice.
Yeah.
Don't make me shoot you.
Be glad I cosplay as Johnny Depp and not Alec Baldwin.
It's probably a lot less entertaining. It's probably a lot less entertaining of a place now that Mr. Knight's no longer there.
It looks fun, man. The pictures of it look like a blast.
Yes, but I just got caught up in that deep dive, just looking at all the places, watching the Lana Del Rey videos, and apparently people thought I struck out.
We thought you were dead. We're like,
Yeah, well, so like you were like head was down for a really long time, and there was almost like a sound of breathing or something going. Like, is his
Wait, this is
circadian
going in a really
rhythm-
odd direction here.
it was very late in Korea, so I wouldn't blame you.
I don't think Depp is winning this conversation from the chat. We don't even know what the conversation is.
The judge looks exasperated.
Well, he's walking furiously there, so
Yeah, there's a bad sign.
We got Judge Ascarati knows that this is a long trial and weird stuff's going to come up, but
Give me the papers.
As a judge, you're like 6 fucking weeks and you still have novel issues for the court to resolve. Like, why haven't we gotten this stuff? And you could see it at the beginning. I mean,
He's out the door.
2 years of trial prep has been going on. She's like, you still don't have redacted copies of these exhibits. You haven't resolved this stuff. What have you guys been doing this whole time? So I would imagine if she's exasperated, it's because we've got these new issues before the court at this 11th hour. And she just she's trying to manage to get this thing done by tomorrow. And every motion hearing or whatever is neutral time. So it's not eating up the party's time.
The way
Did we ever get
Rottenborn left, that was pretty interesting.
Well, that wasn't the guy I was talking about. That's another guy too.
I thought that was the Baby Rottenborn guy you were talking about.
No,
You're talking about the guy that objected to himself.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the guy who did the proffer yesterday as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. I love the mullet dude, Depp's driver. Like, man,
It's like Wags
I-
from Billions if you lived out west.
if I need my driver to get out and kick someone's ass, that's the guy I want to step out of the car. Right.
Yep.
Look
And
at
then
how
this guy.
enthused that guy looks.
This guy.
man, is he like a hired assassin? He just
I am the angel of death, and the time of ending is nigh.
So does Amber Heard try to have Johnny killed first, or her entire legal and expert team? Like which one?
I think it's Dr. Curry. I think Dr.
Dr.
Curry is
Curry,
first
yeah,
on the
for
chopping
sure.
block.
and Camille Vasquez as well. She's up there
Yes.
too.
Yes, the beautiful women will be first in line.
Yes, Kate
Yeah.
Moss for sure. It's got to go.
Kate Moss, definitely.
Kate Moss
on
gonna
the
get
shit
shoved
list.
down a flight of stairs.
Yeah.
Slip on this, bitch.
Aw.
Ugh.
James. Good to my guy.
All right, your next witness. I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right?
Yeah. I guess so.
It doesn't matter at this point.
Let's see. Some idiot with a hat says, "Do you think that Elaine has nightmares about the Umbrella Man?" Yes. That whole thing is so stupid of them. Like, first of all, again, they validated all of Tug's reporting for the past 2 years already.
Right.
In the Waldman deposition, then to come back with it on this guy. Now, he denied that he responded to the Umbrella guy, but he actually did. I mean, that is the response that he gave. It might have been a retweet or something that he saw. I don't know, but that is who he responded to. So he was not truthful in that testimony, although he could have just not remembered because he doesn't follow Tug, because he doesn't care about the fall of IDW Comics or whatever. That Tug was talking about prior to this. So, but it falls flat on the jury because the jury doesn't know who Tug is and they don't give a shit.
All right.
Like,
Thank you.
It goes back to the question of who are you doing
Ready
this
for the
for?
next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
They're calling him now.
Okay.
I would have waited till I would have made him the last witness. Maybe they are, but
Strange. They did that right after I booked my trailer. A
So
trailer
just a reminder, you're
panelist.
still under oath, okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Wow. This was unexpected.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
when I was sued or when I sued.
All right.
What's
Look at him
the
laughing.
what's the objection to this question? Like legit under the rules of evidence, what is the legitimate objection to when was the first time you saw this statement, which quote unquote is, or in brackets, is at issue in this trial?
We have to break up the flow of this testimony, Your Honor.
They have to walk a very fine line because if he opens the door to privileged conversations,
Yes.
it could get very bad quickly. So they have to do it in sort of this way. When is the first time you saw this? Well, the first time I saw this is after I filed the lawsuit and the counterclaim came a year later. This was in the counterclaim. I had no idea that this was ever published.
Mhm.
And then they're probably asking, if they ask this question, he answers it. Does that mean he's disclosed a client communication because he's effectively stated that there was no communication between him and Adam Waldman about this? And now we get to rebut that by asking questions about those communications. I guess that would be the objection, maybe, or the sidebar reasoning, because I can't think of any impropriety in the question.
We can pull the exhibit back up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. It's the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already in evidence.
All right.
Thank you. We can
Amber's going to
scroll
start
down
railing
second
lines right
page.
from the desk.
Third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, Do you see the statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, the statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard had expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. Your approach.
Okay.
Because she's facing perjury.
Oof. So am I
I'm
correct
actually-
in thinking he's about to explain how he got her the Aquaman gig? Because that statement, or that accusation, is at issue in the trial. So I'm surprised they're calling him this early, though. Again, for me, he would have been my mic drop.
But here's the thing: they blow their load on him right now, so they're gonna have to just drop all their time on cross on Johnny. So anybody who they've got left, they're gonna have nothing for.
Yeah. Yeah. When they burned a bunch of time on Curry. Did we ever get an updated time count from yesterday? It seemed very generous to Amber's team, to me, because she said over 5 hours for Johnny's team and like an hour and 10 minutes for her team by her count. And I was like, I thought her team spent at least 2 hours yesterday. So I didn't know if we got an updated number on that. But yeah, someone asked in the chat if I would let him ramble on or keep him focused. You've got the time advantage. They know they've budgeted out their time for the remaining witnesses. They know exactly what they have. The remaining witnesses are individual fact point witnesses for the most part. What's the data witness, Andrea, who they're purportedly going to call today?
Yeah, Brian Neumeister. He is the guy who was supposed to be doing the forensic extraction of Amber Heard's devices, but because of the various shenanigans with producing those, wasn't able to get information. However, back in the UK trial, NGN had received a fair amount of these photographs and text messages and things like that from Amber Heard, and she provided them with metadata. So NGN had their own expert that did an analysis of her evidence and found a significant number of metadata discrepancies. So I'm expecting that Brian Neumeister is likely going to be able to testify to essentially what NGN had uncovered. And then fingers crossed, he's going to be able to explain the problems that they're seeing in the metadata now and why that is consistent
Could you
with
please continue? What happened after Ms.
deliberate
Heard
efforts
auditioned
to
for
affect it?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because
She asked me
a multi for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Didn't say what he said.
Didn't say what he said.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were at
I'll explain the hearsay at a break, guys.
March of 2015.
Yes, I do remember that.
How many?
I also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra residue.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Residue.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA, 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure. I think one would die. Yes, really. And probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to
And
show you
painfully.
some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on swivels. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yeah.
I'm going to screen grab this and sell it as a Johnny Depp
if I'm
art
sitting
NFT.
here,
$8 million.
she was over here. Like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
Gosh, she's
And
pissed.
approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. She walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background
where
on the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on some something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty, well, I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
That's what I said
Do
yesterday.
you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo, no, I didn't. No, not that I recall. No.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called. Jerry was brought in. Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall it. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do is inspect the damage of my finger, and try and figure out exactly what had happened. how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, we appreciate.
Hearsay. We've discussed this several times.
Part of medical treatment?
Hearsay, we've discussed it several times. Rottenborn is pissed. By the way, Rottenborn, you can expect Rottenborn is going to go hard on Johnny Depp on cross with whatever time they have left. He is going to be nasty. He's going to be angry because this is it. They don't get, after what Dr. Curry did to them.
Yeah, they got to swing for the fences here.
Yes.
This is all they have left. And it is going to be probably gross what he does. Yeah. Okay. So real quick, Johnny Depp's statements to someone else made out of court are still hearsay. The only time you can introduce an out of court statement by one of the parties is if it's adverse to their interests. So the reason for that is because you can't cross-examine effectively Johnny Depp on his own statement that he claims he made previously, because it'll be self-serving. Whatever his answer is will be self-serving in the testimony. You'd always say, well, I told them how great they were and how lovely they were, and I only complimented people ever. And how would you ever cross-examine that sentiment that they delivered? You can't, because they're the one answering the question. So it's any out-of-court statement is hearsay automatically. And then it has exceptions that can allow it to be brought in. So,
but one of those exceptions is statements made for purpose of medical treatment, right?
Right. Yes. I was speaking to the previous thing about when he called the Aquaman people and he was going to tell them why they should allow Amber Heard.
Right.
For this one, they've objected to these statements that are related to medical treatment. This one, the question is the statement part of the medical treatment? I would argue yes, but I guess they're going to argue that it's an extraneous statement that's not related to like a medical diagnosis, because it's his statement and not a doctor's statement or something.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger
and
became
they
injured?
lost. Good job. Johnny Depp teams won on that one.
As they should have.
Yep.
I told him that there was obviously, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Heard before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off. The tip of my finger.
Just a tip.
A good chunk. I miss
how
it.
it felt.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from
Was there a
Bangkok,
murder?
Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
Nice.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Depp, specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect
Is that better?
what you looked like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore.
Oh my God, they got the social media photograph.
And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I
Black eye under the left
I
eye.
see that the area in here has been is swollen, and there's a bit of a shiner there.
Should have used Amica and Ice.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
There it is. There's the link.
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay, so Ian Runkle, Runkle of the Bailey, has stated that he does not think that this testimony is doing Johnny any favors because he does not believe that the jury believed any of the stuff that they're rebutting. So he puts it back at issue. I wanted to throw that. Of course, we all love Runkle of the Bailey. This is not a pile-on. I just was curious if anybody on the panel had any thoughts about that. I personally disagree with him, but I wanted to know the rest of y'all.
I think it's a greater risk of error for them to assume that the jury is seeing things their way than to do what they are doing and take the time to rebut it.
About the staircase or Kate Moss.
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn.
Rotten.
Miss Heard took the story and turned it into
a lie,
a very ugly incident, all in her mind.
Crazy mind.
Yes.
There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs. Yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a
not
rumor?
responsive.
No, that's not what
What's-
she said.
Sorry.
Objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Get
Oh.
owned.
Wrecked.
She
Sorry, I
said
opened the
she
door.
thought about
Yeah,
Kate
yeah.
Moss and jumped to her sister's defense.
Voice.
Certainly.
What would you like? What was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before.
A rumor of her own creation.
Grabbed hold of it like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much.
She taught me how to do cocaine.
Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney, seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and
especially on looks.
I felt bad for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious. So I took to Whitney very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
Amber beat her. Here it comes.
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
It's hot.
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor, this has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Okay.
Do you think this is that big sidebar they had? We're going to call Johnny Depp and go into these prior acts, and we think the door's open on them.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
I think it's to show Whitney's
No,
bias.
I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal blowouts.
Objection beyond the scope.
What?
Overruled.
So ask about verbal.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that the physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
That smirk.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up. And she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of penthouse 4?
Amber.
Objection, foundation.
Do you know why?
His apartment, Your Honor, he was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of penthouse 4 long before the marriage, and it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years.
Here it comes. They stiffed me out of all my money.
At a certain point, I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to
hundreds of millions.
All of it? Was it 650?
And he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were.
Jeez.
And
Yep.
so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just one
Can we
approach.
approach?
Okay.
That was testimony in this case?
I
Yep.
don't remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't remember that specifically, but I would believe it.
100%. She asked, it was the former business manager, the guy who he just accused of embezzling the money, how much Johnny, because he would have knowledge of how much Johnny spent on charity. He asked him how much he spent on charity, and he said, not very much. I believe was with a glib sort of smile to it.
I guess he
It
wasn't
was-
counting himself as
Yeah.
charity.
Yeah, right.
So I bet now they're going to rebut that statement with Johnny's specific acts of charity, like dressing up as Jack Sparrow, going to children's hospitals, probably specific charity where he did spend money, but maybe never disclosed it to the managers, anything like that. They attacked his character. He gets to rebut character attacks.
Yeah.
Normally he wouldn't be able
Mr.
to talk
Depp,
about
just
this
to
at all.
remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr.
Is it?
Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah.
Absolutely it is.
Thank you.
You
Your
attack
Honor.
his
Basically,
character, you dumbass.
When it was a public, let's call it a donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
Unlike some other
Refuting the
people we know in this
narcissism.
case.
Did you hear
Yep.
Mr.
Just
Depp?
that one of the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's
go.
Hospital of Los Angeles.
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
May we approach Your Honor?
She brought out the little snarky statement they made about his novel interest in donating to
Yep.
her charities.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This is all Amber Heard's team's own doing. Normally, you cannot bolster your own credibility or character through this type of testimony. But if they attack it, you can offer it as rebuttal testimony.
Yep.
And they did. They spent an entire several weeks, a couple weeks attacking his character over and over and over. They made it this central issue, Johnny Depp's nastiness and his aloofness, his narcissism. They've gone after him on every single trait. And here he is, just casually and calmly denying all of it. I think this is fantastic testimony so far. Again, Cross is a big risk. We'll see how that goes.
Well, I just want to find out how much he pledged.
Yeah. He should have just, well, in addition to my work, I've pledged $40 billion. Yeah.
$1 trillion.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Again, if you are watching this stream, thank you. We're almost at 76,000 people, which is insane.
Wow.
If you like this stream, please click the like button. If you're not subscribed, I know many of you are because you're in the chat, but if you're not subscribed, click on the subscribe button. We do this not just for Johnny Depp's trial, but other trials and also other issues as well. It really helps out. It's so weird that a click of a button can help like the people who bring you content and entertainment, but it really does. It really does. So we appreciate it. Plus, all of my guests are in the description, except, no, wait, Andrea Burkhardt is also in the description. Everybody's YouTube channels are in that description. So you can click on anybody's name. I think it's got like a gray box around it. It'll bring you to their page. You can go ahead and click subscribe on their stuff and watch it as well. We all cover different topics. Normally, I mean, this is kind of Johnny Depp 6-week period for the legal YouTube community, but there's a bunch of other topics that we all talk about as well. So make sure you check it out. If you're into this stuff, you won't find better coverage.
That was very kind of you. Thank you for that.
I was excluding you specifically. Okay. So while we have this, Lindsay Ante says, speaking of NFTs, check out BSC News on Twitter to enter to win a piece of Depp's collection.
With the CHLA?
Aptly titled Never Fear Truth.
Heard lost.
Yeah, heard
I've had
lost.
a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years.
Wow.
Or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach? Okay.
I genuinely love Make-A-Wish as an organization and what they do, especially as I've gotten to know them over the past couple of years. And I am proud to not hide my name. I happily donate. I won't tell you amounts, but I happily donate to Make-A-Wish on a rather consistent basis. I think the work they do is integral. I don't need accolade for it. I just want other people to understand that it's a good organization that I trust. And I would love to see more and more money flow into it. Because they really do phenomenal work and they make dollars go a really long way. So
that's a big thing for a charity. I mean, you can always look up the percentage they spend on administration, and you'd be shocked with some organizations how much they spend on their higher ups.
Well,
even some very high profile ones.
Yes,
very well.
A Wish kid in Minnesota, their Wish averages around $10,000, and to think you can send in like a family of 5 to Disney for a week for 10 grand, you can't do that except through leveraging connections like Make-A-Wish. And it's really impressive how they're able to turn that money into
Mr. Depp, I'd like
good
to
things.
take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening. My mom made her
Johnny.
exit. She'd been fighting
Is this a birthday
cancer
or no?
numerous times and
No,
for
this is
many
the
years,
phone.
and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th, I was not in Los Angeles. I was on the way to on tour, and that was when Ms. Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
By the way, maximize exposure by coinciding with the
Yes.
premiere of a movie.
How would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, it was,
Objection, hearsay.
that was well established.
Can't believe they
How
didn't
long were you
catch
going to
that.
be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
If they ever remake Jaws, he should be Quint.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect
And
you?
Amber could play the shark.
Chum.
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it
Relevance
didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Oh.
To the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
This is one of the key
That was
dates.
middle finger right there.
Again, it's those little things that he is able to do because he's Johnny Depp that normally like you would say that'd be annoying or irritating. Most witnesses or parties don't have the charisma to do something like that. And then just very calm. I'm sorry, Judge. Sorry. Yes. That's the type of stuff. And I think throughout this entire trial, it's actually worked very, very well for him.
Well, exactly. Compare and contrast that with the Dr. Nosferatu the other day when he was acting basically the same snarky things, and it didn't go over that well.
He's not charismatic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, as a refresher to the chat, I know we talked about this, but there's more people in here now. The Johnny Depp's out-of-court statements are also hearsay. All out-of-court statements are hearsay unless they fall into a given exception. And so Johnny Depp cannot recall his own statements and bring them to bolster his current testimony. So I know it sounds weird because you go here and say, well, I heard someone say this and now I'm saying it. That's kind of the logical part of it. And that is kind of the logical reasoning behind most hearsay. But if you try to bring in your own statement, it is the same because that statement cannot be cross-examined. It's being characterized in a self-serving purpose. And there's no way to kind of rebut that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of hearsay is that it's inherently unreliable when presented in court. So there has to be some exception that lends it reliability that otherwise would not exist.
Right. Okay, let me read a couple chats while we're at sidebar here. Okay, where the heck did we go? Around here. That was Elaine having nightmares about Tug. Yes, that's true. This is from Tank Commando. Have you considered recording the Constitution classes you teach your homeschool students? I'm sure a lot of us would appreciate having a resource for our kids that isn't just the cucked version that they taught in public school. I've considered it. I'll think about it. We're done for the year, but I'll consider doing it. It's a very high level thing. And I mean, it's mostly just encouraging the kids to actually read the document, to read the Constitution, which I think is the failing of most people opining on the Constitution, is that they first don't read it. These are junior high and high school classes. We don't get deep into the weeds on case law unless I'm in a bad mood. So it's really just reading the words of the text and giving them some background explanation about what they are. But I'll think about it. JL says, I want Dr. Mommy to do to me what Amber Heard did to that bed.
Oh.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at
You
this
need
trial?
a Dr. Mommy if you want that.
What has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Judge wants to hear it too.
Well, she's lied about me constantly. It's horrible.
Insane.
That's the clip.
It's insane to hear heinous
defamatory
accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
That's a good finish.
Here we go.
All right, just,
Wow.
All right, let's
was
do that. All
powerful.
right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Looking forward to the Heard team overreaching badly on Cross.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're gonna cell phone themselves again.
What on earth would
Don't
give you
break the
that
thing on the way
idea?
out. Thank you.
Don't break anything on your way out. Was that directed at Amber as she like smashes the door open?
He's got a hell of a tailor. I'll give him that.
All right.
Custom suits.
So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there, we do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, can I have attorneys come forward on our,
Oh, I hope we get to hear that motion argument. in
That would
open
be
court.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, look, every time she calls, it looks like a fucking football huddle. It's a sea of lawyers. It's just gross. Ugh. That was I thought that went exceptionally well. I mean, again, I don't they addressed, I think, some major issues that were outstanding. I don't know how much of an issue they are, but I think, Andrea, like you said, you don't know based on jury reactions how much of an issue the jury has with any of this stuff. You can try and infer it, and that's certainly valuable, is the inference of where the jury is paying attention. But you don't know what they're paying attention to or why they're paying attention. You don't know what conclusions they're drawing. You don't know if they've missed some of the connection points. I mean, one of the criticisms of Kate Moss's testimony was that we don't know if the jury was picking up that that's what the rumor was about and that that's what addressing. Well, Johnny just flat out came and said it. It's like this rumor that she effectively created herself was that Kate Moss was shoved downstairs. Absolutely false. And Kate Moss vindicated that it was absolutely false. So, yeah, I think this has been very, very good. Cross-exam is going to be weird on it. We'll see what they do. But yeah, I think they're going to eat all their time on cross.
They almost have to even
they
have
have
any
to.
chance of coming over that. I mean, there wasn't a lot of meat there, but it was very, very emotional, and I carried a lot of weight. I mean, especially the last couple of minutes was powerful stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And they have to spend their time here on Johnny Depp. But calculating their misstep, they're going to come in and be just nasty at him. And they're going to effectively label him as an abuser, a lying snake who is trying to now justify his abuse, and that is disgusting towards all women. He has put all women back. He is the monster that everybody has in their dreams, lurking behind every corner, waiting to punch every woman they think about. That's what's going to come out. And Rottenborn's going to do it, and it's going to feel slimy afterwards. So get your showers ready, chat, because that's what's going to happen. And as long as Johnny Depp keeps his demeanor, he'll win the encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If he can have the same attitude he had during the first cross, where he kept his good humor, he chuckled things off, I think he's going to do just fine.
Yeah, I think so too. And
I think at this point, Rottenborn's desperation is going to smell the stink of desperation. The Hail Marys he's going to try to land in his desperation are not going to land.
Yeah, I agree. And I can't wait to see him flailing around on the ground, like flopping in a pile of oil in his own viscera, as he just rees at Johnny Depp, because I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, it's going to be messy. So I'm waiting. And I'm waiting with anticipation.
Well, they're going to try to be as aggressive with him as Camille was with Amber, and it's going to come across looking really, really bad for them because they don't know how to do it correctly.
Well, yeah, they don't have the evidence to bring to be able to do that. That was the beauty of Camille's Cross. She relied on her facts. Her facts were her fists, and she was able to deliver them. They just don't have that type of content to work with.
And furthermore, Johnny Depp is not Amber Heard. The way Amber Heard was responding merited Camille Vasquez's treatment of Amber Heard. Johnny Depp and the way he's working, the way he's been operating and responding does not merit the same treatment, the same style of cross-examination.
Yep. Yeah. And again, assuming he keeps his good humor and composure, I think that is the trick. He will be very effective at this. Because he has that easygoing mannerism that lends itself to credibility. Frankly, he just testified how reluctant he is to have to do all this, which is of course critical, because the easy thing to do for Amber Heard's team is to paint him as a serial litigant. He's doing this, of course, if he, aren't you, you're suing Amber over and over. It's like, I've only sued her one time. And I know you guys want to make the UK trial about her, but it was about the son, the UK son. Amber Heard is a different trial, and I brought that only here. And that's what the hell? Internal temp too high. Get a fan on your camera, legal mindset.
Oh, God damn it. Okay, hold on.
Camille's got the temperature rise in there.
Yeah, right as Camille.
It wasn't Camille, it was Dr. Mommy. It's
the Camille and Dr. Mommy combo just overheating the.
I would note that Andrea is directly below legal mindset. So that might have something to do with it.
Skeleton in the chat says, this chat must have clearly been in the Sahara Desert for days before turning on the stream. With the sheer amount of thirst I am seeing here, you better be ready to receive a flood of simp chats for the muffin doctor, Nikki.
There's a huge difference between simping and just appreciating God's handiwork in members of the opposite sex. It goes both ways without simping.
But also when she puts on the glasses. ATN DeGaulle.
Okay, I have no defense for that. I mean, that's just...
ATN DeGaulle.
I was trying to make us look good, Ricada. Come on.
Look, everybody's librarian.
If they have to simp for a smart woman, I can almost get behind that.
Don't say get behind. Oh my gosh. ATN DeGaulle says, I feel bad for people in the courtroom. I can't imagine how bad the smell of roasted turd must be. That's disgusting. Thank you for ruining my day. Gates of Above. Shouldn't Elaine be taking notes when both Johnny's team and the other lawyers on her team are doing direct so she doesn't do leading questions? Artemis Knox. Can I get a shout out to my friend Michael? It means the world to me since he was there for me during a hard part of my life as much as it was for him. He also got me to start watching and loved it ever since. Thanks, Michael. Hey, Michael, thank you for bringing Artemis Knox to the channel and me $20. Lieutenant Heavy Metal. STFU. C. Goody. Rackets needs the Skrilla. Let the grift flow. Damn right. C. Goody. Shut your whore mouth, you piece of garbage. Catherine Smith. Hunch on Howell. Jennifer Howell got a check from Elon/Fidelity Charities. Children's Hospital donation was from Fidelity Charities. They assume was from Amber. Both are in evidence. Maybe Elon, who donated to Children's Hospital. Well, I mean, yeah, I think that's in evidence. That well, no, I don't know if the Children's Hospital is in evidence from Elon. The ACLU is, but no, I mean. They tried to raise the specter of impropriety with Elon doing a donation to whatchamacallit, Jennifer Howell's organization. I don't think they effectively connected the dates though to the trial, because it kind of looked like maybe for the first, I think the UK trial, that maybe Elon had tried to buy off on behalf of Amber Heard Jennifer Howell or something like that. I think that's what they were trying to get with that testimony, but it didn't come through very well, in my opinion.
For practical purposes, I think all they really got out of it was just a little bit more kind of indirect impeachment of Amber because she had testified that she donated $250,000 to the Art of Elysium, but she's also testified, oh, I don't take any credit for money that other people gave or that people gave on my behalf or in my honor. So this is just the example of her on the stand taking credit for a check that Elon Musk wrote.
Right. If that's the case, I will maintain my sentiment. I don't think they connected those dots effectively. Maybe they will on close. And on close, it's pretty simple. You've heard numerous examples of charities receiving money on behalf of Amber Heard, but what you haven't heard examples of is her actually giving the money that she promised to give any of them.
Yeah.
And so that I think is the way to connect those dots. Hooligan S3, testify on rebuttal, Dawn shredded. Josh Willick, objection, Your Honor. This testimony is triggering my client. Also, Your Honor, we'd like to propose stipulating to getting wrecked by the rebuttal witnesses. The jury clearly doesn't need to hear all of this. Yeah. Yeah. Your Honor, can we go ahead and skip the last week and just inform the jury that we were going to get our asses kicked? That would be helpful. Whoa, mindset. You're on.
I switched to my Bria. Oh, I switched from the webcam. So this is the wide
it switched your audio input to there too. Can you switch that? That's what I was trying to tell you. It's fine. You just need to go in and make sure it's not on default or whatever. Oh God, that tinny sound. If he sounded like that all the time, I would divorce him. Walter Deadman, Turd is dressed as Hillary Clinton today and writing frantically as the doctor speaks out. I'm rather worried. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be too worried. They can't do anything about these they don't get a sir rebuttal to this, do they?
Only if they have the time. They get the sir rebuttal on their own counterclaim, is my understanding.
Yeah,
but they have to have the time to do that, and good chance they're going to blow what time they have left on crossing Johnny.
Yeah, I thought they would. And whatever time they have for a sir rebuttal will be, if they have any left, 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, nothing. I didn't even know if they got one. I know they do in their closing arguments, but it wasn't really fleshed out. It seems like they should for the counterclaim. Errol Bear says, reach out to whoever is in court to try and get an interview with Dr. Muffins. Well, I'll reach out to Dr. Muffins when the case is over, but she's still a witness at trial. If she did an interview, it could invalidate all of her testimony. So she's certainly not going to even reply during the pendency of the action. John Diem, thanks for assembling an excellent panel and treating us like adults capable of understanding nuance and process. Shout out to Law of Self-Defense. Great resource.
Thank you. Very kind.
Tankrat, what the fuck is up with Amber's hair? When I get the top view, barf when I get the top view.
Well, look at that blonde lady. What's going on with that hair?
Yeah. Speaking of which,
wow.
I'd
like it blown out,
some
please.
of the characters in this audience.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God, it's like Star Wars bar.
Stories.
A Tiny Tim and Corey Feldman there.
It kind of does look like Corey Feldman. Holy crap!
It's like the waiting room in Beetlejuice.
Billie Eilish back there. And, oh no.
No,
I just have to give a shout out to that great Jackie Childs moment that Johnny had. I mean, talk about bringing the characters, the horrible, ridiculous, humiliating, painful, savage, brutal, cruel, and all false. Oh, that was genius.
That was great.
Total
DUI
Jackie
guys out
Childs
grifting.
vibes.
Look at Whitney. Jeez, that face.
She's had just a perpetual angry face the whole time. DUI guy, I think, got moved by the bailiff.
Really?
He had made a tweet, I believe, because he has a tweet up there saying that he got moved, and he believes it's because he had made another tweet that said he could see the computer of Heard's team.
Oh.
Yeah, he saw an invoice for $25,000 from one of her law firms on their computer.
Yep.
That's it?
Yeah. Well, this is just one of the background firms. They haven't had a real front role in any of this. So didn't say if it was stamped paid or not.
Andrew Auric says, which doctor administered their test first? I believe it was Dr. Muffins, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As far as the experts that we've heard in this case, Dr. Muffins, and then Dawn Hughes did her test subsequently, if I remember right. Bash Coder, objection, Dr. Curry failed to provide industry standard credentials, specifically a valid link tree containing Instagram, OnlyFans, and Amazon wish list links. Come on now.
You guys need to wipe your chins.
That doesn't happen here. That's why men have beards, so that it never reaches the chin. Nin Jimmy says this trial is going to be uploaded to the hub under the hardcore category. Michaela says, hey, can you guys stream the Law and Crime Network? There are multiple camera angles, i.e. Amber's reactions. Thanks for your coverage. Your comments are hilarious and poignant. I'm thinking of law school now. Haha. Well, consider it very carefully. Don't choose law school over one case that's interesting, because the odds are you will never get a Johnny Depp case in your entire life. You'll be doing the regular law work that's out there, which is not this. It is mathematics and petty disputes over property,
insurance.
And maybe you get lucky and do exclusively tree law and make trillions of dollars arguing over the chopping off of limbs. But yeah, you're probably not going to get that. But as for using law and crime, no, for a couple reasons. One, they're petty, vindictive cunts who want to use the copyright system that YouTube has built in against other people. And so no. And two, they put branding all over the place, and the amount that you can see from the window is shrunk even further than we already have it from this layout. So I prefer not to use them.
And those are their good points.
Yeah, those are frankly. Also, Dan Abrams, owner of Law and Crime, is a giant fucking cuck, and he can lick my nutsack. There we go.
And that's the bad point.
Just get that out there. Just get it all out. Get it all
Look,
out.
we just got to put it out there. We got to,
yeah,
we got it on paper. Gates Lancelot 652 says, I think Amber is just writing "kill Dr. Curry" over and over again on her notepad. I think so. Gates of Above says, I have a peak that Dr. Curry can inspect. It may erode within seconds of examination, but a peak that needs to be inspected nonetheless. Oh my God. Very, very thirsty chat. And one final note on Law and Crime. The level of salt I have over them is hilarious, because I'm a capitalist, and what Law and Crime did was the opposite. They couldn't compete. They couldn't compete with anybody, so they purchased their ticket to the top of YouTube. And it's obvious and hilarious that at every single Johnny Depp search, they're the top result, have been from day one. They bought the coverage of this from YouTube. It is not competition based. It's not merit based. It's literally, we spent millions of dollars to do this. And I mean, props to them for reaping the rewards of it. But yeah, I will forever laugh at them for having to buy out individual jackasses in their own houses streaming from webcams that Law and Crime had to pay millions of dollars to outcompete us. That makes me laugh. Imagine having all of the power of media at your behest, and that's what you end up having to do. Dan Waters says, Dr. Curry's testimony was brutal. I might decide to finally go to therapy if she will be my psychologist. Who else wants to taste her muffins? Come on now. Because she brings muffins in for clients, right? Dan Waters.
Her husband brings the muffins.
Yeah, and he's probably bigger than you.
How you doing, sir?
Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
In every way.
Is this must be TMZ's lawyer?
Thank Mr. Tillman, if you could just come to the center. Okay. Sure. Thank you, sir. Go to the other side. All right.
I was wondering who that guy was when I saw him. I was like, he looks very dour.
Mr. Tobin, if you want to. I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases. And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather you not regurgitate that based on our time limit, but anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508. That's a criminal rule of evidence. So
nailed it.
Not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314,
This
which
is
I would
not
like you
looking good
to-
for him.
To talk a little bit about that as far as
He
intervention.
knows.
And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure.
Good luck.
Rest of the intervention for the record, Your Honor. Charles.
Not my problem, says
are
Judge
here
Estradi.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered
I don't think the intervention is the hiccup that you have here.
TMZ.
It's the protective order.
Courts to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision-making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in a position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be
I don't know that TMZ has one.
In all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify. So there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Incorrect.
Yeah, you can't subpoena him to trial in Virginia.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
And if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly.
That's up to him, his privilege.
The cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go.
So make those.
Deal with that.
Not my
Once
problem.
he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
You don't have that
You're on the
privilege.
Filed it in that court
I
instead
did.
of
Appreciate
wasting
that.
this one's
But the
time.
privilege has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case.
Are you talking over the judge?
Applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public.
without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees.
Go Borowski on them.
A news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
It's denied.
That's it.
Shut up, sit down.
You got the judge let you know.
Good morning,
you're
Your
gonna
After.
lose.
Good.
I hope you didn't
afternoon,
fly
Your
into
Honor.
that.
I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote. Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32.
We'll
Here,
explain on
as
a
Mr.
break,
Tobin
guys.
stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140, granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, they have a beef, a sizable beef. It is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or
now
to
it's TMZ with a shiner.
they're not intervening as a party, plaintiff or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments why the privilege is inapplicable, but I will reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Heard,
she's a
we have
leaker.
issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent.
Well, Amber Heard testified about him.
I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Ms. Berghoff, I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular motion?
No,
Meow, meow, meow,
Then we
meow.
can-
No. Okay, sit down.
Meow.
No,
is,
then
though,
sit
if
down.
you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come
Go
in
feed your
on
cats.
hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you. Your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Shut up, Elaine.
BTFO.
You know, I appreciate that the court kind of shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. There, ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so it would be an interesting
Maybe there's a
procedural issue
reason.
for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization or anybody else who's a First Amendment.
Oh, he just threatened her
holder
with an
would
appeal.
be denied intervention on a constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive on behalf
Rogue.
of this is an unusual situation.
What theory is it your
but
privilege?
the law, but the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
For
tell
either
you
of
for
us,
Mr. Toden.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I
Thank
appreciate
you,
your
Your Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir.
Get out.
Thank you. All right, in this
The door's
matter,
right behind you, sir.
under Virginia Rules Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow
Correct.
intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court.
That's
Here, the
you.
rights asserted are
So
not
that will be
germane
a
to the
no.
trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, Any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party HM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so
For the record, yes.
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr.
What?
Tremaine is questioned?
No, you're not a party.
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I
Thank
will note
you.
for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
You're ridiculous.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Microphone.
That was a weird request.
I would move to exclude.
As with the Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire
Why
him
is he even
for the jury to find out when he contacted counsel.
Why is he
and
at
when-
defense
when they
counsel
became
stand?
aware of it. And I think also under the
You know why.
circumstances,
Yeah, I mean, does that not
We all
say
know
everything?
why. Yeah, exactly.
going to claim.
Who issued the subpoena?
response.
$5 says it was Heard's team.
Your Honor, I don't
Yeah.
think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer this matter. Okay. All right. Oh, Mr. Rottenborn, I
Sorry.
was almost at one.
I know, I'm so sorry. But truly, I truly am the messenger here, because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay.
The three
all right.
officers behind you
That's
seem
fine.
to.
I think we need Ms. Myers.
Yeah, the ballots are stacking up.
Yeah. So the first of all, he mentioned a subpoena was issued just yesterday
Last night.
on this guy. So here's what likely happened, in my opinion. This is just me. Anybody's free to agree or disagree. TMZ lawyer flew into town, or not TMZ lawyer, TMZ journalist, former journalist who's going to testify, flew into town, arrived yesterday, was served a subpoena by Amber Heard's counsel to
Yep.
bolster the TMZ argument that he's being compelled to appear, or something equally stupid. Because Ben Chu says he has not been subpoenaed in this case. They were very careful about this issue, probably because of some research on the case law, that compelling someone to appear is the court action that could implicate a right. A person's voluntary decision to appear is not a compulsory action by the state, and therefore you eliminate a lot of the First Amendment questions by doing so. If they've gotten this guy to volunteer to come out, they don't have that First Amendment argument. I mean, TMZ is trying to assert it. So the other thing is, if you rewind the tape and look at it, you should see the look on the lawyer, not Rottenborn or Elaine, but the younger guy, on his face when that guy mentioned the subpoena. It was amazing.
All right.
Tells
So
the tale.
in recess, let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay? All right, 2 o'clock.
As
I
they
can-
shit themselves.
Yeah,
I
didn't
could
see
really
the
quickly
expression.
try and find it.
You think he just approached to tell that to the judge so he wouldn't be perceived as misleading the court?
Possibly. Is this it? I think it's right around here.
And neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the.
All the cases by.
I have a copy of a subpoena.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr.
Look at it.
Tremaine
Look at his
to
face.
give testimony.
Oh, he's like, oh shit.
Subpoena.
Oh, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that.
Let's rewind that real quick.
Oh.
It's like, oh shit.
In fucking HD.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a
Wow.
subpoena that was entered last night
shit.
telling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony.
That is a scared man.
So he is compulsion.
He's like, what the fuck?
I'm
just
not here. I'm not here.
That's
Wow. Wow.
I don't know what the look was, but it looked pretty guilty to me.
That's some shady shit.
Wasn't
That
me.
was panic there. That was outright panic.
Honey,
Yeah.
I can explain.
Yeah, I don't.
Well-
Whew. Sorry, go ahead.
There's nothing about this up on the Fairfax County website yet, which I guess is not a surprise because I'm sure they are overwhelmed with getting all the trial stuff processed. But we have seen repeatedly throughout this case the process they have to go through to get a foreign deposition issued. Morgan Tremaine is not a resident of Virginia. He is a resident of California. So if you were even going to try to subpoena him, there's a whole series of steps you have to take that gets filed and so forth. And that process is only available for discovery anyway. So it's just not a good explanation.
Well, so Andrea, do you think that was a holy crap, I got caught doing some shady stuff? Or was that a, what are you talking about? We haven't finished the service yet.
Well,
or both.
I suppose it could be. I mean, yeah, I suppose it could be we haven't finished service yet, but clearly providing it to him and then, like Nick is saying, him relying on this, making this argument to suggest he's under compulsion. If he hasn't been served yet, no, he's not under compulsion anyway, even if this is a valid subpoena. So I think the concern is over the fact that the circumstances are being represented in a way that is probably not 100% accurate.
Yeah, and it looks shifty. It looks very shifty that Ben, like, because the other scenario, the converse scenario would be that Johnny Depp's team, who just represented to the judge that this guy has not been subpoenaed to the court, was actually subpoenaed by Johnny Depp's team. There are only two parties in this case that could issue a subpoena to this guy, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So either Ben Chu stood up and lied directly to the judge under in court, in open court, while I guess live, right, in live open court, or Amber Heard's team issued the subpoena, and the subpoena would be actually a big problem for their argument to try and exclude him as well. That's going to be a weird.
A little
issue.
bit, yeah.
I mean, but Elaine already looks ridiculous. So she got blown the fuck out right there when she tried to stand up. So, I mean, she's already at this point in for a dime, in for a dozen.
Yeah. So that it's not looking good for Amber Heard's team. This judge wants to hear the evidence. It became, so real quickly, for the chat. So an intervener action is what they tried to do. An intervener action is where you have a lawsuit, and typically where you'll see this, you have lawsuits that are crafted to get a result. So you'll have two parties favorable to the same side of an issue, and maybe they want to get like abortion before the Supreme Court. So they'll have two parties that are on the same side of the issue. One will file a lawsuit against the other. And so the question would be, is the defendant in that case, who is on the same side as the plaintiff on the morality of an issue, for example, going to assert a proper defense or a proper set of privileges and immunities to various issues in the case? Or are they going to effectively softball the issue, lose the case intentionally for the purposes of generating an appeal? So then an intervener can come in and say, actually, we're a proper party to assert a right in this case. Here are the reasons why this party is not proper. We need to intervene in the action, and we will take over the defense to make it a legitimate adversarial action. There's a general standing requirement in the law that actions be adversarial. This is actually laid out pretty clearly in the federal standing stuff, but in state courts, it's the same thing. You need to have an adversary to invoke the power of the court, because otherwise it's just a circle jerk that is then rubber stamped by the government. And we don't want that. So they've moved to intervene, but to intervene, you have to have a dog in the hunt. And he opened his argument by saying TMZ has no interest in the outcome of this case. Okay, well then you can't intervene. That and period. Maybe they should have tried an impleader to bring themselves into the case as like a coexisting party, but they do not get to intervene on behalf of one of the things. And I'm not aware of like intervention for a limited purpose either. That's kind of weird. So, but I'm not done extensive intervener research, so there might be something out there. He didn't write it in his brief. Which should tell you enough. But yeah, so his whole argument was that TMZ has a right to intervene because it's TMZ's right to the confidentiality of their sources, which is questionable actually, because it's not TMZ or typically a news organization that is the right holder. It's the journalist, because the journalist develops and cultivates their CI, and it's the journalist's reputation on the line when they pierce that confidentiality and leak a source. It's
also the journalist who's going to end up in jail for contempt if the journalist is the one who is called into court and compelled to reveal it.
Right. So the whole idea for the reason we want to protect sources is so that people are candid to journalists and we have an open press, that it touches on First Amendment issues. But I think, as you said, Andrea, it's not like specifically laid out in the Constitution that there's some journalistic privilege on confidentiality of sources. And so,
no, and that's the whole reason these states have adopted these journalist privileges, is because it is not constitutionally protected. And so some states have chosen to step up and voluntarily do that as a matter of statute. But that speaks to the deficit of the constitutional protection, not that it exists.
right. And so the idea is that journalists should be in some way by state statute protected from being compelled to disclose their sources so they can maintain good sources. But again, that's on the journalist. And if a journalist goes out and burns the sources, TMZ fires them. TMZ doesn't take responsibility of that burning. That's the journalist. And so when they go to the next organization, they try and develop sources for whatever information, that the people will know, oh, wait, this guy burned sources. But I know we have a limited time on this, but James from court, welcome.
Hey there.
How's it going, man?
It's going well. How about y'all?
Pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting day. It was obviously, we expected Kate Moss to be up there, so that was fun, even though that was pretty quick. I think the jury, at least a few of them got a kick out of seeing her testify. I mean, obviously that didn't help Amber's case at all, but other than that, I mean, Johnny's kind of slow with his talking, so as much as some of the jurors are watching him, they're also kind of watching around, looking at the audience and such.
Was Johnny testifying this early a surprise?
I mean, there weren't any reports of it. Like, it's not like in the courtroom there was any rumors or we thought it, but I think we all knew that he was going to come on at some point today. So when they were all after Kate Moss, when they were all kind of up there, or actually, no, it was after Dr. Curry, excuse me, when they were all up there kind of talking for like a little bit, and it was like, what happened? I figured that it was probably Johnny coming up next.
Okay, yeah. So what was the reaction? This is what I've been wondering all day, to Dr. Curry's testimony.
I mean, not a lot of visible reaction, excuse me. I mean, Juror 9 was watching her. I mean, he's right there. He always loves to make a lot of eyebrow expressions. He wasn't really. It was kind of baseline for him. A lot of them were just like looking up at her. I saw a lot of note taking. Yeah, I mean, I know what her testimony, how it affected my opinion, but the jury, it's kind of harder to read, especially when, again, 3 of them wear masks most of the time.
Right. Yeah, I was just curious if they seemed engaged to the testimony at all, or anything, or if any of them started nervously drinking a bunch of water, like when she put her glasses on, or anything like that.
Yeah, no, nothing that would indicate either they were like not really into her, or like no one smiled at her or anything, but they were watching very intently and taking notes. I didn't see as much people bored as some other, witnesses for sure.
So what's the buzz in the gallery? Have you talked to any other people? Like what's going on there? The sentiment for the day or about the day, disregarding the jury, who seems, you seem to indicate that the jury's basically pretty blank today. Is kind of the feel that I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean, we have some things like Juror 9 laughed at the Curry when she was talking about PTSD. I think, yeah, she mentioned when they were talking about like, oh, I forgot what she said exactly, but she kind of made a joke a little bit and they laughed. Some other ones, Juror 2 made a face at Elaine at a couple of points when she was crossing. She kept, this is something that we've noted before. She kept saying, obviously she kept saying Vasquez instead of, Camille, like how to pronounce Camille's actual last name. And that is like some of the jurors, especially the ones who aren't like maybe ethnic, do have an issue with that. I know the judge purses her lip every time Camille does that, which is interesting. Otherwise, I think people in the audience feel good. There was kind of a light tone to today, especially with Johnny taking the stand. He made a couple of jokes that the audience laughed at as well.
Yeah,
Especially
I mean he just has that charisma.
Yeah.
Oh, when he said you have to kind of thumb through it, that one.
Well, no, when they asked him about his finger and he said, "I miss it." When he was talking about the edge of his finger, he said, "I miss it." Because I think he was talking about it was in the napkin. Juror 8 laughed at that. The judge actually smiled at that as well. So I thought that was interesting. And then Juror 8 nodded when Stephanie Curry was talking about the gold standard. She had a lot of testimony that was a lot more serious than Hughes. Like we saw Dr. Curry comment at first. She gave really great technical detail about her scales and the tests. And then Hughes came on and kind of gave a lot more generalizations and touchy-feely, like, well, like Amber said this, so I believe this. So when Dr. Curry came back and kind of went through it again, but kept to all the very technical terms, I think the jury likes that, and that's why I say jury 8 nodded, and she smiled when Stephanie Curry was talking about the gold standard.
Yes, that's good to know. Yeah, that they're into the technical aspects of it. And I think that's the important part about Dr. Curry and why she oozes credibility is she puts out the technical aspects and the explanations, and she does it very well. So
she does. Yeah, and she doesn't use language that's too technical or condescending. Like some of the other witnesses who are like, well, I'm an expert witness or something like that. She never talks down even to like Elaine. She doesn't talk down to her like, oh, well, you don't understand. That's why you're asking this question. She just kind of matter-of-factly explains it. And I love her vocabulary too. She uses technical terms, whereas, again, Dr. Hughes would kind of like water it down,
Sure.
And it just didn't feel as rooted and grounded expert witness,
how did at the very end Johnny Depp got real like kind of he got heavy emotionally, I'll say. How did was there much reaction to that?
Not really, although I will say the jury does watch him, a lot of them, especially him. He doesn't stare them down, so it's a little bit less uncomfortable to be looking at him. And they do. They'll look up at him and stuff. So I think they see that, but it's hard, it is, it's a really long case, and I don't know what they'll make of it, whether or not he's just tired or whether it's hard for him to go through.
Gotcha. Do you know what time court starts back up? I assume it's going to be pretty quickly because they had that TMZ motion.
Although the judge they're technically supposed to have an hour, right? So does the judge still get an hour for lunch or no?
Judge gets whatever she decides to get.
Oh, sure.
Technically,
Okay.
I don't think she has to give any time for lunch if she doesn't want to. But yeah. So I didn't say the judge said 2. Oh, okay. So man, they gave an hour after the motion hearing. So that was generous of her to do that. I think she I was thinking she might want to just move on and get through this. So. All right. Well, thank you to the chat for clarifying that. Well, man, any other observations for the day?
No, I mean, I'm trying to look at everything else. I mean, pretty much covered, those. I think Kate Moss and Dr. Curry are probably the two best, so far, just because Kate Moss basically refuted that complete statement. I think for some of them, especially with Johnny, like they look at him, even though some of them might like him, I don't know if they do or they don't at this point. I think when he talks, they are a very strict jury, as in they really want to take it seriously and be professional. So I really do think they look at his testimony as like, well, this is him just saying it, so we can't necessarily believe him. So I really
Sure.
do think that this jury puts a lot of the weight on the other witnesses. So I just have to say I'm glad that Johnny's witnesses are a lot more professional, not only in their conduct, but in the way that they speak to the jury and about what they're testifying about. So
Yeah, the
I
level of the professionalism gap is huge between the experts on each side.
huge. I would love to do a video of that, like a reel of like Amber's witnesses, you know, Hughes and that other guy, whatever his name is, and then Johnny's like,
Spiegel.
yeah, Spiegel. Oh my God, yeah, Smeagol. That's what people kept saying. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so. But yeah, so I think a reel of the two of them side by side would be hilarious, just to show how Johnny's team is a little bit more, yeah, put together.
Well, do it.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Follow me
No.
on Twitter, James from Court, and maybe you'll see it in the next couple of days.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, don't want to do stuff. You're in this, man. If you want to do something, you've got this Twitter following that's built up. Go ahead and do it, man. That's the way, especially if you're going to be doing this media stuff in general.
Yeah.
Bring people what your observations are, because that's what they want to see.
Nice. Well, I will jump off. I have two last things actually that I forgot.
Yeah.
The first is I think the charity part where Johnny Depp was talking about charity was effective. Juror 8 was smiling at parts when he was talking about how he doesn't do it for the name, how he'll donate money and then do it silently.
Sure.
She seems like someone who's probably involved in charity herself, so she understands someone doing that and not doing it for the publicity. And then also, just as a side note, after Johnny came off the stand, Ben and Camille hugged each other. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It was kind of just like a side, you know, they did it like kind of just like real quick as everyone was standing up. So yeah, that's it. And then I'll be writing down for the rest of the day for sure and see what happens.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it, and appreciate your reporting and observations as always, man.
Of course, y'all have a good rest of your day.
You too,
See ya.
buddy. See you soon.
So polite.
There you go. All right. That was James from Court. Reporting in with his observations about the jury. You know, the jury observations are interesting, but I really want to caution people, because I think a lot is being made about those jury observations, and why I think there's use in getting those reactions. All of the imputation of what those reactions means comes from either the observer or our observations of what the observer is saying. So, you know, a smile, and again, this is not a discredit to James in any way. Because I don't think he's representing anything other than reporting his sort of observations and interpretations. But a smile from a juror could mean that I know, yeah, you donate with the left hand and don't let the right hand know what the left is doing. But a smile could also mean, yeah, right, you're a Hollywood celebrity, and of course you want your name attached to everything. Right. Like, so we never really know what those observations mean. And it's good to get them, because we can't get a camera on jurors for obvious reasons. But it's this interesting sort of place we live in, where we're still left with interpretations of fact. And that's always going to come down to your own biases. So make sure you're checking your own biases as you talk about these things. So how do you gentlemen think the day is going so far?
Great for Johnny.
Yeah. Got nothing to add to that. I mean,
Yeah. It seems pretty straightforward to me that this is so far being knocked out of the park by his team. And I got to give some credit, man. If his team strategized this sort of progression, they're literally crescendoing the case in rebuttal, which is what you want. You want to bring the jury out right after the climax, and a little, you know, they can maybe have a falling action or whatever, but the falling action should be them going into deliberations. So they're ending on a really high note. They're bringing this thing up they've ramped up the drama, which they kept out of the initial testimony pretty well. Dr. Curry came in really just shredding Dr. Hughes. I mean, that was her whole point, was to be a blender. And she did that very effectively. And then bringing out Johnny Depp here for him to talk about emotionally how this has affected him right at the end, that's their mic drop on his rebuttal testimony is great. And so now they're going to come in with cross. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be high conflict. It should be engaging for the jury. Johnny's expected, I would think, to win most of those kind of encounters and interactions. And then the question will be how the jury takes it at that point. But if they take it well and Rottenborn doesn't crack Johnny on cross, then it's just the TMZ guy's gravy. And what else do you do?
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a straightforward ass beating today.
Are there other witnesses besides the TMZ guy after Johnny?
There's a digital guy who may be maybe a surprise witness, or not a surprise, but a rebuttal witness. And there's rumor mill, according to Andrea, that they have someone on the I guess the alleged abuse of Amber Heard allegedly abusing her spouse back in 2009, a woman named Tasia something. So presumably they don't have Tasia coming in as a witness, but possibly the police officer or some other witness to the event would be really potentially. If it's the police officer, it's devastating. I mean, it is constructively devastating, because if it's the police officer coming in and say, I saw this, I arrested her because of what I saw. And, you know, her spouse did not want to pursue an action, did not want to make the report, but based on what I saw, I was justified in making an arrest.
Yeah, I mean, presumably the officer made an arrest, so presumably he had what he believed to be probable cause to make that arrest, right? He's not going to testify that he lacked probable cause to make the arrest.
The best part is that the officer is a she who is accused of homophobia, but she also happens to be a lesbian. So it's like the drama there is the irony there is grand. It is grand.
As an aside, I wonder if Eve Barlow thought the motion hearing went well.
Maybe check her Twitter and see. Chanley Painter has some jury reactions, I guess. Can you imagine being Court TV right now? Like, so what Court TV is doing is they're witnessing in real time that their leftover reporting from the O.J. Simpson trial, where they really kind of took off, has been co-opted and outperformed by literally everybody. I mean, Court TV's YouTube stream has 9,000 people watching today.
Wow.
And so they're getting blown out. So they've got, and they're the ones running the cameras. They're the ones putting all the money into this trial. They're the media controlling, the media correspondent and controlling agent in the courtroom. That's why Chanley Painter is in there every day, and she doesn't have to stand outside in line for 12 hours. So they're doing this, and they're watching like these people reporting on juror reactions, getting massive.
If you took your viewer count and divided it amongst each of us, which I would not by any means claim some kind of equal share, but even if you did that, each of us would have a higher viewer count than Court TV.
Right. So they're watching this kid, James from Court. I call him a kid. He's got to be in his early 20s. Go in there and get thousands and tens of thousands of Twitter followers and interactions because he's just reporting his jury reaction. So they're like, that Court TV guy's like, Chanley, will you fucking tweet something about the jury? Like, please, for the love of God, like no one's watching our coverage. Can we get some interaction?
Right.
Poor Chanley, she's like, well, I'm doing what you told me to do.
What the job is. The problem is it's a standard job. It's the old school job, and they haven't adopted to the new model and what's successful, right? It's the typical mainstream media thing. they're the last people to update. They're the last people to get with it.
Yep. So her reactions or her. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something? Legal Vices?
I was going to say even Entertainment Tonight Canada, ET Canada, has 10,000 people, and they just turn the camera on and walk away.
Yeah. So Chanley says Depp versus Heard jury reactions to Johnny Depp. Gallery collectively gasps when Depp's name is called. Jurors 2, 8, and 9 smile as he retakes his stand. During first sidebar, juror number 8 gives a slight smile to Depp as she looks towards them. Depp smiles towards the gallery full of his fans. Extra deputies patrol aisle of gallery to ensure fans do not wave towards Depp during sidebars. Juror number 2 smiles quite a bit when Depp is on the stand. He seems to really get a kick out of Depp's wisecracks and personality. Many times during Depp's testimony, all 9 jurors simply turn, look, and listen to Depp answer questions. When Depp says, I took a shot to the face, and he got a shiner, juror 8 looks towards Amber Heard, taking in Heard's response. When asked if Heard apologized to him, Whitney Heard sighs in gallery. When asked about Kate Moss, Ben Rottenborn loudly tears a paper from his notepad. Depp emphasizing Rottenborn around 11:48 a.m. draws laughs from gallery in juror number 2 and a slight smile from number 8. When asked about Whitney, juror number 1 looked to Whitney in the gallery. Juror number 9 also glances over to
50
her.
shades of jurors.
Hashtag Amber Heard also glanced to Whitney. When asked about Whitney, juror number 1 looked to Whitney in the gallery. Juror number 9 also glances over to her. Oh, wait, that's the same note as before. When Depp says Amber pushed Whitney around, Whitney slightly shakes head in disagreement. Depp sips some coffee on the stand. A source tells me Depp takes his coffee black. During the 12:17 sidebar, juror number 9 yawns. When asked what it has been like to listen to Amber's testimony, all jurors perk up at Depp's seemingly powerful pauses. Several jot notes. So that's the reporting from Chanley Painter in court there. Those seemed very dramatic. What are you reading? You're muted, Mindset.
I was just screaming very dramatic. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
it's very dramatic.
She clearly got a master's in writing as well, like creative writing. I mean, that was good. That was good, Shanley.
AcerNet 1007. This is absolutely the nail in the coffin for Amber's case. I think that was Dr. Curry still at that time. Beth says, do you all think that the jury is judging the teams of each person? Absolutely. Depp has an intelligent legal team and witnesses that are teaching and claiming, explaining. Heard's team is like that junk out of a garbage disposal. Yeah, I mean, you can assume that the jury's assessing everything because they have a lot of time to sit there and think, listen and think and be bored. So I would say that they're definitely assessing, everybody's actions. And it's a critically important thing to remember that you are in front of a jury while you're in court, because everything you do is going to potentially be seen, and it may be seen in context or out of context. So that's why that's why parties are instructed to remain relatively stoic during their trials, unless they are particularly charming, or they think, or the lawyers believe that the animation of that person will work. But for Johnny Depp, it works. For most witnesses or for most parties, it doesn't. If you're in a criminal trial, you don't want your client acting like Johnny Depp. To be very clear, like you want them to look circumspect and generally somber about the gravity of the situation they're in. The troll, formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food, says, can't believe this doctor getting up there and immediately lying made listening to her so hard. She sat down and stated her name is Dr. Curry. She knows it's Dr. Muffins. Utter disgust. Ace says, Nick, I'm on a very strict time limitation. Can you make this trial end? Friday. It ends Friday. That's it. Sketchy Blue Flag. Really loving this line of questioning Elaine Binger has going on. Tank Commando for Branca. Any chance of a local meetup soon? Moving from Denver in a month. Would love to buy you a drink and have you sign my rock hard. Took 4 weeks to ship a few miles copy of your Law of Self-Defense book.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Sure.
Should they email you or something?
Okay. Email support@lawofselfdefense.com, and I'm sure. Well, the trouble is, in a couple weeks, I'm leaving for California on a 3-week motorcycle trip. So do it quick.
If I email support@lawofselfdefense.com, can I get emotional support?
Not anything you'd enjoy, but sure.
Don't tell me what I like. Rose in the Pine says, what does designation mean in reference to an expert witness? So there's a disclosure form that they have to fill out that basically lays out the scope of their testimony, what they're supposed to be talking about, what they're an expert on, and how that relates to the case. So if they're outside of the designation, then they weren't asked to review this thing. So now they're just giving kind of the presumption would be they're winging it off the cuff rather than giving it their concerned thought.
Yeah, the other party's not supposed to be ambushed by your expert.
Right.
Is the point.
Jackson Kai says, I think even worse with how terrible Amber's own cross was. When they discredit Amber's experts, it likely looks like pure character assassins to further abuse Johnny. Should have never countersued. It could really cost her. Yeah, the countersuit to me is the primogenitor misstep in the case. It put way too many things at issue. And they had to know that she was
what made
unlikely
Curry
to win.
possible, right?
Right.
That's what gave birth to Curry.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that it did do was it did exclude Adam Waldman, which I think was their main. I think they were so scared of Waldman that they.
That's not why Waldman got booted.
Oh, that's not why? Okay, why did he get booted?
Waldman got booted because he shared on his Twitter account some of the deposition testimony of Josh Drew that had been introduced in the UK. The problem is
the three-way
that
testimony. Are you talking about the three-way testimony, Andrea? Let's be clear.
No.
Okay.
No, not that particular testimony. Although, of course, obviously that did come out. But so this was introduced in the UK. It became public as part of that process, but it had been marked as confidential in Virginia. And so Amber's team went and complained that he had leaked it when it was confidential in their case. And the judge apparently bought that and booted him off the case for that reason.
Wow. I'm not aware of depositions being confidential outside of an express court order. So,
well, they have a protective order that was entered early on in the case, and it's been modified a couple times that basically gives the litigants a fair amount of discretion to designate certain types of things as confidential. And so early on, there were complaints that Amber Heard's legal team was basically over designating. They were just broadly designating all kinds of things as confidential that should not have been, didn't fall within the language of their protective order. And of course, there's a process that you can go through to de-designate, but they have better things to do. They're trying to litigate a case, right?
Right.
So these abuses had come out. Josh Drew is one of these examples of there's no obvious reason why this would have been appropriate under the protective order, but because they designated it, because it was technically private and confidential in Virginia, even though the entire world had seen it when it got introduced in evidence in the UK, that was good enough for the judge.
that's too bad. That is too bad. Yeah. So to the chat in the U.S., we have this beautiful thing called a transparent court system, in which the presumption is that court is semi-public, at least that the court records are accessible and open to the public. I mean, you may have to know how to get them. You may have to pay a little bit of money to get them. But the idea is that you can review these because the citizenry is the one that keeps the courts in check. So when there is a protective order, it is a balancing test, effectively on our right of access and transparency in the courts. And so those orders have to be tailored to not be over excessive. So if you are given the opportunity to mark things confidential, there needs to be a reason that they're confidential. They disclose personal information, and I mean like social security numbers, bank account numbers, private activity that really does not belong in court. But lots of private activity becomes public in court and is not protectable. What you do that someone witnessed is not private activity most of the time. It has to be legitimately private. children's, mental states, children's testimony in words, or embarrassing, sort of humiliating abuse that a child might suffer, that would be protectable. That's the type of stuff we want to keep out of the public eye. But like you had an embarrassing or bad day or whatever, like you were walking around naked in your house and someone, made fun of you or whatever, that's going to come out. That's not the privacy that we're looking for. So yeah, that's it's really a shame that he got booted over that. I just figured it was because they made him a witness at issue in the case. So, damn. Okay. Lancelot 652. As much as I don't like the guy, Rottenborn is a much better choice of lawyer than Cat Lady. She comes off as aggressive and attacking. Well, I mean, stay tuned. Rottenborn's about to do that when we come back from lunch, but I think he pulls it off better. He comes across as competently aggressive and attacking, at least, whereas Elaine comes off as insane.
Stammering and hand waving.
Walter Deadman says, if it pleases the court, Your Honor, could we get the good doctor to put on her glasses and lean in again? Eric Allen says, this board certified crap drives me nuts. Yes, Eric Allen is a mental health professional. And they're trying to draw an inference about the board certification. But to my understanding, there's no board certification requirement to practice psychology in California. Right? Like it's anybody. I mean, that seems obvious. So they're trying to draw out some
Well, she's not a medical doctor, right?
Yeah.
So.
Right. A psychiatrist probably needs board certification because they prescribe drugs. But yeah, psychologists do not. Yeah, never mind. We'll just move on. Jesse Aguilar. I see Amber's auditioning for the role of Drago's wife. Her personality fits the bill. Rosie Thorns 88. Waiting for Elaine to call her Dr. Hughes out of spite. Ali Yusuf. I haven't had this much fun watching a self-immolation since, well, he said, fuck you and reached for the gun. Angela Johnson. Heard should be Baker acted. I have PTSD from 10 years of childhood drama and it's a lifelong sentence. To fucking fake a debilitating mental illness is disgusting to me. You men and women with PTSD, it's a struggle. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you met anybody who suffers from PTSD and have particularly been around them during an episodic suffering, it's not a joke. It is often utilized as a joke. And I think that was telling testimony from Dr. Curry, was that this is the most often wrongly, or I think falsely diagnosed symptom in litigation specifically, because everybody has PTSD when it's convenient. Lordy 08 petition to change Elaine Bredehoff's name to the Crazy Objection Lady. She throws objections out like a crazy lady from The Simpsons does. Cats. Josh Yu sees Dr. Curry, sings Dreamweaver. I believe you can get me through the night. Next. Ailes, why don't you think a top professional like Dr. Curry didn't use any pirate movies or Willy Wonka in her analysis? Isn't that the normal protocol? What a disaster that was.
Well,
for that
hold
guy.
on. She did interview the Chocolate Factory, so don't forget that.
She interviewed the Chocolate Factory?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pursue
You're a
another
horrible
line of
person.
questioning.
You're a horrible person. Brandon Johns, do you think Amber and her sis will remake Two Girls, One Cup called Two Herds, One Bed, I guess? No. No. B Sport 48. 2 cents, non-legal ex-military. Elaine is a first mate on a cold April night in 1912. Rottenborn, only seemingly competent legal mind, is lieutenant who jumped on a lifeboat by not crossing Dr. Wow. Freddie Sauce, hear me out. Shave off a little Amber Heard crazy and sprinkle it onto Dr. Curry, and you have a recipe for my fantasy of Harley Quinzel, Harley Quinn from Batman. Look, let me just put this out there. I've been reluctant to do this, but it's time. Many people who get into the mental health profession have personal reasons for entering the mental health profession. And I think that little sprinkling of crazy is probably below years of therapy for Dr. Curry. And you might just be the man to bring it out of her. So go for it, champ. You can do it. Send her your resume. Anna P., the only effective defense for Amber Heard would have been to point out abuse did take place, muddy the waters on the emotional versus physical abuse, and get into the technicalities of Amber Heard being a domestic violence survivor based on that. Yeah, I think I made a similar point that if she had stuck to believable levels of abuse, that she was slapped or punched on occasion, that she felt trapped and tormented by his by those occasional outbursts, that they would have a very hard case to win. Johnny Depp's team would have a very hard case to win.
Well, I could even think if the SV was something that was more tame than the bottle incidents, that might have been a better story, right? Like if it was more a garden variety, but because it's so egregious, I think that's what just made it just unbelievable.
If she would have just come out, if the sexual violence would have been that when he drank or when he was on cocaine, he would come home, he'd be mad and aggressive. He would demand sexual intercourse. She wouldn't feel like she had the opportunity to say no because he hit her in the past. And so she would have to comply. And it was the only thing that could keep her safe was complying to his sexual desire. Again, how do you again, how do you refute that? That's the thing. It's like that may or may not be true, but how do you say that that's not true? It becomes much harder. But when you talk about like the levels of violence that she's discussed, the amount of damage sustained isn't hideable, especially to people you know and who are around you. And to have her friend be like, yeah, girl, after hearing about this horrendous violence, be like, yeah, you should totally stick together and get married and all of this stuff 6 months later. It's like, this doesn't add up. If she knows about the horrific violence, why isn't she encouraging her to get help and to get out of this toxic relationship? Fadi El-Didi, when there is testimony by deposition, can the side that asked for it decide not to bring it up? Yeah, but the other side could bring it in. I mean, so both sides have the opportunity to bring it in. And then when it comes in, they have the opportunity to, I guess, sculpt their examination, cross-examination through edits. Natasha says, Dr. Curry / Muffins is interesting, smart, calm, comes off as friendly, and makes things easy to understand. Her hubby is a happy muffin man. She's smart and hot. Dr. Hughes came off as I'm better than you, angry, biased, etc. Megan Davis, Your Honor, what, if any, opinion of yours would we be able to change the outcome of the proceedings if we call Uncle? Ryan Ideas, thank you for the donation. Iris says, thank you. Explaining and entertaining this, plus weirding my kids out because I'm watching YouTube. A toast, please. My eldest is 21 today. My boy grew into a sincere and strong young man. I'm blessed I get to grow as a person because and with him. Sure. I'm not on Provigil today, so I can actually drink more than like one.
But can you have 8 to 10?
8 to 10 MDMAs. Well, I do that every day. I like to mix my MDMAs with other substances too, like PCP as well.
I think you go really well with Xanax, Adderall, and hallucinogens.
Yeah. I take 8 to 10 of each of those things. And then I just sprinkle mushrooms into my mouth later. To Iris, to you and to your son, your 21-year-old son, you brought him into the world, raised him into what sounds like a fine and upstanding man that you are proud of. May he continue to bring you pride, joy, and wisdom as you carry on in your life together, even as he moves on, moves away into his own life, hopefully emulating those values you gave him. Cheers. Next, thanks for the entertaining streams from Jaja Mulu. You're welcome. You're welcome. Next, we have Cardinal Restorations. I'm loving your coverage and insight of the trial. Congrats on a 70,000 stream. I'm just starting out on YouTube. Can I get a shout out for my antique restoration channel? You can. Cardinal Restorations. Guys, if this dude is restoring antiques, and that's something you're into, check it out. I have a feeling an antique restoration channel can be at 1 million subscribers in a very, very short order. It's the type of content that we all love to decompress to, and is usually rather rewarding to watch. So give him a check. Give him a check out and see if that's something that you would like.
Maybe he
Doug?
can help Amber.
Oh. That was brutal. Doug Murray says, Turner on the Oriental Express, Amber's caboose. Matt Hagan says, what are the chances that Turd hunts the homeless as a stress relief? Hostel 6, Amber Heard moves to Eastern Europe. Andrew Wahoo says, I got the job. Congrats, buddy. Also, do you have to take a pre-hire drug test when you become a lawyer? Well, no, not when you become a lawyer, but you might for a particular firm. But no, I think lawyer is probably the premier profession for drug addicts.
Yeah,
Frankly.
no kidding.
No, seriously, that's not even a
Drug
joke.
and alcohol abuse for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a profession. There's no like professional standard on them so long as they're not impacting your ability to represent clients. Now, when they impact your ability to represent a client, then obviously it becomes a very big problem very, very quickly. But no, I think lawyer is an interesting place because ex-convicts can become lawyers. Lots of people can become lawyers so long as their crimes don't involve specific dishonesty. They have the opportunity to rehab their life in this particular way. So
It's hard to screw up if you becoming a lawyer. I mean, as long as you're not stealing client money, almost anything will go.
Avenatti.
Yeah, and the bar is so low on this too. I mean, there are multiple courts that have held that the attorney being drunk at trial, being asleep at trial, these do not constitute ineffective assistance of counsel under the Sixth Amendment. Apparently, it's enough to just have a live body, more or less live, next to you breathing at counsel table to get your constitutional rights. So, yeah.
Yeah. So remember that every time you ask if Amber Heard's lawyers are going to be disciplined or something, or any trial you're watching like Binger or Krause in the Rittenhouse thing, are they going to get in trouble for this? No. Really, like the amount that you have to go through to get into trouble. I'm actually offended. I don't know if you guys remember this. I'm offended by the judge who sanctioned Chris Hook. He was the guy who in California, he had sent a bunch of what I call hilarious, what a judge called disgraceful emails to opposing counsel in a negotiation. He was using like the F slur and stuff, and talking about how he was going to just completely destroy them in court because they had the right testimony. He was sanctioned to the tune of I think $18,000 or something like that. But I was like, man, with everything they let go, this is what you're going to sanction him on. And the only reason I think that came out is because someone had leaked those emails and they spread across the entire internet. And the judge felt that the judge looked bad in that case. And the judge even said at the hearing, oh, I had colleagues calling me up asking me if this was how I run my courtroom. It's like, oh, so you're sanctioning him because your ass hurt over this. Got it. Okay.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
What, that he was sanctioned?
That a judge would do that for more personal reasons rather than professional conduct reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, basically, this guy had really heated discussion back and forth with an insurance company. And just so we're clear, insurance companies are Satan, about why they weren't paying out a total loss on a house, which had massive flooding damage. And when the claims manager and the adjuster both basically testified that they didn't know what they were doing, and were just kind of going through motions. when he got them on deposition, he realized that he was going to destroy them in court. It was I'm trying to think. It wasn't State Farm. It was Allstate, I believe. He knew he had Allstate, a multi-billion-dollar company, and punitive damages for their willful or intentional breach of contracts on an insurance claim could have punitive damages in the millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. So he was very excited with what was going to happen. That's why it got down. I have an interview with him on my channel, by the way, and it's fantastic. He's a very, very interesting and sharp guy, and he seemed really genuine. Also admitted that he maybe had gone too far in those statements. I disagree. I should have gone farther. Isaiah says, hey, Nick, thanks for doing the Lord's work. Showed my girlfriend Megan your channel, and she's been listening to your streams daily for this trial. Schnarf. Why did you schnarf there at the end? Okay. B.A. Krim says, just for getting to near Rittenhouse viewership numbers. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're going to see if we're going to break those on Friday when I do the 24-hour stream.
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big day. Nathan C., what do you think about a LawTube charity collab stream benefiting the LA Children's Hospital and Make-A-Wish Foundation? Proud to have been here since the LawTube days. Have enjoyed watching from Alexandria, Virginia. That sounds like a great idea. I will not participate. I do not do charity streams on YouTube. They are the quickest way to get your channel in trouble. I will not do it. I will do private charity. I will contribute to the stream monetarily, happily. I will donate wherever. I will not do a charity stream. I was part of one, and never, ever again will I do that. So no, thank you. But if somebody else wants to do it and run a charity stream, I'll donate copiously to it. That I think is my best contribution. Nathan B., she just said, and did Miss Turd know how long you would be out of town? How did you guys miss it? I didn't hear that at all. I heard. Let's see. Little Bit says she sits there proud of her sick, twisted behavior. Heel versus Babyface says Johnny speaks very deliberately so that Elaine can keep up. I think so. Fishing with Bill. By the way, when I said I didn't hear it, I believe that she said it. I believe I just missed it. Certainly. I'm glad you guys caught it. That's great. Fishing with Billy says, thank you for the awesome commentary and streaming this live. Hope this helps you get some Tennessee whiskey. # justice for Johnny Depp. I can't wait to get back to Tennessee. I'm going to find a peg leg porker 15 year and buy it. Funeral Man 04 Rackets. I often chat with a joke, but nothing can be funnier than you in the panel. Well, maybe Mr. Rotten Born. Love all of you. Thank you for sitting in diapers so long. Well, look, you know it's messy, but you got to do it.
There's a reason I started as the bathroom lawyer. Come on, guys.
I had a toilet installed in my office. No, the other day I realized, not yesterday, but the day before, that after 10 hours of streaming, I had not gone to the bathroom the entire day. I was like,
it's like a movie, but like a really long version.
Yeah, it was not good.
That's not jaundice in your eyes. That's
I know. We need to talk about hydration, okay?
But no, that was a
Kidney
weird
stones.
day because I drank 2 Propels and a Gatorade that day. So it was like, what the hell? Like I just didn't have to go to the bathroom. It was, and all my Provigil, which I was on that day, typically makes you have to go to the bathroom a lot. So I don't know what the hell happened. I am going to have to take a break here in just a minute. Undead Mortal says Amber smiles while he talks about how she abused her sister, but no smile when he talks about how this trial is for him and all the false allegations. Rick Nikita says Rottenborn, the chosen of Nurgle. That's true. Uncle Bear says Legal Vice, I sub to you. Now you better inform me on maritime law so I can become a super sovereign citizen. I don't recognize the shyster lawyer's traitorous law. Yeah. So when you talk about maritime and admiralty, do you get into sovereign citizen stuff, Legal Vices?
No.
But you can for the lulz, because that is content. That is content.
Yeah.
Jeff.
You should have seen him leave like almost instantly yesterday when I told him, "Oh, you're going to be my go-to consult guy now for the SOV citizen clients I get. I'm actually reading an appeal record right now that's got lots of those fun affidavits in them." So,
oh god,
I do like the judge's reaction.
Is like, bye, see another time.
I do like watching the judge's reaction to the sovereign citizen motions and actions and pleadings and.
I don't submit to the authority of this court. Okay, I sentence you to jail.
Good luck with that.
So
I don't submit.
You don't have to accept the court's legitimacy, but I guarantee you will experience the court's power.
Do you know where Mr. Rackets is? He's the one that's supposed to be in court.
Right, I'm not the person of Nick Rekieta. I am actually just the corporation of Nicholas Rekieta, a separate and distinct entity from the personhood of Nick Rekieta. You need to get him in here because he's the one who would be guilty of any actions. I am a corporate person, unable to do so.
Who does not consent to contract.
Okay, have you guys, this is for the panel. Have you guys, and how often and how horrible is it always, gotten the thing where someone, like a friend or a family member tells you about this person you really need to read? They're not like a licensed attorney or whatever, but they write really good articles on the law and how you can get out of things. And so, you know, you need to read those because that would probably help you out. Do you guys get that?
I get a few of the well, Doug down at the garage, he showed me on Google where you could do this. And I was like, yeah. Wow, he's smarter than any other legal scholar that's ever lived on planet Earth up to this point. Go to him.
Yeah,
I have
I get more like, I downloaded this NDA. Do you think it'll? I'm like, no, you already know. Though already, you're off to a bad start.
I have a buddy who I like very much, and he's told me for years. He's like, you need to check out this guy. It's some guy in Minnesota. He's like, he's not a lawyer. He didn't go to law school. He's not licensed to practice. But what he does is he tells people and helps them get out of their legal issues. I'm like, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like the unlicensed practice of law, and he should probably consult an actual attorney on that because he's really running a risk here. And he's like, no, he's super successful. I'm like, how would you know? Like, he can't actually be filed as representation on anything. He would never be able to know he was representing anybody unless he disclosed it. And if he did, he's admitting to a crime. But
fixes all credit problems in 24 hours.
Yeah.
In my area of law, unfortunately, we have a lot of people who do things like go out and get concealed carry permits and take some kind of training that includes a legal section. And unfortunately, what they're taught is almost entirely garbage. Or they believe things off the internet, or they believe things they just want to believe that they're allowed to do in purported self-defense or defense of property. In fact, it happens so often. We have a free webinar we do almost every week where we do myth busting on self-defense law, and people can sign up for that at hardtoconvict.com.
Cool.
My issue is that my clients show up to court with that relative who knows absolutely everything that they need to do to be able to fix their case. And so I will confess, on at least one occasion, I have been able to get that person removed by the bailiff because they were in my client's ear during the hearing. So, boop, you're talking during court. Get this guy out of here. He's being disruptive. And things went very smoothly after that. So
well, God bless you, Andrea. You're doing the Lord's work, because I cut off my engagement about I don't know if this will work, but I do not consent for Facebook to use my images. That's kind of where I draw the line. Anything below that, blood pressure goes up. It's funny to watch on the internet.
To the chat who knows and cares about it. Yes, it looks like Ethan Ralph was again the subject of some fisticuffs in Portugal again. So which you know, the people will have varying opinions on. I'm just seeing it after the trial. I'll check it out more. But yeah, you know, let me just help you. Don't ever be Ethan Ralph in your entire life. If you do one thing, it's not being Ethan Ralph. That will lead you to a better life than whatever alternative there is.
Midnight Run 2.
James says, I'm in the UK with little knowledge of American law, but you and the panel have made it easy to follow. You've given me more entertainment than I got from Netflix in 6 weeks. Thank you, everyone. Nick owes the panel a drink. Well,
we haven't seen Netflix in 6 weeks.
Yeah, right? He's watching Netflix.
Pretty much. But yes, anytime I see any of the panel in person, I will buy them all of the drinks ever.
I may be
I
at,
will just say,
I'm gonna try
for
to.
the
So Nick, I
record-
may try to make it to Matsuri. So that may be the best time. Yeah.
Ooh, that would be so much fun. But otherwise, I'm gonna come to Korea. You guys are obviously right next door to each other.
Yes,
You're in the same-
2.5 hours from door to
That's why.
country
That's
to
why I
country.
fly. That's why I've been flying back every 2 weeks. That's exactly why,
Yeah.
because it's so close. Yeah.
Yeah. Antimatter Redneck says, Rottenborn during this sidebar, Your Honor, I need an extended lunch break to find a 55-gallon drum of J-Lube so I'm not raw after I'm done with this cross of Johnny. Elaine also needs a hemorrhoid donut after Dr. Muffins. Oh, my God. Uh-oh. Speaking of, court is here.
Rick Moranis is back on the bench.
Okay, I did unmute it, so I'm not sure the court's still muted. There we go. And on that, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before things really heat up.
Oh, looks like they moved DUI guy back 2 rows.
All right, you can have a seat. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore, is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
That's
In fact, Johnny had 2 black
And it's
eyes.
exhibit
on
1905.
that train.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it.
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, sure, be fine.
He's dripping with anticipation over this cross exam. I don't know if they cut my sandwich. Look at this freaking thing.
I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm not sure.
It's just redacted.
Subway or Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's.
No Juicy Smollett business.
Subway's trash.
This is MAGA country. I can't trust it. Redact the freaking timestamps, Rottenborn. Redact them. Why is this taking so long? Over on Rumble, Jennifer E. Shield.
All right.
Damn it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom two pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side. It causes the occipital bone, I believe it's called, to
shatter,
sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was in fact in the dark. I had a chef on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side there.
Don't object. Let him answer that one.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859. Is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor.
You better be 100% right when you're going to accuse someone of photoshopping.
This is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. All right. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure. Why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures.
Objection, no foundation.
No foundation.
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of justification.
Yeah. He just pulled it out of the air.
Mr. Depp.
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike anything after that, first of all.
Getting testy.
It's not true and correct.
This should be done
at true and correct.
Just a photograph.
Yep.
You're gonna.
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
All right. Over objection, I'll allow 1859.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle,
that
could I
should be
please
brought to
get you
sidebar and argued.
You need to redact it first.
We actually have one. It's that will admit or asked to be admitted as 1858.
The paralegal just pulled it off of Facebook and tried to have it entered into evidence.
Yeah, who authenticated it?
So this is 18.
Nobody.
Yeah, nobody has authenticated.
Nobody authenticated.
Okay.
They should have really brought that to sidebar
We'll
and
fix
argued
exhibit
that
sticker on the bottom
vigorously.
and get you that correct 1859.
But yes, what a business hosting Johnny Depp on
And
their train
Michelle, what I'd
might
like
be
to ask you to do,
motivated to
please, is to
Photoshop a
put
bruise off of his
The
face.
picture
You think?
displayed as 1859
Or just generally fix their faces.
was admitted into evidence next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Ride our train, get a shiner.
With an evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
Everything's cleaned up.
Radically different quality.
Yeah.
And
No, you answered my question.
how
Permission
do you know I
published.
wasn't done?
It's not the exact same
You answered
picture.
my question, sir. Thank
No.
you. Appreciate
No.
it.
You're very welcome.
You notice he still has a mark under his eye here, though.
Yeah.
It's still there.
Yep.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Not the same mark.
It's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
Let's
the
go.
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Change the
good.
subject.
You've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
It said like 20.
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh, I heard
you
her.
heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag. Correct?
Objection form compound.
Overruled.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA down my mouth.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
A
She didn't say you
handful.
poured
That's
10
right.
did she?
Oh, she said a handful,
Okay.
which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs.
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay,
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? Publish.
Rottenborg's just coming across as kind of frantic here.
And if you can blow up
This
the text,
is-
please, Michelle.
Every time he says,
In
okay,
this-
okay.
Text message, Mr. Depp. You were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir,
And Whitey stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy. You already
Yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that
didn't
down.
recall that,
Thank you.
but
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes, sir.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually,
From-
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other
No,
bottle
no.
in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
It's a handle of alcohol.
Glass
What even is this cross?
is glass.
And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up
Oh.
a glass and a handle of vodka.
Idiotic.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay. Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that Yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
And it is possible that
Yeah,
handles
so
of don't have actual
that
handles
there was
on them.
no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I.
Okay.
No.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please.
It's going to show the other phone.
Page 4.
This kind of frantic paced questioning is just so
We've done this drill before.
weak.
This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please, I would like to have what.
The
he's-
copy?
the testimony of the witness.
We don't have copies for everybody.
We don't have testimony. You just have to
Mr.
have
Depp,
one.
you remember giving testimony
copy
in the
for
UK
them.
trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
So I do remember a telephone in the bar area, and this telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked the question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine?
That'd be great.
Possibly about paparazzis.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph above that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes,
At the bottom of
The guy
that,
wearing the crown owns his own
just
island,
refresh the
dude.
recollection that you said, "I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
A good
Yes,
Chris
you
Christopher
read it
says
right.
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Ooh.
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883?
Oh, this is his response to Amber's nudie. Oh my God, they have to get it in
Like
on
I've never
redirect
said
if
those
they are not
words.
prepared for that.
There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883.
883, Your Honor.
It's not.
Yes.
Is it empty?
It is not
goodness.
admitted yet.
Okay, 88.
Text to Amber. Text to Amber.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I
Typed it up the night before.
883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, Rose, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
If you win this objection, you better ask for his characterization of the text to be stricken. So is there something like this, Andrea, in his you mentioned text to Amber Heard.
Just to responding
Amber
to
Heard
nudes?
sent Johnny Depp nudes when he was working on the set of The Lone Ranger, and she's got this little handwritten side on it that says, "This Texan bitch will eat you alive. I need, give me what's mine."
Yeah, I remember I showed that picture censored on stream the other day. Someone sent it to me for a handwriting analysis. She had to write the letters. She had to write the letters backwards because she couldn't figure out how to flip the phone image. So the letters look really awkward because they're written inappropriately. So did he respond to that, or have we not?
Right.
Do we know?
We don't know. That was what I'm guessing here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that, sir.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write,
Sexy.
I want, I take.
You read it right, but I did not write that. Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane,
There's
Excuse me?
from
several
Boston,
participants
when you got off the plane
redacted
from
out.
Boston,
Yeah.
you knew Miss Heard was
Yeah.
angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry,
We
right?
need to stop some of these
She was
useless
always
objections.
angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this and I had told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Deuters was one of them. Yes, sir.
Right. And it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Ms. Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Ms. Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Ms. Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Ms.
Your
Heard
Honor.
had.
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his answer.
Yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Ms. Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Deuters communicate with Ms. Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to placate her,
I'm sorry,
correct?
he's sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please?
Yeah, I get it that Molly is ecstasy, but he's talking about abusing Molly's
Your Honor,
pussy or whatever. I
think you know
don't
where
think
I'm
that's
going
an
here, and
ecstasy
based on
comment. The
Mr.
question is,
Depp's
who the fuck
testimony,
is
I'd ask
Molly?
you for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
Making her quiver like a mackerel. There's no
Pleading
testimony.
mackerel. Pleading mackerel.
Bleeding mackerel.
There's
Pleading
no
mackerel.
testimony that I'm aware of any person Johnny Depp's been involved with named Molly in this case. There are multiple recipients listed on that thing. Is that a group text? Is that from Johnny Depp? Is that from someone else? I have no idea about what that came from. Johnny seems genuinely confused about it. This is this is
More
an
out of
evidence
context
question.
text.
The poor mackerel.
Pretty
Cover
angry.
me in your clarified butter, Johnny.
Restraining order, weren't you?
It was more than anything I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
Just one question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related,
come down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this-
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 4th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
So
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
I don't
That's
know.
correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor, I'd
Warner
ask-
Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from
Just say no.
Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Say no.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Kroll
you
to
like,
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please?
So this is the risk of bringing Johnny Depp and having significant time to cross. Some of this stuff
Mr.
doesn't
Depp,
look
this
great.
is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016.
None of
correct?
those people were just
This
listed.
is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then. Don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Unber, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
857. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right. 857A.
Is the question is, did he try to get her fired from Aquaman 2?
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this
Begging
text,
for total
Mr.
global
Depp,
humiliation.
you said she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it.
The Flappy Fish Market text.
I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have
Elon!
no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so
The
fucking
man is an
he
artist.
wants to
What,
go
what
to
can we
fight this
say?
out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes
Captain Jack wrote this text.
from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, not long after this,
What does that have to do with him getting her fired?
not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Be very careful
Yes,
here.
sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Object.
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London
Object.
in February 2020, didn't you?
Object.
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that
Object.
you two met with people from the Daily Mail in
invoke
London in
himself, I think.
February 2020.
Assert your privilege. If they're not going to
Was that
object,
during the London trial?
No,
No?
no, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily
Can't
Mail?
disagree or
February
agree
20,
with something I don't
correct?
recall.
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
the same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
alleged
I'll
to
sustain,
take.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp?
No, it is.
That's not
Trying
true.
to get to UK. Trying to get to
Yeah.
UK.
No, for me it is true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my
Or
question,
was
Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on
I
both
don't
sides.
know what
of the
many
trial,
is.
correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues
Nope.
you're litigating here,
No.
which is whether
Nope.
you committed
Calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Yep.
Objection. Next question.
Sustain.
You
That's
brought
right.
that case against the
They
Sun.
shouldn't have objected. Let him say
because
no.
You were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah,
It wasn't
that's
true.
different than now.
It wasn't true.
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
They are
Thank you.
objecting at some stupid fucking. Let him answer that question. No, I did not get to tell my story. Like, just let him answer that.
He's just not a great enough witness,
Ron
though,
Bourne
to
asked you some
be able
questions
to
about,
get right there.
Or he wasn't
a trial.
prepped for that, or whatever. They're worried about what he's going to
Why
say.
do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said,
Or they're going to pull it out on redirect.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
they
up.
said
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's
This
talking
doesn't
about-
call for a legal conclusion.
Just his experience.
It's in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr.
Fisher
Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
What was the nature of that examination? Or,
All
excuse me, who was
cross-exam.
conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the son.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
Displeasure.
That her vagina is literally flappy. That's the fish market bit.
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet.
Some people would shoot up a fish market over this.
You do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821? Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right, we could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
He didn't say what he said.
No.
Please continue.
Overruled.
Change seats.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises, that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them,
she's a bitch.
I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. Just getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying
Not
what
being
he
offered
actually
for the
told
proof
them.
of the matter asserted.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, sorry.
Aquanet.
and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
This is the one somebody on Twitter has already caught. These are both incoming texts.
Mr.
to
Depp,
Johnny.
do you recall
These are
seeing
not
these
his
text
texts.
messages during
Yeah.
Mr. Ronborn's examination?
That's what I was thinking. It says incoming right on there.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
And it looks
Yes,
like
I
a group
remember.
text.
And you
Yeah.
didn't seem to recall these text messages. Is that fair?
It truly is.
They left a phone number up. They're redacting them in real time.
I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message?
It's not
Or these 2
me.
text
It's not
messages?
her.
No,
It's not him.
I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly,
Oh God.
but I don't understand the.
You just redacted more than one phone number.
I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please?
Whose phone number is it?
Can
She
we
missed
please
it.
pull
She
up
missed it.
Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
Wow.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And did
I
you
really
recall that
do.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820?
I can't believe they missed that.
Do you recall
The
me
text
showing
message
you this
thing.
text
It's just
message
pissing me
earlier
off.
on?
Or excuse me, do you recall
Yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct. Yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia, and then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again.
The Rip Depp and Johnny Law stuff. He didn't lose on this issue. It's just frustrating.
Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose. Yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief
show the other
freak
photo
out
too.
Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If they catch that incoming and closing, they can bring it up there.
Well, it's
Didn't
on
quite get
Twitter,
that,
the
sorry.
side by sides of the text. On the text
Depp
that he
called
sent,
Morgan Tremaine.
it's
All right.
outgoing, and
Morgan Tremaine.
on that text it says incoming. So,
Yeah.
but it pisses me off because that's a point to show that Rottenborn is a slimy piece of shit, and they missed it. That's what makes me so fucking mad about it. It's like, no, who is it? And I think they should have shown the Photoshop picture next to it and have them testify. Look at how clear it is. We have the original photo, but look at how cleaned up this one is. This is an advertising photo on their Facebook page.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
Malfoy.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce
Malfoy.
esports events and design.
Seriously, bro.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
Look at that practice
I was the
eyebrow
go
raise.
between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
I feel like this guy has
Approximately how many
200
paparazzis were
anti-Semitic
you
jokes
in
chambered
charge
at
of?
any given moment.
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations, based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
Tipped off
What
about
was
the
your
bruise?
team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay
What?
and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
He was kind of there.
Was asking
Foundation.
for-
He's the guy who does the
I don't
assignment.
think there's a foundation.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Go ahead, Ms. Cummings.
He's the
Can you
assigner
say
of
the question again?
tasks.
What was your team of
The
paparazzi?
dictator of
while
tasks,
they
I
were at
believe.
Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016.
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face. The alleged.
Oh, Jesus.
Did your team of videographers
Whoa.
get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the
Completely
difference
orchestrated.
between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12th, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to producers and to myself as the field assignment manager because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
This isn't.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay. Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection,
video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's
That's
about
not-
to describe what comes from the Dropbox website.
That's not
So far,
hearsay.
he just said was a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
Was it edited? What was the
What did
end
you
of this
do
video?
once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12th, 2016?
Camille,
Yes, I
how did
received
the
a
video
tip that
end?
Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media has been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
Thank you.
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take
There
to
you go.
copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
There it is. Done.
Did any
Amber
other
Heard gave
tabloids
it to
other
him.
than TMZ post this video?
Objection,
No, they-
leading and calls for hearsay.
What?
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
What, if any?
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
We're
Have you
aware.
seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have,
Thank
yes.
you.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12th,
Thank you,
2016?
Camille.
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety. It was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in his trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So
What are you going to do, Elaine?
how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received
they didn't
a
even get to
subpoena,
voir
I
dire
think,
this guy.
yesterday in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't-
speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh, look at you,
Are you
guy!
aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question, but I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
Do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you
I
know
worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or
Objection,
not
he doesn't
known
know
whether that deposition
about
was
this
going to
article?
work out. In other words, the people representing
I
Mr.
would
Depp. had
expect
different
they would
opinions for-
both know.
Okay. And then the video clip, you don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not testifying to
I have
that.
no further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're
It
free.
certainly wasn't out of sexual interest.
All right. You have another witness? Okay.
That was brutal.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Neumeister here.
Love it.
Right, Brian
Oh,
Neumeister.
God. They're just
And that-
spoiling me today.
That Elaine headshot. I could say the same about you if taking Amber on as a
Oh,
client.
my
She
God.
took that one to the
Between
face.
eyes. Between
Even-
the eyes.
Even she had to laugh at that one.
The man is a sniper.
TMZ Draco, man.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert.
Of course it is.
N Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well,
I was bullied throughout my
State
educational
University
career.
Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called
CEN,
Skymeister.
Chief Executive
And
Nerd.
that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony.
Then this
on the
is his
subject matter
CV,
right
you
now.
dummy.
I'll overrule the objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
Exactly, bro.
Go ahead, Mr. Neumeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up. We are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics. computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
Boomers.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers.
OG camera aficionado there with Leica.
I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
I'm an expert, but I'm also something of a hero.
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in the helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it it just ended up, more and more people started calling, and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications, because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to
All
these
right.
qualifications
I'll
on relevance.
Sustain the objection. Yep.
Mr. Newmeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted, or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have
All of them? All of the
for
honors and
videography. I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program.
Thomas Edison cylindrical phonograph.
The Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about.
Or you're not here to testify that Amber Heard's a pleading mackerel, are you?
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Newmeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Mr. Newmeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Miss Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos, or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded.
So he was hired by Heard's legal team?
It tells you, for example,
He just reviewed what she submitted in Discovery.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
What the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera, they're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope, we do a luminance scope, we do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
you want to approach?
How is this outside the scope of asking whether or not something was edited? To talk about how you detect for editing. Here's all the things we do. Your Honor, well, maybe if they didn't find any editing, maybe that's what he's going to say. Maybe he's just going to say they didn't find anything. That could be the answer.
That seems
Ladies,
likely.
Gentlemen, it's 4:30 a.m. here. I've got to get my 2 hours sleep before I go to work.
All right. See you, buddy.
All right, legal
Thank you
advice.
for having me on
Care.
again, Dave. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, Norbert here is the destroyer. I mean, this guy has nerd cred out the fucking building. First of all, his name is Norbert, which gives him all of it. Like, he didn't even have to go to school. He could just sit down at a computer and learn it intuitively. But yeah, the whole like, yeah, well, we flew a helicopter. No one else had one. So we also rescued babies. Like, this guy's great. I can attest to technical certifications being actually absolutely worthless. As a certified expert on cybersecurity law with a damn certificate to prove it, I can tell you that I would not hire me in my present state as a cybersecurity expert. I would need to do so much fucking catch up. Yeah, tech moves way too fast for these certifications, in my opinion. And I always love going to like a community college graduation and listening to all the people who got their certification in Microsoft Excel or whatever. the Microsoft Office Suite certification. Like, really?
Yeah.
It's a 2-year program.
Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, 3 basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence.
Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I think we have to go straight to specifics.
Okay.
All right, we'll bring up each picture.
Then you can go general.
Yeah.
So all the photos we looked at
were edited in some way. Is it possible that there were other edits made?
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
Once again, it's the Depp team that has the demonstrative.
1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
The only Amber Heard demonstrative that I remember was the one shitty chart that the guy had to
Your Honor, I
redraw
would-
because it didn't prove his point.
Can't object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
Wait, so you're going to object to his demonstrative, which necessarily is going to have the images with the probably side-by-side comparisons or like the chroma, like the chromatic aberrations or whatever the hell he's going to talk about? Like you just objected to the generals.
I want to
They
see
know-
one with a big mackerel on it.
They know how bad it's going to look when this guy shows that
Yeah.
the colors were enhanced to show bruising that wasn't there. They know how
Delaying the
fucking bad that's going to
inevitable.
look. I can't wait. That's juicy. Let me see if I can get a super chat or two in while we're here. Nope, it sounded like it was coming back. SR Vaughn 1003. Someone on Johnny Depp's team should point the arrogance and smugness of the defendant. Perverted glee she demonstrates when Johnny Depp relates how he was abused by her. No, they shouldn't do that. Not in court.
Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 178, which has been admitted into evidence?
So they weren't able to get the demonstrative in now. I guess they
Mr.
maybe need
Neumeister,
to.
does this photo appear to be
Could
one
be.
that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo.
No.
Dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Publishing this
1303,
very
please? And
none of
Mr.
these
Neumeister, what
photos
does
were
this
introduced
demonstrative
'cause they're
show
all edited.
about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email. Maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustain objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down.
They
You
may be
mentioned,
better off with him explaining the
photos
transformations
1.5
than
and photos
objecting to
3.0
them,
earlier, I
honestly.
believe.
Yeah.
Photos,
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically. And there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that of operating system the phone is running on. It would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software, Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Whoops.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay?
Your Honor, we'd prefer if she didn't approach. It kind of makes my client look like a piece of shit.
Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes,
Any
because
objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She was just to
co-counsel's
publish
talking. I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
sorry, we're desperately reviewing this, trying to figure out how we are.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show? What do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72:1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying Photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's
same thing every photo.
Right there, you've got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, we pretty much covered what this stuff is, but again, you see the Photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the Photos 3.0. And this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, Photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see Photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got the Photos app.
He must not be allowed to
And I
talk
believe
about the
there's one
color
final
shifts
photo in
or the
this,
compression.
Demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says Photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
Were pixels
We'll
added?
take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess.
Can you explain
Just, do not
interpolation?
discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
We need a meme of that image with Rittenhouse peering over his lawyer's shoulder, looking at the big screen. Amber Heard behind him with a raised knife.
You know what I want? I want them on closing to use Pam from The Office. You know the meme with her looking at the two different
These pictures are not
The same picture.
and just have it's the same picture. Specifically with that one color corrected of her cheek that people have done that shows that
Yeah.
it's the exact same one. Like
And the
it's
one with
same
the wine
picture.
bottle from December and from May that she used
Yeah,
for
that-
the two incidents.
That would be great.
I'm just going to be very happy if they can get the tablescape in through this guy. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be really good if they did. Right now, it kind of seems like his testimony is being curbed. He mentioned it, that his testimony is being curbed. It sounds like they really wanted him to talk about artifacting, about compression, about the color correction. And I'm not so sure he's going to get to. It sounds like he's limited to just saying in the EXIF data, this went through a photo editor of some sort. So on cross, their strategy will be, now you say this went through Photos 1.5, 1.3, isn't, or Photos 3. Isn't it true that that's the photo software that's built into the Apple iPhone? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it true that if you just maybe zoomed in a little bit or reframed the photo, that it would show that it went through this photo editing software? Yes. Isn't it possible that there's no color correction done? There's no intent to deceive with this. It's just a factor of maybe framing a photo a little bit better than the original shot. You know, questions like that to try and discredit the fact that these have been edited in some sort. And this is why photo metadata becomes such a weird and touchy subject. And it's what they tried to do in Rittenhouse, right? Everybody has zoomed in on your iPhone. Everybody's pinched to zoomed. So this isn't crazy to bring it into court, but it might be crazy. You know, it might be. Now we've got an issue because these photos are in evidence. This isn't an exclusion thing. So now the jury gets to make their decision about how much they trust the evidence that's in front of them after this guy talks about it.
I do wonder, I mean, I agree. Obviously, there's been some type of limitations imposed on what he's being allowed to talk about. It does seem to have to do with evidence of actual modification as opposed to just the EXIF data. I just don't know that I can trust Amber's team to not open that door in the cross, you know, to just get greedy about just because it's in this photo editing app doesn't mean it's actually been edited. And wouldn't that open the door to say, well, I know it's been edited because of these other reasons that you got excluded from trial.
That's true. If they do that, then on redirect, maybe they can counter it. That's funny.
We'll see. Just got to see their discipline.
And this judge's willingness to let them kick open the door.
Yeah.
Was it you who said that you felt like the judge was maybe couching things, expecting an appeal from Amber and not so
Yes.
much from Johnny?
Yes, I think I just think that pattern is clear from the rulings and really has been for a long time, that essentially when in doubt, Amber is absolutely getting the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think so. Which is telling, because if the judge is anticipating an appeal from one side, there's two reasons for that. One, they think that side is likely to come out losing. And the other reason for that would be that they believe, combining that with one side being more motivated to appeal. If Johnny Depp's intent is to get this out into the public, even if he loses, he may not be motivated to appeal, especially with the prospect of losing a case and appealing it is really low when there's a jury verdict, unless you have some really egregious thing. And she's been pretty cautious, I think. So,
yeah, no, she has a very clear sense of the litigious nature of the personalities she's been dealing with for, quite some time in this case now. So I think that's abundantly clear.
Yeah, I think so too. So some internet sleuths have found the supposed name of the person owning the phone number in Johnny Depp's thing.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I don't really want to say who it is because I don't feel like putting a random person on blast to 80,000 people. So I know people out there have been looking into the number, but I'm not going to say it online because I just, if it's wrong, it doesn't need to be in public. And two, even if it's right, I'm not so sure that it needs to be in public. The main thing about those text messages for me is Johnny Depp's team really should have resolved what that outcoming was on the discrepancy, because it looks like a text coming into his phone, either from a group text that involved him and Stephen Deuters, or from someone else. But Stephen Deuters is listed, he's listed, but I feel it looks like there's more numbers on there. And the number that was listed is not Stephen Deuters or Johnny Depp. So it's very interesting. It is Sam Hyde. You're right. It is Sam Hyde. That's whose number it was. I'll put it out there. It was definitely Sam Hyde. Right before he did the most recent mass shooting, Sam Hyde was texting with Johnny Depp. That's true. That's a true fact.
God.
So you can see him. Actually, there are pictures of Sam Hyde driving around texting Johnny Depp with his arm out the window of his car, holding a gun.
Well, he was playing Marilyn Manson music, I'm sure.
Yes. By the way, there's an update in the Marilyn Manson case, or one of the Marilyn Manson cases.
Yes.
The judge ruled that Ashley Walters' case against Marilyn Manson is dismissed and she cannot sue him anymore for the same charges of her past claim.
Yes. So Ashley Walters is one. She had a big statute of limitations problem, which she attempted to cure by alleging that she had repressed her memories of abuse, which of course is a little bit consistent with then filing a complaint on the basis of your claims of abuse that you're claiming that you lost your memories of. So clearly the judge just did not buy this at all. And I think that's clearly the right outcome.
Yeah. The statute of limitations exists for very good reasons. And in fact, there are a few places where we get rid of the statute of limitations by statute, usually murder, in some cases sexual assault or sexual abuse. And I'm suspect of any removal of statute of limitations, including on murder. I know that it's really always cool when it's like digital forensics has put together a case and brought down a murderer who's eluded capture for 62 years. But at the same time, like, the reason the statute exists is because witnesses and evidence deteriorate. So,
Yeah.
and people's minds get polluted by what they read about or see about that event or even other events that they incorporate into their own memories. So, yeah, it's that's why statute of limitations should work. And yeah, it's also why victims of assault or domestic, sexual or otherwise should immediately contact authorities. You should not be a victim of domestic assault or sexual assault or regular assault. You should contact the authorities. Don't let anybody tell you that you should not do that and that you should not, that like being a victim is okay, or you should just tough it out or whatever. Contact them right away. That's the most critical thing. Yeah. Don't
And
stay
if you
in
shoot
relationship.
anybody, If you shoot anybody, you might check out hardtoconvict.com.
That's true. That's true.
We may prove helpful. But don't do that unless you really, really have to.
Yeah, the people encouraging you to stay in abusive relationships or whatever, please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't.
And incidentally, no responsible relationship counselor should ever, under any circumstances, if learning that a relationship is abusive, ever encourage that relationship to continue. The duty needs to immediately shift to how do we keep this person safe and how do we transition them into a position where their safety can be maintained.
Absolutely. Andrea, can you answer a question for me? I mean, I assume you can. That's why I'm asking. Was Amber Heard actually a stripper? Was that testified to?
It hasn't been testified to overtly, but so this comes up in the audio recording. One of the audio recordings that they made after the split, but before the divorce. And in that, Amber Heard is berating Johnny for, among other things, telling people about the fact that she had been a stripper. And Johnny Depp is defending himself, saying, no, you trusted me with that information and I never told anybody. So basically, I don't know how that's out there. But of course, now this audio is out there, so we all know this was a thing and that she didn't like it much that was public.
Okay, so then the follow-up question is, do we know what her stripper name was?
Probably Amber Heard.
God.
Maybe that's the Molly.
I think it was Crystal with 3 Ks.
Crystal Molly.
No, that Molly thing, it's just so weird because you'd think if Johnny Depp had sent that text, and that text looks really bad. This is why that text does look, a little bit bad, mainly because he said, I would never say that. That's horrifying. He's like, well, here you are saying it. And he looks befuddled. They should really, this is, again, what bothers me is they should point out that it wasn't him. So it goes to his credibility. But there's been no testimony in this entire case and his very public life about anyone named Molly. No affairs, no relationships. I can't think. Molly Ringwald is the only actress I can think of named Molly. And I don't think it's her. Probably. I don't know. It's around the same age category.
It goes to the danger of, be careful about what you text, folks. It's like the old mafia caution, right? It's like never write when you can speak, never speak when you can nod, never nod when you can wink. Just all these communications are discoverable.
Yeah,
and I do have to wonder: isn't this mackerel? Was the mackerel joke was that comment a Led Zeppelin joke, or was that just me? I read that as a Led Zeppelin joke. There's a whole story about the grouper and the fish, and it's kind of gross, but one of those stories of the rock star excess. Am I speaking?
We got to get Andrea high. This sounds like a great story.
It's just this one of these stories that has floated around for decades, I think, about a backstage party with Led Zeppelin where supposedly a groupie was shall we say ravished with a fish, and more and more details about that have, I guess, spilled out over the years. And apparently the groupie herself has come forward and said, yeah, it happened and it was fine. I was cool with it.
Okay, so the Led Zeppelin once defiled a groupie with a mud shark. The backstory: the most notorious of all Zeppelin legends began when the band played the Seattle Pop Festival on July 27, 1969, then retired to the Edgewater Inn. The building sits atop Seattle's Puget Sound. Guests can actually fish directly from their windows. 1985 Led Zeppelin biography Hammer of the Gods, which got much of its information from Zepp road manager Richard Cole, describes a graphic scene in one of the rooms. Quote, a pretty young groupie with red hair was disrobed and tied to the bed. Wrote author Stephen Davis. Led Zeppelin then proceeded to stuff pieces of shark into her vagina and rectum.
Oh, what?
Those are the quotes
sideways
from
there
the book.
That's the story.
The truth, this from Rolling Stone magazine. The truth, this one's fishy. A different version of the mud shark incident has Cole as the fish-wielding culprit. The band Vanilla Fudge have also claimed responsibility for the incident. Their drummer, Carmen Apis, says the girl in question was a groupie who tagged along with him, and his keyboardist, Mark Stein, filmed the entire encounter. Zeppelin was supposedly in the hotel at the time, though only John Bonham was around for the incident. Somewhere out there is a 60-something woman who might be able to confirm the whole thing, but it's hard to imagine her coming forward. So there you go. That's the story. Who knows? Who knows? Quivering like a mackerel or whatever. But again, the thing is that bothers me. It says incoming on there. The text that Johnny Depp handed over, to my knowledge, are Johnny Depp's text messages, not anyone else's. So if it says incoming, that doesn't make sense. All of his other texts say outgoing that I've seen. Now, if somebody has seen any other Depp texts in this trial that say outgoing on the picture, the image, please feel free to send them to me on Twitter or whatever. But I've only seen that I can remember outgoing. And I think that is a big miss on that, if that's true. Now, if they also submitted Stephen Duder's text records as part of their discovery disclosure, which I'm not sure why they would, because he's not in this case, then I guess that would change things potentially. I just don't know. You think the message was to Stephen Duders from Johnny? Again, why? They didn't make that very clear.
That's not how Rottenborn set it up. Rottenborn set it up to make it clear that this was Johnny's phone. This was his production.
Yeah.
So
again, it goes. It's very just. It's possibly his. I'm not saying it's not, but it runs against how things were presented and what appears to be on the actual image to me. And that raises questions. And I really wanted the lawyers to address those questions, especially when you get Johnny Depp looking genuinely confused, because either he's lying and is a very convincing liar, or he has literally no idea what the hell those text messages are. And if he's in some multi-text thing and it comes in and he's in there, who knows? Like, if you add someone to a text chain with multiple people, you know that you can get out of hell faster than you can get out of a group text. Because everybody fucking responds to them, and then suddenly it's like bzz, bzz, you get a new threat on your phone every time you try to get out.
So
They're a
true.
nightmare. So
on Twitter too.
Yes.
Can't the judge do something about this? I mean, no. You gotta. You have to raise the objection somewhere. The interesting thing would be is if they went on break and found out that it was misrepresented and then went and brought a motion back to the court to exclude and strike it as improper, they could try. I don't know that the judge would entertain it. But the other times he had bad evidence against him, he admitted it and gave it context. In this case, he vehemently denied it. Yeah, I get it. Molly is talking about drugs, maybe, but again, when I'm talking about drugs, I'm not usually talking about drugs having a vagina that you're going to bust open like a door, right? Like that just, I'm not going to go ahead and say it's about drugs personally. I think it's much more likely that it's someone else's text, frankly, based on the evidence I've seen. So
the problem here is just that it's yet another one of these completely out of context texts. So how is anybody supposed to make sense of what this means? If you had the entire conversation and could see what got you to this point of making this comment about Molly, then perhaps that would be clear. But if you're not even going to show Johnny that, it just seems like such an unfair effort to try to trip him up. To me, that is patently transparent.
Well, and why didn't his team raise the context of the conversation? Like you could rehabilitate that, and they didn't. And I think it might be because it doesn't make any sense, and there might not be context because this might be some one-off series of text messages from somebody who's not Johnny Depp and not Stephen Duders.
Yeah.
But I have no idea. That it bothers me because it's just something I want the answer to, and I don't think I'm going to get it ever. And I feel like if I feel that way, jurors might feel that way. And if a juror feels like something's been obscured from them, it can go, I mean, it can go both ways, but it could go poorly for Johnny. Here we go. Matthew Harvey says 7 hours. I've had the stream open, then Chrome decided it couldn't handle it anymore. Did you get the memory overflow thing where your chat window locked up? I got it. That thing pisses me off. I don't know what it is. I wish I didn't have it. I have so much RAM in this damn computer that it should never happen. Tug tweeted about the full context of text messages. Okay, let me check it out. Tug has so many. He's got fucking everything. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, he has the love 'em, hit 'em thing. That was from a 1995 tabloid. So that's something different. Where do we have?
All right, we ready for the jury?
I'm looking
Yes,
for the context of those texts. I'm not seeing them
Just one
yet.
moment. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing those texts. Yeah, Tug doesn't seem to have those texts listed, which again is curious because he has everything else. In fact, his Twitter's a nightmare today, full of information. People should check it out after the show or during if you want.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Ben.
Bring on that jury. Let's finish with Norbert. They have anybody else after this? They haven't called Duders, but he's not on the list, the rebuttal list at all.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they call Steven. They could still potentially call Samantha McMillan. I haven't seen her name on the list yet either, but she is the stylist who was there on the December 15th.
Your next question. Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right. Okay.
Is it the videos just layered over each other? That would be great. We have a video clearly showing the editing that was going on. Oh my, let me Tails says I bet Molly is the Led Zeppelin groupie. The pescatarian. Okay. The amateur iconoclast says Zap Rousdower is Depp's driver. I guess that must be in relation to the mullet guy. The Rule of Rage says much love you, Nick. Insert posh Ricada voiced. Dears Vices, I, a fellow follower of degeneracy, doth my wish to inquire into your mind and your desire to bequeath thy succulent balls, or therefore absence on thou wenches. He's not on here. We'll have him on a nighttime show and we'll ask him then. Prediction. Main cross will be none of this pain came out until you sued over an article that didn't name you or those details and frame it so everything, including this trial, is his fault. Depp solid on the stand, though. No, the cross is actually just going directly to his credibility. And And I think, that's probably a smart move by Rottenborn. Because I don't think you're selling a jury on the technical aspects of defamation. Well, it's only these 3 statements and not all the other stuff that Amber Heard did. Because if Amber Heard has been trying for 2 years to defame you and finally does it with this one thing, statute of limitations on the statements, the previous statements are going to be run. That's why these are in the case. But people recognize she's been trying to do this. Like, this was the goal, and she finally did it.
Yeah, the context matters.
Jenny Nicole says, career prosecutor specializing in domestic violence here. What a wild ride this trial has been from a trial advocacy standpoint.
Norbert looks so lonely there. Nobody will talk to me.
Just like normal.
I have to eat lunch by myself.
In my helicopter. Filming all of you. Corey Waters. Hey, Nick, hoping you can help to spread the word about this. Last August, the Calder wildfire devastated El Dorado County, which included my neighborhood. 2/3 of the home destroyed. GoFundMe /Waters Home.
We took care of that, Your Honor. Thank you. May we publish, or would you like to see it?
I'd just like to see it first. Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I got to shout out Tahoe real fast. I lived there for 3 years, 2000 to 2003. Beautiful, beautiful place. Worked on building a lot of the homes over in Fallen Leaf Lake that burned, not in the Calder fire, but the one before. So.
Yeah, the Midwest has tornadoes. California has fucking earthquakes and wildfires.
Mud and wildfires, yeah.
And use this demonstrative. You can publish to the jury.
We get the fires and mud here in Colorado and the California smoke. Thank you very much.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative.
Up here in Eastern Washington, we have what they call termination winds.
What the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
David Hayter says, First Amendment applies to everyone, huh? Alex Jones would like to have a word with you. There it is. Yep.
Oh, yeah, they made it worse.
So, Mr. Newmeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated 2 different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one this is 9.3.1, there is a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And
Can't say why.
Just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom.
The one they entered into evidence was the edited one. That's what he just told them.
Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Your Honor, exhibits 712 and 713 are outside the scope.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
That was bad. He just showed the jury, even with the redaction box that they probably remember, because it's kind of weird to look at a photo with a big black box there and not have a nearly naked person next to it, is, this was edited. And you just saw how the edits were. You saw someone who went from having like mildly rosy cheeks to someone who had what looked like a wound. And that's what they showed you. And they knew it because they have all these photos.
Yep, they're the ones that handed them over.
Yep. Beautiful. Really a shame that he can't talk about the specific color correction and call attention to it. But
so did she lose that one?
We pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom. And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please?
Must have.
This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
I would just request, what exhibits are they? Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Okay, 1306 then will be demonstrative as identified in public.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
Sorry. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you do that?
And Mr. Neumeister,
There we
what's
go.
your,
Overlaying.
what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have, I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors. It keeps happening.
Yeah, just tell the jury what you won't let him
Mr.
talk about.
Neumeister,
Good job, idiot.
An opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed. Of
These are not the colors you were looking for.
First of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
He can show you that this is from an iTunes backup, likely in the EXIF data.
Yeah,
And
why did the metadata get fucked up?
Your Honor, he's testifying about the fake bruises again. We object. This keeps happening, Your Honor.
I love that he just mentioned the colors thing. Your Honor, he's not supposed to talk about the colors that were edited. Like, that's what he just told the jury. If they're listening at all, we really don't want him to talk about the colors. So now they're going to be looking at every picture going, okay, what are the colors? What colors are there? Oh, God. This keeps happening. Of course, the interesting thing is, since the judge doesn't want to prejudice the jury, she won't announce the nature of the order on the objection to the guy. So he doesn't actually know that he can't talk about the colors. He can
So,
only
Mr.
kind of
Neumeister,
infer.
without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Good luck with this line of
Who
questioning.
gets those certifications? Fucking cops looking for promotion.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
This guy
Where they
just
sit around the whole
demonstrated-
class
On the
bullshitting with
opinions
cop
you
stories.
testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
Oh,
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept it.
What other data did
Tell
you
him,
rely
just
on
tell
for
him.
the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today
just tell him.
besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed. You're asking the question.
For the actual
That-
opinions you testify
Let him just tell him.
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was
objecting
not
to the-
responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to purge.
You asked him the question. What
Open
other
the door
data?
now. You kicked it open.
You open the door.
Kicked it open.
This is, if I'm not mistaken, the same guy who objected to the answer to his own question the first time.
Because he's trying to play this sneaky game to suggest, to mislead the jury that, oh, you didn't rely on all this other stuff that I excluded you that you can't talk about. I know you did rely on it, but I'm trying to hide behind this legal ruling that you don't get to bring it up to suggest that therefore you didn't
Sir, you
rely
can
on
answer
it.
the question.
You can
Answer
answer
it.
the question.
You answer the question.
Please answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Oh, he doesn't want to ask it now.
Your Honor, we can move on.
I don't
Your Honor,
recall.
maybe-
Oh, no, don't let him get away with that.
Redirect.
No. Answer the fuck.
What was the question?
Answer the
Judy?
question. Yep. You know what he's trying to do.
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's,
Sorry.
is that correct, Judy? Okay.
Just let Judy find it.
Judy was watching Pirates of the Caribbean on our computer there for a minute.
That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to video, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope.
Nope. Sorry. You asked the question.
All right. If you could just answer the question, sir.
when
Just say
you're
photos.
analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use
go into it.
a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
You are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions. Sit down, Junior.
Yeah,
Can you please pull up
Depp
exhibit-
modified to make himself look worse. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor. So you offered testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister?
There's
That's a yes or no, sir.
a photograph like that. I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked
So many
about
doctored versions.
But on, do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes,
You were under oath?
yes,
That was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On redirect, they should push that color thing. They're not gonna. But man.
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page 76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the
Oh, okay.
page at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you please pull up exhibit 517 or defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
that's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
No, now
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
Yes, I
I'd
am.
have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
No.
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
It was modified from the
Again,
original.
it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of that transcript.
Is this Elaine's kid, this lawyer?
And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0 on to 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed?
Object
We
to
don't
artifacts.
know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Newman.
Okay.
Camille.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data. Did
you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any
Tell us
photograph?
about the 1974
You
metadata.
didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of
Is he
any
Marissa
modification
Tomei?
of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
Does this
It's a trick
photograph hold
question.
water?
Control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because no way
Didn't have posi-lock
to
traction.
negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Newmeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found no evidence?
It's
of
an
that, did you?
impossible
Objection,
question.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control.
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
No, I can't.
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
There you go. Is that the answer you wanted?
He went and modified the question to in this case, and there's
In your
exit data
opinion,
from the
the
photos they didn't
metadata
use
of
that's
all
from
photographs
1974,
reported
before
injuries
there ever
that
was
Ms.
exit
Heard
data.
has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not an answer to no question, because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited in on a PC.
I'm going to
whoops.
hand
Move
up a
to
page in your
strike.
disclosure.
Someone said he could have said no to that question. He can't actually say no to that question. It's not true. And it's really important because the answer to can you tell if the EXIF data was changed is, well, you just get the EXIF data from what you're given. So there's not like a trail that can tell you that something was modified.
It's like he's holding up a sealed box and saying, you don't know that there's a beaver in this box, do you? Well, how would I know one way or the other?
Exactly. It's so the only
So
way
you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
EXIF
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
The one she picked out for trial. For this trial, let's talk about the one she used in the UK, shall we?
A moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups.
He opened the door.
Beyond EXIF metadata.
I think he opened the door on the
overruled the objection.
There it is.
Go ahead.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell, because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases, because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
Oh,
sir. You
that
can
was
have a seat in the
brutal.
courtroom, or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Who's Beverly Leonard? Any
I
idea,
think I've seen
Andrea?
this name. I don't know.
Okay, man. I mean, that Junior kicked open the door. I think
That
I
was
wish
great.
the expert. I wish the expert would have just answered about the color correction when he first asked him, because that would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I don't know why Sky News's thing seems to have gone down. Let me make sure we've got just a second. Live view went down. Let me check. I'm checking other sources. Everybody's using this. All the news stations are using this live view feed, which, by the way, I'm trying to provide an update from a long time ago. I inquired. Yeah, everybody's down right now. I inquired about obtaining a live view feed, and the live view people who would have been trying to take thousands of dollars from me to get it wouldn't answer my question. So, which was very annoying. I was asking them what package I needed to purchase to get the good stuff to do the stream, and they wouldn't do it. Here we go. Well, we'll pull up this one for now, even though I hate them.
Try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen. On the TV screen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
Did it.
4, 5.
All right. The lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right. Your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state
Female
your full
cop.
name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you
Oh, that goes
testifying
over your
from?
face, Andrea. Dang it.
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
She's the cop. She's the cop.
At the
Oh
airport.
shit.
I worked there.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
I was in the baggage claim area, and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight.
Are they not going to let us?
And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
And I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner, But other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
Objection, hearsay. Just objection, hearsay to what she's saying.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard's traveling
What,
companion?
if any?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What did you do when you got that email?
How would you generally describe Ms. Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
No.
What?
You locked up.
No, they froze.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
they-
mean. Law and crime locked up. Of course.
Everyone else is down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Ms. Leonard, when did you contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Late last night.
Oh, damn.
Okay. And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
Oh, like this woman is looking for a TV break.
No, I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right. But you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
That's all you've got?
All right.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is a mackerel.
I wonder who Emily Baker's using. Let me see.
At this point, Emily should just do a hostile takeover of Law and Crime.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah, some videos are down and some are up. I'm not sure what the distinction is between them. But it's with the source feed from LiveView. I guess I'm glad I didn't give them like $18,000 for this. Because I would be fucking pissed now.
Hey, you're at 79 grand plus a couple hundred, Nick. On YouTube.
Oh yeah, we were at 85 for a while.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's been crazy numbers today. Let's see. But yeah, so they got she couldn't say she was a cop, but the clear implication was that she was from the I called a colleague over I observed this, I observed that. She sounded like a cop. I'm guessing the jury probably made the inference on that one. Too bad she couldn't say I arrested her.
Yeah.
That would have been the icing on the cake.
Took her to jail, booked her, fingerprinted
Yeah.
her, photographed her, wrote a report, submitted it to the prosecuting attorney.
Let's see. What are you pulling this from? I'm looking at different streams. Legal Bites is pulling it from somewhere. I'm not sure where. The only places I've found that are up have a ton of branding on them, which I'm only prepared for one branding, and that's this one.
I noticed they moved Camille to the back table there, and now they have the young blonde attorney keeping things fresh for Johnny, I guess.
Camille might be doing the next examination because she's been up sitting next to him all day.
Yeah.
But she might be doing the next. She just did the last one, didn't she, with the cop?
Yeah, she did the one with the cop.
Yeah, so that's why she was just sitting back at the table there for objections. And she may be doing the next person. I don't know who the next person will be.
Yeah, the attorney next to Depp now, unfortunately, I don't recall her name, but she did a very good job the other day.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to go. I found Anne's stream that is functional. So I'm going to pull that one up. Let's see. Change the branding.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9:00. Okay?
There we go.
Nice to get a time summary at this point.
She usually gives one at the end of the day once the jury leaves. Man, that's an even earlier day than yesterday. I wonder who the one last witness is going to be.
I think it's the flight attendant. At least that's
Oh,
who was
yeah.
announced. The flight attendant.
Okay.
It'd be smart if they brought her into
And
court.
then for
rather than
the
video.
record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment. And the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today.
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they sent.
Mostly, okay. So I have everything, so I don't have everything quite yet then.
It's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening.
There,
We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
we're happy to address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just got it 3
I
hours
understand,
ago.
but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that. Okay, we'll do that, and the verdict form also. And then, if I could read Sammy's handwriting, I'd tell you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here? Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right, anything else?
So to be clear, Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now or tomorrow?
We could, I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Okay. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean already.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we get
both.
all that
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, there we go. All around, I think a pretty good day for Team Depp.
Oh, that was a fun day.
Yeah.
Yep. They really built this thing into a movie plot. I mean, they have different arcs. They have a 3-act sort of segment to it, and they played up the climax very well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good day for Depp, a bad day for Heard. Of course, I'm not the jury, so it's always hard to know what they're, what's sticky for them.
Right.
But I found those crosses to be very kind of frantic, over fast paced, just stepping over onto the witness, trying to game the testimony.
Yeah, that came across really well. And on the forensics guy or the EXIF guy, it really came back to bite them. And good catch by the blonde lawyer there and saying, he opened the door to this, Your Honor. And he absolutely did. I think he actually probably opened the door to more. And I really wish he would have taken the guy up on his offer to tell him everything that he used as data. I think that would have been the only way that could have gone any better, but it went really well. This is the world's greatest publicity stunt, Nick, and you know it. Okay. It's a shitty investment in a publicity stunt by two people who stand to lose their entire careers along with millions of dollars if it goes wrong for either of them. So what is the chance of the last witness for Team Depp is Amber Heard? No, I think Andrea's right. The person listed, although she was listed for today, is the flight attendant, whom Johnny Depp presumably, the one whom Johnny Depp allegedly grabbed her wrist and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human bone, after giving her a bunch of drugs, which you can imagine she's going to testify that Johnny Depp did not indeed give her any drugs and certainly did not grab her wrist in any way and was nothing but charming and polite. Because if he had attacked a flight attendant, he would potentially be facing federal crime. And if he had given a flight attendant drugs, he would be facing potential federal crime, and so would she. So I don't think she's going to testify that he did.
Yeah.
Just guessing. So I like Amber's skirt from 1957 that she's wearing.
Prison guard attire.
Yeah, is this that SS jacket again? I really hated it when she wore that during the first week. It's just such a not good look.
She has dressed well one day out of this entire trial. And in my opinion, that was the one where she wore the dress with the jacket over it. The dress was like ribbed, vertical ribbing on it. I think it looked really good. I think she all around looked really well that day, and or looked really good that day. And every other day has been just kind of weird choices. Like, why? But okay.
I can't help but notice that the attorney standing directly behind her kind of looks like she's wearing almost exactly the same thing. So perhaps Amber has finally learned how to mirror legal attire.
It is pretty close. Is that an attorney? I mean, I saw her sitting in the gallery, but she was in the front row.
Maybe paralegal. I mean, yeah, who knows?
Or a publicist or assistant, maybe.
Yeah.
Not sure. Who got the worst end of the stick this day? This guy. You screwed up, buddy. And you knew it.
Yeah.
I was wrong. He wasn't the guy who objected to his own question before. That's this guy.
Yeah.
Who looks like it might be his dad, like legitimately. But yeah, I think, oof.
Get off
Big-
of that.
Big mistakes on that one. You should probably find a different mentor. That guy wasn't doing you any favors. So there we go. There we go. Well, any particular thoughts that you want to share? I mean, I've got super chats, but I'd love to get thoughts out first, of course.
I don't know how you come back from Morgan Tremaine. I mean, that was just such a mic drop. You know, we knew the TMZ video was coming, but to get that extra bonus of they knew she was going to turn her face to present the bruise to the camera. Done.
Oh yeah.
Done. This is a hoax. This is a hoax. Crystal
Oh, yeah.
clear. Perfect.
Yeah, that probably came from Depp's lawyer, though. Probably that's where that tip came from. And again, just the logic behind the accusation that would come from Depp's lawyer. Like, what con is he doing? Here, make sure you go photograph Amber going in to get a restraining order against my violent tendencies. That would be great for my image.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. What a joke. So did anybody catch the time that Depp has? He has 7 hours and some minutes. I heard as an hour 16.
Yeah, 7 and 8 or 7 hours and 8 minutes is what I wrote down.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was 7 hours, 8 minutes, but I'm putting it out in a tweet just so people have it. I mean, they've done well keeping an hour, but that's not a long rebuttal. Especially if they have any questions for the flight attendant. The rebuttal is going to be to call Amber Heard, I guess.
No, Tasia Van Ree. They're going to call Tasha. I mean, that's my guess, because she has been on their witness list. She has historically, signed the statement that Amber Heard's publicist put out. So,
but wait,
I
their
think she did a
rebuttal.
deposition.
Their rebuttal, though, should be limited to Johnny or to her claims, not Johnny's. I would object to Tasia. How is this within the scope of her counterclaim on Johnny Depp?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Maybe call Dr. Hughes back to try and rehab it. I mean, she's unlikable, but what do you got other than that? If they try to call Tasia, I'd object. You get Amber to come out and talk about like how hurt she was by what Johnny said and how it really destroyed things and made her career go bad. Or maybe get that lady damages expert who is, I don't think she was great, but she's one of their best witnesses.
Yeah, Arnold was at least not completely dislikable. She didn't come off as very informed, but you didn't actively hate her while words were coming out of her mouth. So
yeah. No, that question to the TMZ lawyer about the subpoena was interesting because it said your law office received a subpoena in care of this person. Did you know she's also the lawyer for Johnny Depp's sister and stuff like that? So they still didn't release who sent the subpoena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
how would you know that, Elaine?
Yeah, that's the interesting part. You sent it to this lawyer on behalf of the person. That's the only reasonable outcome is that they sent that subpoena.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that came through.
And if they were cleverly trying to use the subpoena to expose a potential conflict of interest, I think they failed miserably, but that seems like maybe what they did. Well, we can bring up the lawyer issue if we send a subpoena to his lawyer and then ask him if he has knowledge of this thing, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. It seems like something Elaine would think of. I don't think it seems like a bad strategy to me. So I don't know, man.
Elaine is playing checkers here. I mean, that's just all. That's the bottom line.
Right, 4 across.
Yeah, everybody else is playing Risk.
They're playing Go.
Yeah, it's that was just that whole bit was awkward and shady, and I'm guessing the jury doesn't get how shady it was, but the public can know that was shady as shit.
Super shady.
So, didn't the cop from 2009 open the door for Amber Heard's ex to testify? Well, no, not if she's outside the scope of her rebuttal, because her rebuttal, she doesn't get to respond to Johnny Depp's rebuttal witnesses. They get to respond to anything related to Amber Heard's counterclaim only. That's it. Because normally she wouldn't get a rebuttal at all.
Right.
Johnny Depp's witnesses would close out the day. So they don't get to ham fist in, or shouldn't, I should say, they shouldn't get to ham fist in some witness on Johnny Depp's issues in their rebuttal. They should only get that for Amber Heard's issues. And Tasia is not, that alleged domestic abuse is actually not at issue here. The only thing at issue is Adam Waldman's statements, which would be pretty limited to the people in that apartment. And since none of the people in that apartment are going to testify live, because they all testify by video deposition, they can't replay. I mean, they're not going to replay the video depositions, although playing that one guy's might be the best option because he was likable. But unless they could convince him to come in, which doesn't sound like any of them want to help her out. So
I'm just, the more that goes on, I feel like this is Amber Heard's last stand, and the Sioux are right over that hill over there.
Yeah.
Sitting in the jury box.
Yeah, it
maybe that was her Custer outfit today.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Man, it yeah, I mean, I think we've said most of it. I don't know if I have links out to DUI guy and James from court. I'm not sure if they're going to pop in and say anything about the end of the day. If they do, they're welcome to. I'm probably going to read many super chats here that have come in. Y'all are, of course, welcome to stay and respond to any of them. But if you have to go at any point, please do not feel compelled to remain. I love having you here, but I really respect all of your time. So Floating K says, in case of a guilty verdict, if that's the right terminology.
Oh, no.
Now, finding in favor of plaintiff or defendant would be what we want here. Does the judge determine the final dollar amount of damages? No, and I believe in Virginia, the jury does. The jury does the damages. Is it just damages or also punitive type damages that can be awarded? The answer is yes. They can be punitive, especially it's especially interesting in defamation questions against public figures, because typically one of the exemplary or punitive damage measurements you need to make is a showing of actual malice, which is a heightened standard, and that's baked in already. So what that's saying essentially is that Amber Heard, if she is found to have defamed Johnny Depp and is ruled against, that she has found to have done it willfully, intentionally, or recklessly. And with that, you have the potential for a punitive damage. You have the potential for attorney's fees being awarded, something like that. But that'll be decided by the jury. So that's how that goes. Tails says, I'm not a professional law practicing guy, but I feel like we are watching a live example of legal panic in real time. No. Yeah. Yes. The rebuttal witnesses for Depp have been just repeated hammer blows, dropping on Amber Heard's team. And it's kind of weird. I don't know if they intended it that way, but you talked about this in one of your first appearances on my show, Andrea. You said that normally rebuttals are kind of meh, but this one, because of the way things were probably going to come out, mostly through Amber's testimony, the rebuttal witnesses were going to be kind of the stars of the show. And props to you for calling that 100% correct. Because, I mean,
we didn't get everything we wanted from Jennifer Howell, unfortunately, but nevertheless, yeah, the rebuttal was always going to bring the fire here.
Yeah, it has delivered in spades. And I think, even if you just compare the two testimonies of Dr. Curry, the first testimony is circumspect. The first testimony is deferential and respectful. I mean, she gets into the idea that she might be exaggerating some symptoms. She did call out the PTSD thing, but basically said, yeah, I mean, so she filled out all these indicators and it looked like someone who's really looking for PTSD. And then you compare that to today. She lied. Her doctor lied. Everybody lied. She misrepresented everything to this massive degree. By the way, in the realm of misrepresenters, she's only in the 98th percentile. Only above 98% of people who have misrepresented. She's up there. So it's like the only way to do the implication is there's effectively one question on the, I think 30 or 40 question part of the PTSD thing, the inventory that she did, that she answered it was 19 out of 20 positive indicators. So yeah, effectively the only way to get to that 99th percentile would be to hit 20 out of 20. That's it. And so, I mean, just amazing.
Yeah, I was pleased. And I mean, I wasn't able to watch Depp's case in chief. I was doing other stuff, but if I had to catch only part of the trial, watching the rebuttal was certainly, I think, the more energetic part.
Yeah. Depp's testimony on direct was really long and labored. I mean, it was interesting, but he had to go into like all this backstory, and that part did take a while. I mean, he was up there for 4 days, or 5 days. I can't remember. And so it was slow. Today's was everything you like, all these meat points that you really wanted to hit without all the extra. And so it was really a nice sort of change. The Saint Blaine, hello from the bowels of the Ricada Discord, where we seem in the blood and tears of the turd simp crybabies. We welcome anyone to join us in our degenerate and fully unbreaded behavior. The Ricada Law Discord, I get questions about this from time to time. It is a Discord that is behind a paywall. That paywall is most easily accessible and recommended through ricadalaw.locals.com, because you will also get access to all of the locals content. I strongly advise anyone against joining my Discord. It is full of degenerates. There are furries in there, which is disgusting. We have Irish people sometimes, Australians, which don't exist. I don't recommend going into that Discord. If you do, steal your soul, gird your loins, hide your wallets, and duct tape your anus. Don't go in there. It's a gross place of horribleness. And you may think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Don't do it. And when you do go in there, and I get the inevitable DM that says your Discord's full of a lot of horrible people, I'll go, I told you. I warned you about this. I told you not to come. I'm going to come. D says Elaine is watching Friskies commercial. Meow, 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 meow. What the hell is she talking about? Oh, a walking Friskies commercial. Sorry. What the hell is she talking about? I love the panel and the informative, humorous comments. You are all terrific. Thank you, D. Lancelot says, Nick, you and Ben Chu need to have a duel of noses to see whose is the superior. Mine is. But his motion arguments have been pretty okay. I'm going to give him some credit. They've been pretty okay. The one he had to do to get the motion to dismiss, I think he knew it was a really long shot. I think he made a pretty good attempt of it, and I have very few criticisms of it because it was an unlikely winner. Although I do think they should have won, yes. But I don't think this judge was going to rule. I think Johnny Cochran could have given the argument, and the judge was still going to deny it. So
maybe next we'll see Elaine in TV commercials for class action suit. Have you or someone in your family been affected by toxoplasmosis?
These cat litter companies know exactly what they're doing. They could have fixed this problem years ago. Call my firm. We're doing. Let's see.
You may be entitled to compensation.
But you won't get it with me. Well, there's actually no YouTube name. I don't know how this person did it, but they don't have a YouTube name at all. It says, Nick, you can really tell you got lots of sleep last night. You're on fire with legalities today, even more than usual. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I did 9 hours. It was amazing. It's almost like normal. Squizgar 2322. If Heard's team did serve the journo, do you think that will make him more willing to testify against them? I think they did serve the journo. I'm willing to say I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what happened. And I think he was willing to testify against them anyway.
Oh, I think literally what happened is they served him so that TMZ's lawyer could make this argument that he was being compelled. This was a setup.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that it's their only avenue to try and exclude him. And then Elaine limply trying to say, Your Honor, we notice they didn't end up voir diring him. That was weird.
Yeah, she didn't allow it. They just had a brief mention of it because she asked for it, and the judge says we're not going to do that with this witness.
Yeah. Because I think the judge knows, like judges know, this guy has relevant facts. He's the guy with the facts. They have an idea of what the testimony is going to be. And she knows, look, she knows exactly why they didn't want it to come in. The judge knows why Amber's team didn't want it to come in and could see the legal shenanigans. And so she's not going to mention it in open court, but she's just going to, let's just do this. Take Me Transportation says DUI guy witnessed the payment of the subpoena yesterday on Amber's lawyer's computer. The company in California that subpoenas billed $25,000. Is this why he was removed? I don't know that is confirmed to be the company that subpoenas. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I didn't put that together, but I wasn't paying too much attention to the names. Timothy Reaper says
Gordon and Reese is the firm that had the invoice on the computer. Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gordon and Reese has been on Amber's team for quite an extended length of time. They've been on several of her pleadings. So they are solidly Team Amber.
Okay. Do we know who from the team is like, they don't have a lawyer in court though, I'm guessing.
I don't know.
If the bill's only $25,000, I can't imagine they've got someone running court. Timothy Reaper says court TV to Chanley, show Bobs and Bajin. What, trying to pump the numbers? Poor court TV. A Savage says, guys, did you see on channel Pop Juice? No. Amber Heard mugshot of her auto accident, which her BFF died. Sounds like doctor testimony of Amber Heard's past issues not handled. Yeah, they're not going to. Juvenile records that get sealed are really, really hard to pierce. Really hard. So,
but that is one of the exceptions in Texas is if she does get charged with a felony in the future, it can be reopened for purposes of that prosecution. So that is one of the reasons why people have been cheerleading so hard for a perjury charge against Amber Heard.
But you'd have to get a perjury charge in Texas?
No. Any state. Yes, any felony prosecution. And they could then go to Texas and request that it be unsealed. That'd
be interesting. Yeah. Because that might also lend to further perjury charges. MKEOD says completely unrelated, but it's funny. Ethan Ralph got beaten up in Portugal again. Yes, I have heard that. I want to say this. It looks like a streamer named Cog went to Portugal with the intent of tracking down Ethan Ralph, found him very, very quickly, and then they got into a scuffle. I'm not aware of the details of that scuffle. If he went there and actually assaulted Ethan Ralph, then he's a piece of shit, no matter how entertaining things are. But I don't know what the circumstances are there. I'll be looking into it. But most importantly to everybody, if you're going to go and check someone out and harass them or whatever you're going to do, probably don't announce on Twitter that you're going to, because it makes you look really guilty if something does happen, even if it's not your fault. And you could be in trouble for that. So, but the world is our oyster for entertainment, and I'll be looking into it for laughs. Briella Marie says, where did DUI guy go? I haven't seen him in the courtroom. He might've stepped out. I think he got moved for a while, but then he moved back. So he was back on the left-hand side a little bit later. Felipe Move, Nick, you talking about listening and thinking is like Amber talking about caring and empathizing. Wait a second. It would be like you talking about caring and empathizing. Oh, thank you, Felipe. That was very kind of you. Roten, looks like Johnny Depp has instructed his team to protect Tiffany. His team has been quick to smash any witness, but not against Tiffany. Why? Who the shit's Tiffany?
Whitney. I think they mean Whitney, Amber's sister.
Okay. I don't think he's particularly protecting Whitney. He may not be going after her with malice, but no, I think as you explained, it seems like the letter was excluded from Jennifer Howell. they would not have called Jennifer Howell if they didn't think they could get the letter in. And then once the letter got excluded, they had to just trim it down but keep her called. Or they didn't have to keep her called, but it would have looked even worse to take her down, I think.
Yeah.
Outlaw 2, you don't need to be board certified to practice psychology. You only need to meet your state's education license requirements. 5% of psychologists who are qualified for board certification actually are. There you go. Justin Watkins, question for the panel. Does it seem very cold on Amber's side of the court in comparison to Johnny's side? I don't know if you mean like literally physically cold, as in she's like a demonic entity sucking the warmth out of a room.
Making the lights flicker.
But we're not saying she's not.
Right.
demonic
I'm not
entity
ruling
sucking
it
the
out.
heat out of the room.
I'm just saying that no expert out there could independently verify that she's not a demon from the information that we were given.
Could I swear under oath that she's not a demon? No, I couldn't.
D says, off topic, Cog went down to Portugal to watch the Rage Pig. Ralph rushed him and his buddy when he saw them and got rocked. It was recorded and it's amazing. Yeah, I'll be checking it out. Ethan Flash, can we get a toast for the Gunt and his latest exploits in Portugal? You can tell when this news broke, I'm guessing, by the super chats. I don't know. Ralph is such a weird person. To Ethan Ralph and his exploits for going to Portugal twice for the world's entertainment and taking a beating each time. Cheers to you, man. Your wonderful personality brings out the best in people, I guess. Mark Gilbert, interested to hear what the group thinks about Amber Heard's future relationships with other men. I can't imagine anyone above her increasingly plummeting star status wants to be with her. Oh, anyone with anything to take, male or female, should stay miles away from this lady after this.
And that's the real public service of this trial,
Yeah.
Hey, with Johnny, it was only money, reputation, livelihood. She could have been making criminal allegations.
Yeah, in about 3 days here, we'll be remembering Phil Hartman. So just always important to remember that Johnny got out of this the good way.
He just lost a finger and all of his money and his good name. Just that, though. He's still alive. And he's like Andrew said, he's not in prison. Had she really could have turned it on with those criminal allegations. And God, that would have been. The interesting thing about liars, though, you'll find how far they stay away from police on these things.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why I think the Me Too movement really wants to get away from that accusation. Well, you didn't go to the cops. They're like, well, that's blah, 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 blah. It's like, but someone who's motivated to lie and is really worried about what the investigative wing of the state will find when you bring them into it, they don't ever do it. And it's like, well, we want you to go to the cops. Like, well, it's like, there's no well here. If you are with clean hands on this, then stop the criminal behavior. But
yeah, if you're with clean hands, otherwise it's filing a false complaint, all kinds of problems.
Yeah. And they don't like that. Look what happened to Jussie Smollett. Once the cops found out, I mean, once their reputation was impugned on not doing their jobs or whatever, they turned around and turned over everything. They're like, no, we're going to look into this extra hard now. And he got wrecked. These people want to stay away from police and investigations because the truth will out eventually. Cynic in Chief says Ethan Ralph assaulted a guy and got laid out on camera in Portugal. If he got arrested for assault overseas, would it affect his suspended sentence in Virginia? That's a good question. Andrea, maybe you could answer, not in Virginia specifically, but let's say hypothetically you have a client who's on a deferred adjudication. So, they were convicted, we'll say hypothetically, for revenge porn. And they were sentenced to a year in jail, just under a year, because it's misdemeanor, a gross misdemeanor. And because of that stayed sentence, they have no other criminal acts. If they get arrested in a foreign country, could that impact their stayed sentence?
Oh, I'm 100% sure the prosecutor would try it. Absolutely. I mean, they typically write these things to be incredibly broad. I mean, often I see them
Yeah.
where it just require, it doesn't even require probable cause. It just requires, police notification or something like that. So yeah, I mean, criminal act, I would think certainly a prosecutor is going to interpret that to be broad enough to mean a criminal act anywhere under any law.
I just assaulted someone in a different country. That was a good argument. It'd be interesting to see how that resolved, because you're outside the jurisdiction of the United States or Virginia or whatever, hypothetically. So would it go? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Dirty Dan, speaking of drug addicts, our favorite Gunt got into another fight on his vacation today. Thank you. Raymond Fry, hey, do you guys have any thoughts on the shooting in Texas? I would like some thoughts from Law of Self-Defense.
You mean the school shooting?
Apparently, I don't.
Well, I mean, monsters walk amongst us. I mean, when we let identified lunatics remain out in public where it's easy to access firearms illegally, they're likely to do terrible things.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why he asked you specifically. I don't know if you're supposed to make a self-defense case, like the children were mobbing him or whatever, but no, it's of course it's an atrocity committed by someone with an unmitigated eye of evil. For whatever reason, we don't know if it's a temporary thing or a permanent thing in this person. It could be due to some sort of lunacy or derangement, or it could just be outright evil. These things happen. They happen by statistical numbers. They will. It's awful. And, of course, what we can hope is that justice is served, but none of that will ever bring back the kids, which is a true loss. I don't know what else to say. That one chick has been listening to the streams while at work. Thank you guys for making the day so entertaining. Love this panel. Always looking forward to the next trial. Thanks for everything you guys do. Just a dude says Keenan Baxter from Rebel News is in court with Jonathan Yaniv today because of the Blob's assault on him. Oh, good. I hope Jessica Yaniv gets exactly what's coming to her. Desert Cat, just getting caught up. I and a million other women swooned when the stunning Miss Moss said, picked me up and carried me into the bedroom. Ladies in the chat, I said it to the men. I'll say it to you. Don't simp. No simps. No simps for Johnny. No simps for Dr. Mommy.
Oh, that voice on Malcolm Connolly. That was just something else.
You can be a law simp for Camille. That's the only permission you have here. Benjamin Blatt, if I'm ever, God help us all, appointed to the bench, the first thing I'm doing is installing fringed flags in my courtroom as an early warning system. Okay. The troll formerly known as I Eat Fried Food says, Andrea in a diaper. Where do I sub for that? Stop it. Girl by the Numbers says, hands around child chick look altered and weird. Oh, the picture of him with holding the kid. Is that what it was? Maybe. I don't know. Cosmo Reverb, I would have paid anything for Depp to draw a shaft in the middle of the two circles around the glass. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. Girl by the Numbers, screwing with text, ... True. So this is around the time of those text messages. Corpus Delecti, she looks like she is actually about to cry for real this time after being labeled a lowly cum guzzler based in Glorious. Also says that note Turd just wrote was probably to Rottenborn and most likely reads, I am not just some cum guzzler. Matt Moran, I want to personally thank the chat for forcing me to have to explain to my wife in awkward detail why someone would be called Dr. Mommy. Kiwi Kelly says, tweeted you screenshots as @PatriotJanes. Text about Molly was incoming to Johnny. Text about global humiliation was outgoing from Johnny. Amber's team misrepresented Molly. The text. Yes, I think so. It also said read on the status rather than sent. So there's some issues with that. And again, maybe Team Depp, if Team Depp discovers that, they can bring a motion to bring the judge. Theoretically, I guess they could call Johnny Depp back to the stand, right? Like he's still subject to recall, isn't he? I don't know how that would work.
Yeah. I don't think they, yeah.
So I
But
hope
she would
they.
never do that. No, she would never do that. The more time that goes on and I think about this, the more convinced I am. This is just going to be Amber's last opportunity to get up there and have her last word. She will insist on having
Yeah.
the last word.
Her
No, I
last
mean
drive
Johnny's
here.
team. I mean Johnny's team could call him back to discuss these texts.
Theoretically.
Yeah. Because they're still on rebuttal. He's still recallable, I would believe. But hopefully they see something about this, and either they recognize that it is actually his phone and it's just some weird artifact of how they got the text, or that this is not his text messages and they can bring that to the court and say, look, this was misrepresented, definitely unintentionally by Amber's team, and we want to clear up the record. They must have missed the fact that these were outgoing texts or incoming texts from a different phone number than Johnny Depp's. So we want to get that rectified for the court here, because we believe in the integrity of the evidentiary process or whatever. And if they see that and do it, hopefully they will take note of that. If I could get a message to them, I would, but I imagine they get a trillion emails a day and aren't taking any of them. Okay, next. Charlie Cabrera says, longtime watcher, first time super chat, snarf. Your response to the other guy's snarf had me dying. I mean, Thundercats is great, but I just don't get where it came up. Brian Alleman, this guy is the white Omar. He literally got Elaine with, I got the shotgun, you got the briefcase. Raven Pro, DUI guy was almost asleep, it seems, before TMZ man burned Elaine. Bill Sotheby, can we see an instant replay of the TMZ guy's headshot on Elaine, back and to the left? Yeah, that's DUI guy's face is perfect there. Mr. XX Hillbilly says DUI guy just became a meme with the snap face. Valiant Renegade, who got decked harder on camera today, Elaine or Ethan Ralph? Lancelot says lawyers need to be more tech savvy. That text wasn't Johnny's. Joe H, was he named Norbert at birth, or did it happen slowly throughout the growth of his career? It sure seems like he grew into his name. Norbert was great, though. He really was fantastic. Shree says, hey, Nick, I may not be here when you read this, and we'll watch later if I'm not. My maternal grandfather's name was Lemuel Peter, which in my opinion is worse than Norbert. I'm sure my grandma had the same opinion because she renamed him Joe. Or your grandfather's name was Lemuel Peter. Sorry, and your grandma named him Joe. My mistake reading that. Yes. Jack Wheeler, thanks for the donation. Lightgiver says, lawyers pay attention to the phone. The last black Apple phone was 2010. Salty old guys. So apparently you guys missed the side glance toward Amber when TMZ guy referenced B-list celebrities as sources in the beginning of his testimony. Oh, I did miss that. That's good. Raider Fan Keefe. Okay. Wait, wasn't Io Tilapia Wright or someone a photographer?
Yes, Io Tillett Wright was a photographer, and she took some of the photos that have come into evidence that are the ones that were published on the cover of People magazine.
There you go. And her in-court photographer for the whatchamacallit, for the domestic abuse hearing that she was definitely not trying to get publicity for, her in-court photographer was Rocky Pennington, who was taking pictures of her going like this and posing for the fucking camera like a weirdo. Von Bismarck says, we all know that number is Tug because you know he's the God Emperor of Johnny Depp's fan base. Yes, it is all Tug. Everything is Tug. Dank Count says Molly is slang for ecstasy. Lamau. Yes, it is. Although I'm not, I don't think the text was talking about ecstasy in that one. I really do think there is a Molly and there is a texter involved who was really happy about his chances with Molly. I think Hooligan S3 says Hocus Pocus, bruising is bogus. Hocus Pocus out of focus was just such a good line. That was so good.
Yeah, it was.
Melissa Shelton says Amber's stage name was Molly McQueef. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Melwin says All these texts showing up prove you should use Signal or similar expiring and end-to-end encrypted messaging. Can't subpoena something that doesn't exist. And if you notice, that was Johnny's security guy. Now I use Signal. I don't have any text. Fuck you. It's great. Hey, Jamma says, just now tuning in. Does Amber Heard have any time left? Yep. 1 hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour and 8 minutes. 16 minutes.
16.
Jeez. Ali Yusuf, I feel like Gen X and younger people are well aware of color manipulation / photo editing because of all the body positivity movements of the last 30 years, for better or worse. This young jury doesn't need it spelled out. Oh, I know, but it'd be just good to have it on the record. Say the color correcting. RC Johnson, hi Racket. Sorry, I did not know you were Depp streaming today. Can you please check your email? Google has declined my super chat payments. I've been trying to get a hold of you. I will check my email. Look, sometimes it just does it. There are weird things where, although you sent this super chat, but there's a weird thing that's happened to me where I try to send a super chat to a friend of mine, say hey on their stream, and hopefully encourage other people to send them super chats. And it will say the payment goes through. My super chat will never pop up, and I can't send another one. And then when their show's over, it gets refunded back to me. So sometimes that happens. That's a Google issue. I don't know how to fix it. Rimshi says, my wife says I should have been a lawyer given how much I love to argue and turn any disagreement into a debate, but absolutely wrong. Besides, I'm happy I became an electrician. Yeah, you should be. You probably make more money than most of the lawyers around you anyway. Fubar again says, Judy is watching Rekieta Law during this trial. Cool. Who's Judy? Edward Cullen, Newmeister knew. Go back and look at the grin. He's smarter than this lawyer, and he knew the game and knew that the door had been kicked open. B Sport 48. For how many years before this kid was born do you think Norbert has been successfully fending off this exact line of questioning? Yeah, the guy's been doing photography. I don't know how long he's been an expert witness, but he's been doing the photography game for 42 years. That's quite a career. William Brown, the answer to can you detect changed EXIF data is obviously yes. The fact that it said photos 3 means that it has been changed. That's not what they were talking about, though. They mean someone went in and used an EXIF editor to modify the text. And if that happened, you wouldn't know. Like, there's not a way. You would need the reference file, the original, to compare it to note an EXIF change.
That's what he was talking about when he says the photos won't hash, and that you wouldn't have the original source file to be able to determine the pathway for that image.
Right. Mark Gee says, look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes objection beyond the scope. We had a ruling on this. Let's see. Next. Toasty says the lawyer that screwed up on Turd's team looks like Hal from Megamind. Daniel Van Vliet, does that 1 hour and 8 minutes include the rebuttal of the Turd? Yes, it does not include closing arguments. Their closing arguments are independently 2 hours each. Their close and their rebuttals on close are 2 hours each. So, but yes, the 1 hour and 8 minutes
close and rebuttal 2 hours collectively for each of them.
Yes. And Amber Heard's rebuttal is limited in scope. As her rebuttal in the courtroom is, they're both limited in scope to her counterclaim issues only. So if Elaine gets up there to do the rebuttal, or I think Rottenborn's doing the rebuttal, but if Rottenborn gets up to do the rebuttal and he starts rambling off on some of Johnny Depp's claims, they can object and say it beyond the scope of his rebuttal and throw off his argument. So we'll see how that goes. Lisa Alford says, I live in Virginia. Does Andrea practice in Virginia, and what is the specialty?
Me?
Yeah.
Or Andrew? No, I do
Andrea.
not practice. I do not practice in Virginia. I practice currently only in the state of Washington. In my specialty, I am a public defender. I do criminal defense.
Which means she has more trial experience than basically anyone I've ever had on my show.
Yep.
Probably by a long shot. M says she is ambidextrous. She punched him with her left hand and writes with her right. That means the note on the mirror, she did that, and the strokes are different, not the same. Zinth25 says, Nick just had to put our dog down 30 minutes ago. Thanks for providing content to keep me distracted. Sorry to hear that, man. That fucking sucks. The thing I hate most about pets is having to say goodbye. Spicy Meatball. And I hate everything about pets. You have to understand. Like when I make that statement, I hate having dogs. I hate having cats. I hate buying food. I hate cleaning up after them. I hate their noises. I hate when they rub on my leg. I hate everything about pets. And I hate saying goodbye to them the most. Spicy Meatball says, fun fact, there's basically no law for self-defense in Iceland. But then again, there's little to no jail time for assault.
Okay.
Man, I'm going to go to Iceland, start punching the shit out of people. Righty Rofty Pixels, regarding the Texas school shooting, do you think this will have any impact on gun laws? I mean, it's going to be the same thing as it is every single time. There already is a massive push for gun regulations that definitely would have stopped the unforeseeable, specifically unforeseeable incident. Yes, it's foreseeable that there will be another school shooting. It's always foreseeable that on any given timeline that there will be, but try and pick the location and the perpetrator and you can't. Yes, there will be a push that this could have been prevented if only we had the right level of gun control. And the reality is no matter how much gun control we've ever had in this country, tragedy still occurs. So
yeah, we might try not making schools gun-free zones.
Allowing teachers to arm themselves. I think
we know mass killers deliberately choose out places to commit these mass killings where they believe there will not be guns available to stop them.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw a statistic on this, that there are approximately 1,000 schools which allow armed faculty. And at those schools, there have been 0 murders and 0 mass shootings. So there's maybe something to it, maybe not, don't know. Also, again, as common as mass shootings seem to be, they're relatively uncommon, especially this type. Yes. They're really rare, and that's why they're so shocking. So it could just be the reality that there's something like 83,000 public schools in the United States, and they don't happen that often. So, or is it all fluff from Twitter folks and the Democrats? I mean, it's campaign year. They're going to take this and try to push their campaign things, no matter what side of it. The Republicans are going to do it too, by the way. It's not a limited issue in scope. It's 2024. Also, do you think this will have any impact on the midterm elections? Again, it's going to be a lot of messaging. Actual impact, I don't think so. RC Johnson, thanks, Nick. If you could check your email and contact me after the show, I would appreciate it. I will try. And then Angela Sames, thank you for the donation. There's no message attached. Jennifer Ish Yoga over on Rumble says, wanted to throw you a couple bucks to show some support. I've enjoyed watching and hearing your insights on the trial. Thank you. Nuke Daddy says, so in the picture, Johnny has his right hand with finger curled over marble table. Amber was to his left back towards the camera angle. How did the bottle hit his finger? Bank shot? No, he had his fingers here on the bar, and the bottle came in this way and hit his finger. I don't know how else to say it. So, I hope that helps. 11 Bravo Crunchy. This guy might be paparazzo scum, but he's honest scum. I like him. And he also said, Nick, why would an expert be barred from testifying about what changes were made to evidence? Why are they only allowed to testify that changes were made? They are still limited to the scope of their disclosure, the scope of what they were asked to look at, and then they may be restricted for any number of other reasons, including agreements by counsel on motions in limine or motions to exclude the witness. We want to exclude this guy. He's not an expert in this thing. Okay, well, we'll limit the scope of his testimony to this so he can be included. Okay, that's fine. We don't know what those motions were. And without knowing why the limitations are there from the orders of the court, we can only speculate. But yeah, they're not allowed to surprise the other party. And that's the purpose of expert disclosure, because the other party needs to be able to call up their own expert and say, hey, is this guy legit? Is he talking about this? What do we say? So there's that. That's the Rumble chats I'll read Odyssey here. Johnny Reb, 84. Yesterday got the antigen test for coof plus and had a fever for 12 hours, 15 minutes on Monday and scratchy throat for 24 hours. I can still smell and taste. Get wrecked, Nick R. Salt been on vitamin C, D, and zinc for 6 months. My immune game is strong, but now you have to put up with me for the 24th, for 24-hour Friday, stuck at home. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Good luck, brother. When I got COVID and had symptoms, I didn't lose my smell and taste either. It was 6 months later. Johnny Reb says the inability to lay foundation may have been because of the Whitney walking out on her depot. This severely limited her testimony and thus limited her cross. Her cross definitely could have gotten there, but I think the depot walkout was a factor. I don't think she had that much impact anyway. Off Knicks, Ricada Law, who's the discount Slim G.R.R. Martin, a.k.a. Legal Vices? That's Legal Vices. He's another attorney based out of Korea, knows legal mindset. He has a YouTube channel, and I like the cut of his jib so far. Wolf V, I would love it if you did a channel that was simply Ricada Ed, that is just your version of Khan Academy. Oh, that sounds like a lot of work. Red Deved, Rottenborn seems like the type to get mad about jokes saying lawyers aren't people. Well, too bad. He knows the truth. Johnny Reb, they suppressed the Jack in the Box, Captain Jack Sparrow story of making kids' days meeting their favorite character. Damn Rottenborn. I wanted the world to see that. Everyone go find Twitter, that umbrella, and YouTube, that umbrella guy, to hear the story. And Red Deved says, the pickles are different. I don't know what the hell that means. Somber SF, problems tend to increase the more that topic is publicized. Weird. And Martin Farrer, of 274 mass shootings in the country, the most have happened in Texas, being 30. Facts, Greg Abbott's Texas is considered Second Amendment sanctuaries for having such permissive gun laws.
Nonsense.
Okay.
There are far more permissive states. Texas only allowed for concealed carry a few years ago.
Yeah. Oklahoma is way more open than Texas. So isn't, and Texas just got, yeah, you said the
Texas was relatively late to the even concealed carry.
Right. Didn't they just, are they trying to do constitutional carry, or they just passed it? One of those two. I can't remember.
Oklahoma passed it. I don't think that was Texas. But it wouldn't have made any difference. I mean, anyone who's willing to gun down a dozen or so children in cold blood is not going to obey any gun laws you come up with.
Right. And whatever you think about what gun laws maybe should be, you have to deal with the reality that we have well over 300 million guns in the country. So any gun law policy has to accept that those aren't going anywhere. The guns, you can't buy a newly manufactured machine gun as a regular consumer, one that's manufactured after 1986. And people still have operating machine guns from prior to 1986. It's not like guns disappear.
Oh, criminals routinely, especially these days, are routinely modifying normal Glock pistols to fire fully automatic. It's just not that hard to do. Of course, law-abiding people don't do that because we obey the laws, but we're not the problem.
I saw a video of one of those fully automatic Glock pistols on YouTube, and I was like, that's awesome and horrifying at the same time.
Well,
I feel like I would die.
Looks
the
expensive.
thing that I remember was the San Bernardino shooter, and when they had pictures of his armory, and he had created himself some super long, capacity magazines by literally duct taping some magazines together. Like, people don't seem to realize a magazine is a metal box with a spring in it. Like, how technologically uncomplicated can you get?
Yeah, it's just well, I mean, at the end of the day, you buy what, 2 pipes, a nail, and some tape and a shotgun shell, and you have a gun, right? Like, that's the whole thing. People exploit those gun trade-in programs that cops do. It's like, well, no questions asked, we'll give you $200 for any gun. They go to Home Depot with like $50 and buy a whole bunch of parts and make a whole bunch of those things and go take $1,000 from the police.
Or
that cracks me up.
You drive a car through recess.
Yeah, or a parade.
Or a parade.
Ashley, and again, people may not know this, but the largest school killing in history was not done with a gun. It was done with a pipe bomb back in or not a pipe bomb, but a makeshift bomb back in like 1938 or 39. something like that. It's still the largest school tragedy in history. There's a lot to discuss. We don't need, if you want to come talk gun stuff, probably a night show would be great to really hash that out. But you know, I'm happy to talk about it, but this is still the Johnny Depp stream. Ashley Desire, whose closing will go first and why? So the first close will be Johnny Depp.
Because that's the rule.
Yep. Plaintiff goes first, and then the defense goes, and then the plaintiff gets a rebuttal. And then in this case, because the defense has a counterclaim, they will also get a rebuttal following the plaintiff. So that's how that will go. They each have 2 hours in total for both arguments to be made.
Man,
Elliot,
I'm glad it's only 2 hours, but it doesn't seem like a lot of time considering all the weeks of testimony.
yeah, it's going to be pretty short. But when you consider what's actually at issue in the case, I mean, we've got weeks of testimony and loads of evidence, but we really don't have a lot of evidence about the issues in the case. The issues in the case are the defamatory statements made in this Washington Post op-ed, which are 3 statements, 1 claim, and then or I guess technically 3 individual defamation claims, maybe. And then the statements made by Adam Waldman being the counterclaim. That's it. There's no tortious interference. There's no false light. And oftentimes what you'll see in these defamation cases is defamation, tortious interference, false light, public disclosure, private like an invasion of privacy claim, something like that. You'll see a lot of claims stacked up. And in this one, it's really just limited to these 2 defamation claims. So they should be able to summarize all this testimony. Elia Roman, gun regulations will not fix the safety and security issue. Why are kids not safe in schools? Because there's little to no security. We cannot assume the schools are a safe place. Gun regulations will not fix this today. Security will. William Brown says constitutional carry became law in Texas on September 1st in 2021.
Okay.
So yeah, I thought they had recently passed it. And yeah, the school thing, look, the government has a duty to protect students in schools. You hand over your kids to go to a school. There should be some measure of protection. The fact that the government does not do this, despite all of the money that goes into schools, is actually kind of baffling to me.
How about despite all the money that goes to Ukraine?
There's that too.
40 billion would be pretty helpful in securing schools.
But I will say, if you have ultimate concerns about school security, get your kids out of public schools. And I would recommend that anyway. If you have the ability to private school or homeschool your children, take the opportunity and do it. You can do it. With that is all the large chats. I have several more smaller chats that I'm going to read. But again, I like to respect people's time. So I want to give you guys an update on where we are. And you're welcome to.
I appreciate you guys. I am going to head out. As your chat saw, my dog is starting to get hungry. She's going to eat me if I don't deal with that pretty quickly. So thanks again for having me on today. And what a great day. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you as always, Andrea. And guys, go click on Andrea's channel in the description and make sure you click that subscribe button over there. She has a YouTube channel now. She did not at the start of this case. And I'm sure we will see much great content coming from her in the future. So thank you, Andrea.
I'm just going to go ahead and pitch my first thing that I'm very proud of, which is my series I'm doing of the just detailed, in-depth breakdown of the cross-examination of Isaac Baruch and exactly how wrong it went, how many jabs Elaine just walked into throughout the course of that shit show process. And it was such a thing of beauty. I just enjoy reliving it all the time. Come and enjoy that with me.
Yes.
Yeah, I would encourage folks to do that. It's excellent.
Well, thank you, Andrea. Have a good one.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, Andrea.
All right.
Hey, I think I'm gonna jump out myself. I'll take a look a bit later once I've caught up with some stuff. Maybe I'll hop back in. It would be the same link as this morning, right?
Yeah. As long as I'm on.
Okay.
We'll see how long we go.
All right, brother. Maybe I'll stop in later. Everyone, if I don't stop in later, have a good evening, and I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow.
Catch you later, man. Peace.
Right. Bye-bye.
Well, now that they've left chat, it's you and me. Are you ready? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Run. The numbers plummet by 10,000. Here we go. Finn M, which lawyers do you think will deliver closing for each side? What are the advantages? Ben Chu and Camille for Johnny Depp's side have been announced, I believe, as the closing. And Elaine and Rottenborn for Amber Heard's side have been announced as the closers. I believe in that order. So that's what'll be going on. That's the announcement. That was from Chanley Painter, the court TV reporter who was there in the courthouse on Friday where this was decided and announced. What are the advantages? Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez gave the opening book in, and same with Rottenborn and Elaine. They seem to be basically lead co-counsels on the case on each side. The announcement, the advantages to that is that they are, they're the ones probably most familiar with the overall case on their teams, the narratives of the case, and by kind of bookending the beginning and the end with those same people, Ben Chu will get up and say, we told you we were going to show you this, and we did show you this. Told you this was going to happen, and this happened. We told you they weren't going to show you these things, and they didn't show you these things. This is a case about Johnny Depp being defamed by someone motivated to lie against him. Her motivations were her self-interest. Her motivations may have been fueled by personality disorders. But nonetheless, whatever her motivations, the destruction of Johnny Depp was the end goal, and the destruction of Johnny Depp was a goal that she had accomplished until now. Until Johnny finally, after 6 years, got to tell his story. And he told that story to you. And in telling that story to you, he put his faith that you would faithfully, honorably, and critically look at the evidence that's been put before you and find in his favor. There you go. And then, again, you got probably each lawyer is going to get about an hour of time to pad that out with examples of the evidence that they showed, with examples of where they failed, et cetera, et cetera. That's what's going to be. But I do think it's really important that they bookend that for each one. For Elaine, like Rottenborn, I'm sure will deliver a decently competent closing argument on the limiting the issues, as he did in his opening, mostly limiting the issues to his to the defamation technical aspects of it. Elaine will produce a strand of spaghetti that'll be wound around itself 5 million times and be completely nonsense. No, Runkle was not in court today. Hugasal. I believe Runkle will be in court tomorrow, but he was flying out there today. So, yes, court is over today. Katarina Small. Court is over today. Next, Mary says there was a subpoena for Duder's phone, which received the text 310 number. Not sure about the 424 number that sent the text, but it may have been Depp. Okay, so there was a subpoena for Duder's phone. And that could be so that's the phone which received the text. See, that answers it. That answers that. So curious if we can figure out the 424 number, if that was Johnny Depp or if that was someone else. We need more line sitters for tonight. Well, I don't know the organizational process for it, but if there are people who are willing to sit in line in Virginia and hold places for, DUI guy, Lawn Lumber, Runkle the Bailey, James from court, I would imagine there's some DMing somewhere. I'm not involved in any of that. I don't know how they're organizing it, and I'm not in Virginia, so I couldn't tell you. Fabulous 5, thank you for the donation. Also says, Nick, but thank you. There's a video Jennifer Howell made out at a pool with friends and Whitney, and showing Whitney's bruises, and Whitney doesn't want to talk about it. That's great, except it's not coming into court. So thank you, Kat. Says you killed it today. Thanks for giving us this platform to watch and be educated on the trial. You and your panel are awesome. Well, I do think my panel is awesome, and I think they make me look a whole lot better. It's very fun to be able to do this, and the people who actually make it positive, like you thanked me for giving the platform, but you guys made the platform. I'm just here. I click on a host button and I start yammering, and you guys showing up is what makes this an engine that can turn the wheels of some truth. That was a metaphor. Okay. Let me see where we left off. Here we go. Matthew Presbill says, how much money did Amber Heard pay TMZ to put that motion in? That's it's a good question. I think they were certainly working together on that one. Brent D. Richard Marx did for Catherine Arnold's career what Karl Marx did for economies around the world. 11 Bravo Crunchy, invite Camille once the trial is done. I will. I will invite Camille certainly when the trial is done. I fully expect her to say no, but I will invite her happily. I think Camille has a real opportunity to be a genuine inspiration for people. She's gotten a lot of publicity around this, and she has absolutely killed it. And like, I know it's kind of a cheesy thing. Plus, there's so many women in law now that I'm not sure it's a necessary thing, but I do think that it's really encouraging to see women take on very powerful and non-stereotypical roles in law. And I think Camille's an excellent example of that. In the same way that I think Miss Wisco from the Rittenhouse trial was an excellent example of a female lawyer in a high-profile case coming out, just kicking the shit out of the case in the best way and doing that. And I think women get, for lack of a better word, objectified on things like STEM and business careers and law, and they get pigeonholed into these sort of weird niches. And in this case, that hasn't happened. Same thing with Miss Wisco. It was just competent lawyering at the highest levels in front of the entire world and done extremely well. And that's the kind of people I think should be role models for everybody. And so I think they have a real opportunity, that Camille has a real opportunity to inspire a generation of people, not specifically girls, but of people to do law well, because she's been on fire. My only criticism of Camille, the entire court that I can think of, is that I just wish she hadn't held her opening argument paper in front of her. That's the one thing I wish she hadn't done, because that was, to me, that it just, and so it actually set my expectations for her way out of skew of her obvious demonstrated ability that we would find later. And it bothered me. So I think she should work on that, and probably maybe even has, but that's been my only real criticism of her this entire trial. I think other than that, she's just killed it. Mega Balchen said, Bailchen says, still sad they didn't call Bruce, Kit, and Amica Cream to the stand. Sonia Hems, no sleep, work all day in New Zealand, then trial all night, may end up in a loony bin by the weekend. Sonia, look, it happens to the best of us. You gotta go. You gotta take some rest from time to time. That's what I did last night, and I needed it. Ashley Desire, has a judge ever been bought? Yes. Elon Money Influence asking for a friend. How fair do you see Judge A? Ascarati, again, asking for a friend. Yes, judges have been bought. I will say in this case, I don't see any particular bias of Judge Ascarati. If anything, she may be slightly deferential to Amber Heard's side, and I think Andrea explained why she might be very well. She anticipates appeal from Amber Heard's side more than from Johnny Depp's side, meaning she either thinks that Amber is more likely to lose, or that no matter who loses, that Amber's team is more likely to appeal, or some combination of those two things. And so she's been within the rules, but maybe a little deferential to them. But to me, what I see does not look like bias in the slightest. And I think she's conscious of the public aspect of this trial, and that's factoring in. But I don't think that's a bias towards any particular party. Certainly, nothing she's done would imply a moneyed influence. Finally, the jury is the one who will determine the guilt or innocence, or the resolution, I should say, not guilt or innocence. The jury is the one who will determine the resolution of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And, they're hearing a ton of the evidence. So I don't think that this is a buying of a judge situation. The Paranormal Soldier says, Ricada, what is a woman? Well, I am a biologist. And I would say a woman, I'll know her when I see her in the kitchen. Myrdal says, I found your channel through this meme. Oh, wait, I read that one. Philibooty says, can Depp team recall Whitney? I think they could. I think Whitney is not subject to recall. They said she's not subject to recall. That's why she's in court. Army Clatton, thank you for the donation. Paul Ortiz, movie idea, heard from the Depp, a horror story. Janice Zeal says it's movie sign. Get it right. I thought it's movie time. Maybe it's sign. Golden Fire, in the movie, Jack Nicholson needs to play Richard Marx. That'd be good. Army Clatton, wondering if Amber Heard lawyers are deliberately sabotaging the trial with and spend a long time and unreasonable questions. I mean, they've budgeted their time pretty well. I don't, there's no indication to me that they're throwing the trial. They have bad facts and a hard client. Dana Gorham, if y'all want a pirate cosplay, come to the annual Virginia Blackbeard Festival, June 4th and 5th. You got to get Johnny to go. Ryan Wilkins, I assume that TMZ can't stop an ex-employee from testifying at all. So could they not just ask who would be able to sell a video to TMZ and then ask, did Depp sell you the video? Pretty similar questioning is what we saw. You also assumed correct. TMZ would not be able to prevent an ex-employee from testifying. That would be ridiculous. Joe Pancakes, you may have said before, but why does it matter that experts are paid to testify other than being able to mock Amber Heard for blowing money on shoddy testimony? Well, the idea is simple, and it's true. You should know this. You pay an expert witness for their opinion. You pay for that opinion. And if you go to an expert witness and they don't have an opinion you like, you don't pay them. You go to a different expert witness and you pay them for the opinion. So there is a bias. You will rarely ever find an expert witness who does not give the answer that you want them to give. It's amazing how often that happens. But the expert witness thing, everybody does it. It's the whole industry that is built around it, but it is somewhat dirty. And so it is to draw doubt to that expert. Now, if every expert in a particular trial is paid, say, $500 an hour and all around $10,000 to $15,000 for their expertise, and then you find one expert on a really hard fact that is paid $100,000. So in every other place, all these experts are getting 1/10 of this person. Does that make you question the fact? Maybe it does, right? Like maybe that bias, but maybe it's just so obscure that that's what the person needs. Who knows? Inquisitorial Love Says, long-time Aussie fan here, staying up late to see you cover the TMZ motion so I can tell the missus what you said before she tells me what Emily said. Love your work, mate. Hey, thank you, buddy. Real Hydro PX says, legal vice looking like a Village People personality. Yeah, this is hat. Jose Carballo says, any updates on the Vic Mignogna? Yes, Vic is going to be, he's going to be at a signing event in where is it? Hold on. There we go. Goodness gracious. He's going to be at a signing event. The Funko Shed in association with the Vintage Toy Mall, Saturday, May 28th, 2022. Where the hell is this? The Vintage Toy Mall. What state is this? Broken Arrow. Where's Broken Arrow? Broken Arrow, Oklahoma is the Vintage Toy Mall. I believe that's where Vic Mignogna will be. So you can check that out. That's what it looks like. I don't see any other Broken Arrows. I wish it said Oklahoma on the event thing. But yeah, so if you want to see Vic, that's where Vic will be. That's the news. No news on his case. If there's news on his case, believe it's going to be all over my channel. Heidi Wislang says, joining you from Canada, you've been a masterclass in my living room. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Heidi. Chantel Granger Burke says, does sidebar time count against their court time? No, that is neutral time. Neutral time. Flooded says, if Amber's legal team loses, how bad would it be for their firm? I don't think them winning or losing is the good or bad for their firm. I think their performance in court may be bad. They look shifty right now. I wouldn't hire. I might hire Rottenborn if I was really guilty. I wouldn't hire any of them personally. I'm not impressed. Winning Reality says, it's done. The Unbreaded. Tom needs posting private and sharing to locals in short time for your input since you're the co-star. Okay. Fuzzy Logic, would disputing a TMZ takedown DMCA force them to prove ownership if you took it to court? Love from Australia. Yeah, it would. TMZ would definitely prove ownership of that thing. That the copyright claim itself is a proof of ownership because otherwise they perjured themselves. I guarantee you TMZ owns that footage and they acquired the rights, and they would have acquired the rights from Amber Heard. TMZ doesn't fuck around with that because they'll get sued, and they'll get sued hard. And there are people who really hate them. Celine Apple Dorn says, shout out to your wife. She must be the complete opposite of Amber Heard, letting you spend all your time with us. Greetings from the Netherlands. My wife is an absolute gem, and I love her very much. And, yeah. Although I think she likes a little bit having some time to herself, but I know that during these trials, she does a ton of extra work around the house with the kids, stuff that I would normally help out with. So she's great. Andrew Hansen, do you have standing to argue against a subpoena in a case like TMZ, or does it have to be one of the parties arguing on your behalf before the court? Well, there's a couple issues here. TMZ, and we found this out through the hearing, and these are from before the hearing, but TMZ is not a party to this case and cannot intervene in the case because they're not a party. They don't have an interest in either of the party's positions. If they said they had an interest in either party position, it'd get really weird, right? Because what interest do they have in Amber Heard and Johnny Depp defaming each other? So that's the one problem. The next problem is that they don't hold the privilege. The privilege is held by the journalist. The confidential sources privilege is not TMZ's to hold. It is the journalists to hold. So this journalist shielding or not shielding a potential a source. That's the journalist thing, not the journalist entities. They're trying this theory that the journalistic company is the holder of that interest, and I don't think that's correct. So there's a whole bunch there to try. But the long and short is this guy was showing up on his own because he wanted to come tell the truth, and he wasn't forced to come in. So there's nothing anybody can really do about it. The Sod Monster says, I think Disney are looking to cast Elaine in their new Disney Plus show. What, if anything? Chantal says, does sidebar time count as lawyer's time? Again, just answered that. Sorry that you sent that a couple times, Chantal. But we got to it. Ron Mexico. Andrea's theory is that during Whitney's cross, Depp's team didn't lay the proper foundation to bring in Howell's statement for impeachment, which she did lay out here on the show. And yeah, that seems to be the case. Jeff Humboldt, zero chance TMZ is compelled to reveal source, even though they are tabloid. Protections exist for whistleblowers, i.e. if someone records a murder. No, there's first of all, they weren't being compelled to reveal the source. Second of all, there aren't real protections for someone to not reveal a source. There are some other protections which could theoretically overlap that, but there's not strong case law on that. The journalistic shield laws are laws. They are not constitutional law. Those laws exist. Minnesota, for example, very broad, very strong journalistic shield laws. I enjoy the hell out of them. But Virginia doesn't have them. That's a problem here. Bucky Cat, what role does California's consent of both parties law play into regards to the recording? Well, at pre-trial, there were likely some arguments over things, but they have resolved them in some way. But yes, California's consent laws would make some of the evidence that we've seen before the court excludable, but it's not excluded, maybe because both parties consented to it. Unfortunately, we don't really know. Brad Bowers, Super Ultra Mega Chat. Thank you. CE Northeast. JD's claim should be $7 million to a university of his choice. Man, I don't know. I know a lot of people say like these charitable donation claims. I don't think so, man. His entire reputation was torched. We'll see what he ends up doing. M says, what was the point of Elaine making a point of asking if the TMZ guy knew he was subpoenaed yesterday? Are they alleging they sent the subpoena and who his attorneys also represents? Sorry if I missed it. That's the theory. That's the theory, is that if they could have him indicate that he knew the subpoena about the subpoena from his lawyer, and that his lawyer was also representing these other people, that was an apparent bias or conflict of interest. That was what they tried to do. I don't think it worked. Jay's Savvy says, it's not true love until there's a restraining order. Love the based commentary. Thank you. VP says, the upgrade is on the stand, ladies and gents. Oh, that must be Dr. Mommy. Kyran X, a bit early for Curry, but this will be spicy. Tank Commando read that one. Guns Beer Freedom, thank you for the chat. Paul says, does it look bad on Amber Heard's lawyers that they did not cross-examine Kate Moss? Maybe. Who knows what the jury thought about that? I don't think there was anything they could ask her. Stephen Bard, been a big fan of yours since you were on the Dick Show during the Lull suit. Who would you rather have as your lawyer, Kevin Landau or Elaine? God, I can't. I would rather have a literal lawyer dog. Nicholas Graves, I also want the homeschool Constitution class. I should never speak out loud. Tunachi Trump says, yo, are you following the Sussman trial? I am not. Robert Giovera is, and I would highly encourage people to check out his coverage of it. I am not. It's very interesting and wonderful trial. I have no. Someone was asking me if I saw something the other day, and I was like, between trial stream. Like I stream the trial and then I do my nighttime stream. Between those two things, it is usually make and eat dinner, nap, wake up, set up the stream, nap again, wake up, do the stream. Like I just don't have any time. Is tomorrow the last day? Friday is the last day. Friday is closing arguments. Nicholas Starro says, Jeebus, question, Jeebus, did Hughes actually give Amber Heard her base of testimony for the trial Hughes was an expert in? Yes, I think if I understand your question. Ren Williams, Muffin Mommy just destroyed Amber Heard's case. Also, first super chat and new fan. Thanks for the entertaining streams. Hey, thank you, Ren. Gates of Above, read that one, read that one, read that one. Troy Neenan, show Tug's Indiegogo page, please. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Kevin Farrell says, by Catwoman's reaction at the bench, you can tell she is wrecked. Lol, the whole Heard team appears wrecked. Yeah, I mean, believe me, I love that umbrella guy, but I would rather show it when there's more people watching. But we'll take a quick gander. If you don't know, if you follow that umbrella guy and his information at all, he's been mentioned a couple times in this trial. He is also he is producing his third comic book that he produces with his daughter, Hunt the Littlest Umbrella, the latest case for the detective duo. It's on Indiegogo. His daughter's super cute. I've met them. I've met Tug personally, and we hung out for a while at a convention, couple conventions, and I like him. So he is doing this. This is the third comic book. It truly is an all ages comic. All ages does not mean for kids coded language. It means for all ages. Kids to adults can enjoy this thing. He puts out a good product and he delivers it. The art's great. If you don't know about this, you can check it out. I'll try and remember to bring it up tomorrow when we have more people watching, but it is Hunt the Littlest Umbrella on Indiegogo. I'll throw it in the chat and you guys can check that out if you want. He's great. C. Goody hates him. So you should know that if C. Goody hates him, he's probably a good dude. Kevin Farrell says, by Catwoman's reaction at the bench, you can tell she is wrecked. Lol, the whole Heard team appears wrecked. Troy Neenan, is Heard going to use Chewbacca defense today? She has been kind of the entire time. Danielson says, did anyone else notice that Amber was Colonel Sanders yesterday? It was pointed out multiple times. I chew ice cream says, Dr. Curry can be my mommy. Jessica 2024 says sapiosexual. Jay says, look at Heard pretending she knows how to write. D Flesh 60 says, is Amber back to writing IOU pledges on those post-it notes? Jay says, Dr. Curry is going to wake up tomorrow with a mystery poop in her bed. Pint Shot Riot says, what are the times left? Was the judge even close? I don't know what the times were yesterday after they were revised, but today it was 1 hour and 16 minutes for Amber Heard, 7 hours and 8 minutes for Johnny Depp. Born Mueller says, Johnny Depp pay better or Amber Heard's bad at picking experts. Well, you have to look at it this way. You have to look at it this way. Amber Heard's case, the facts of it are bad. I think Amber Heard's mental issues are readily apparent. And so you have to find people who will state that which is not true. So if you're wondering why she's got a bad cast of experts, it's probably because they're good ones won't do it. I think that's the reason. David says, how do lawyers know how to cross-examine? For example, ask about the golden rule. Do they have experts who help them? Yes. Are they knowledgeable and able to think critically about the topic themselves? Yes. Both. We have great research tools. We examine case law. You look to other cases with similar issues. And most importantly, you rely on your expert. You talk to your expert about these things and they will tell you. The experts are consulting with the case along with giving testimony. David says, how do, Defendo 99, diagnose me muffin mommy. Grandma cranky. Amber Heard is going with the sister wives look today. Tankrat says, what the fuck is up with Amber Heard's hair? Puke when I got the top view. Remos, you'll be banned from YouTube for restreaming a snuff film after this day of the trial. Thank you for explaining things in a fun and understandable way. Shane Bad says, Amber's not writing anything. She's filling out job applications. Toby, will Heard's team be able to rebut these rebuttals? They're only going to have an hour or less. Pint Shot Riot. Can we pledge $7 million to give Dr. McMuffin Curry something to read? Sure. Troy Neenan, she broke the a-hole and bullshit meters. John Martin, what if Amber has pledged that she has PTSD? Love the work you're putting in, Nick. Love from Scotland. Oh yeah, that'd be great. I pledge to have PTSD. Alex K, hashtag cruel and ruthless. JD, Heard's hair looks like a coiled snake from the top. Worthless drivel. Prosecution should rest after Curry. Plaintiffs, not prosecutors here, but plaintiffs. Except they ended up with some real good stuff after that. Nicholas Stero says, I'm eating chili Cheetos and it still doesn't compare to the burns Dr. Curry is administering. Bubba Hotep, Heard's team, I can't believe they had the money to get actual experts. Ted Phoenician, Amber would take these tests with a Chianti and fava beans. Sakale Seizure, can Amber now join 3-6 Mafia with that 666 code type? Jeremy Lampkin, during Mo's testimony, all the law tubers have provided commentary, but during Curry, everyone is intently paying attention, and that speaks volumes. Normie says, the muffin community stand behind Dr. Curry's testimony. Tucker Dixon says, F rip Amber. Yeah, speaking of that the testimony and the commentary thing, I know people sometimes get annoyed when we talk over testimony. Most of the stuff we're talking over is foundational bullshit that isn't really important. Now, some of the laughing when they do a really good joke or one-liner, we're like, oh, like sometimes we are over them there, and I apologize for that, but that's just natural organic reaction. George Van Hazebroek says, if this was an MMA fight, the ref would have stopped it. Jack or not, Amber Heard hair looks like a poop being touched by Midas. Blackjack Gaming, the wrong doctor is board certified. Dr. Curry is doing all this with 0 notes required. Dr. Curry probably doesn't have any reason to be board certified. Rolf Peterson, jury instruction, I'd burn the witch, your call. Gunner, amazing decantering from such height with PTSD. Matthew Perkins, love me some Dr. Muffins. Troy Neenan, if Elon does disclose Twitter bot numbers, how's that going to affect previous court cases? Also, Amber is too old for movies. There's no way she's paying. If Elon discloses Twitter bot numbers, I don't think previous court cases are going to be a big deal. I don't think there's a lot of testimony about the numbers of, maybe there is, I don't know. I just can't see any particular court case where the number of bots involved in a particular campaign would automatically sway a jury, but it's possibly true. I just don't know. Michael Kennedy, I don't think I've gotten to your super chat yet, but I'm getting there. Hopefully soon. Assassin Rider, smash the like button like Amber smashed the glass. Pie Baker says, can we have Dr. Muffins to test and evaluate turkey neck? Zach Williams in movie announcer voice. Coming this summer. She's a chauffeur who knows kung fu. Amber Heard is the green whore. I think you'd have to say she's an Uber driver, right? Kevin Weber, does Elaine really think this cross is going to affect the jury? It isn't, not one bit, except to make herself look even worse. David Stowe, Dr. Muffins, please step on my junk while telling me how many disorders I have while eating muffins while wearing nothing but your glasses. Troy Neenan, do reaction to Married with Children I'll see you in court episode, season 3, episode 10, I think. Also, how do you rank Liar Liar as a movie? I liked it. It was a funny movie. It's good. It's got some funny realities of court built into it. Thrashifist says, glasses on. My prostate is now finished. Worth it. Hidden Prophet says, Depp new docuseries coming out in November. It's called Revenge of the Turd, How Johnny Depp Survived Mr. Grumpy. Jimmy the Hand, is Elaine board certified? If not, by her own logic, nobody should listen to her. I was going to talk about this. There are legal certifications, specific bars in certain states for lawyers, but like in Minnesota, there's no point in being on a particular bar. It's doesn't make you able to practice there or not, except for the patent bar, which is a little different, but that's federal. But yeah, like lawyers have specialty, and a lot of the best lawyers in some fields don't have that specialty. Seed Fan 85, Amber seems to think that Elaine's cross of Curry is going well for her. That or she hates Elaine. Genty, I'm a gal and totally straight, and I just fangirled for the glasses. She is terminating the other side. Sam Walter says, when Dr. Muffins puts those glasses on, I get harder than when I read Branca's book. Thanks for the jury duty advice. My fam cracked up. Hashtag unbreaded. Mythical Libertarian Woman says, I diagnosed Amber Heard with stage 4 degenerative bitch face. Troy Neenan, now to real world court cases. How does this trial differ from other cases that you have seen before? Your thoughts about this case? Well, this is the first civil case that I've covered publicly. It's also the highest profile case. I mean, these two people are both famous, and Johnny Depp is extremely famous. And the cast of witnesses is wildly different than anything else that I've seen. My thoughts about the case is, I mean, overall, it's just fascinating. The level of story behind these two, and the level of deception and deceit from the legal team of Amber Heard specifically is pretty wild. Joseph DeMartino, the girlfriend screening biz wouldn't work because all our clients would want to date her, make her read something. We want to see those glasses. Jesse Aguilar read that one. Jackernaut says she's a perfect 10. Band Geek AK87, petition for Muffin Mommy Mira. B&B Forge and Leather Company says, loving the coverage, Nick. Mr. Branca really digging the beard. If you would ever like a law enforcement perspective, I'm a 20-year veteran. Winged Paragon, Dr. Muffin Mommy wins. Fatality. Mama CEO, but would Curry have been on the payroll at dinner? Nope. CS says Elaine is Amber's mommy surrogate, subconsciously chosen. Rick 1138, Elaine had visions of Legal Vice's shirt after Dr. Muffin's testimony. The You Died shirt. Dietrich, tell Legal Vices to praise the sun. KV, why not get the air hostess and pilot to impeach Amber Heard? Looks like they will probably have the flight attendant tomorrow. Melanie Ramsey, I can't see Amber Heard recovering at this point in the trial. Do you think she has grounds for appeal? I mean, she has some grounds for appeal, but they're not good and she'll lose. Ben Ogle, Depp expert seems to be selected by 4-hour interviews over dinner. Heard experts seem to be picked by a quick Google search. Hey, Google, show me quack psychiatrists that are also Me Too activists. Felipe Mouve says, Rich, is Shu the leader on Team Depp? He doesn't do that much, in my opinion. Oh, Ben Chu. Yes, when in the bench right now, he is the last one in his team. Do you think he is doing a good job? I think he is the leader. I don't know their internal dynamics. He did the opening statement. He does the motion arguments, and he did a couple of the depositions. I think he's the lead attorney on this one. And so far, I mean, he's done fairly well delegating the witnesses to good attorneys. Walter Deadman says Mullet Man is Rosdower from that MST3K movie from Canada. Ben Rett says Rottenborn has been with his current firm since 2012 and was a partner at a Chicago firm before that. Donald Vlogs, I heard about Texas shooting at school. Those who lost life, rest in peace. Yes. Yes, of course. TM Williams, is a sidebar a way for the defense to object without losing time? No, it's a way for the objections to get more complex than one word without being said in front of a jury. Xanoxis, call me Xan, almost never chat, but during a night stream, you should watch a bunch of Depp v. Heard TikToks or meme. That would be hilarious. Kitty Bear PCI, he didn't reply to the umbrella man. He replied to that umbrella guy. Phrasing of the question matters. Incorrect questions can't be answered correctly. G-Man says, Mr. Depp, please stay calm. American woman, Team Turd is going down hard. Amber Heard looks as though she may jump up and start screaming no more wire hangers. John Cook, hi, just wanted to thank you for your coverage and ask, are all of those people openly discussing their cocaine benders at risk for being fined and stuff? No, there's no one. To charge someone with a crime, you need some real specifics. Most of these things are also well outside the statute of limitations. But the other weird thing is like use of drugs is trying to figure out how to word this. The actual use of the drug is not normally illegal. The possession, sale, and distribution of it is. So I don't know. But in any case, all this stuff is likely outside of any statute of limitations. Nash McGraw says, hit that button, peeps. Skaz TI says, will Rottenborn's questions be limited to issues brought up during this rebuttal appearance? Yes. Brinton Photography says she's married, boys. Simmer down, lol. Charlie Sama, aggravated assault on the Orient Express. Jin Karaya says, I think you're going to need to check Elaine's face after this trial. I guarantee she'll have a black eye. Fauci lied, puppies died. Elaine will retire next week and return to Thief River Falls, a broken woman. Kick with Nick says, maybe Elaine is being paid by Amber with muffins. Can't think of any other reason for her to keep trying at this rate. Jeremy Johnson, does Johnny speak slowly and thoughtfully during this phase set him up to eat more time from the defense during cross? I mean, he did the Rottenborn kept the cross pretty short on Depp. He was able to minimize his answers. I think that's just the way he talks. Eduardo Jose, I love Johnny for his sarcastic way of referring to the legal team of Amber. So I love those streams where you are with your colleagues, friends, and making jokes. Keep it up, guys. Hey, thank you, Eduardo. Kyranks says, oh my God, Depp just said Amber beat up her sister. She lied, puppies died. Amber is a sadistic predator. It's truly chilling to watch as she smiles through his testimony. Imlel M says, not sure if anyone said this, but Depp went into today with about 10 hours left and Turd had about 2 hours. Mitchcraft, is that the smirk? Is that smirk the face of a person with PTSD? A blue-eyed roof green in the base says, cross on rebuttal, limited to rebuttal testimony. It's supposed to be, but they went pretty far on his rebuttal testimony. Tails says, Johnny Megapite Depp is a mega Chad. Barry Dworak, testimony about Make-A-Wish brought tears to my eyes, and that never happens. I want him to win, and Amber living in Skid Row in a tent now. Light Giver says, Johnny had a charity, the Amber Heard Freeloader Friends Charity. That's true. B.A. Krim says, just for getting to near Rittenhouse viewership numbers. Oh, thank you. Trent Alexander, I found your page during Rittenhouse, and as a police officer in California, don't hate me. I absolutely love your breakdowns. I love seeing lawyers' perspectives. Oh, Trent, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. Thank you so much. Imran R says, Ricada Law, do you think they're telling Whitney stories now to give little time for Amber and Whitney to corroborate stories? Maybe. Janet Tobridge says, I have a Make-A-Wish kid, and I thank you for all that you do to make them feel so special and very loved. Oh, well, don't thank me. Thank the organization. They're the ones who do it. They're really great. Fauci lied, puppies died. So sending props to Andrea from a fellow Seattleite. Bill Bozeman says, how's Willy Wonka versus the Chocolate Factory going? MS says, which fraternity was Legal Mindset in? I have no idea. Diablo Butai says, hey, Nick, I've been watching your stream the last 3 to 4 days. I'm cracking a cold beer open. I drink whiskey, but I'm basically a 4'11" white girl in a 6'2" guy's body. Anyway, cheers, everyone. Cheers to you, Diablo. Antoine de Business says, notice how many rings Amber Heard is all of a sudden wearing. Wonder why. Maybe trying to project that if she actually punched Johnny, there would be ring marks, maybe. Little too late, turd. Let's see. Next, Jeanette K says, what's the significance of S design in her hair? Should be scarlet. No idea. Let's see. Ramachandran Kandaswamy says, Amber Heard seems to be relaxed and laughing today. Any particular reason? Probably listening to the internet calling her a cold bitch the entire time. Fifi Trixie Bell says, he made me cry. Isabel Jimenez says, what is a third party motion? That's the motion of someone who is not a party to the case. In this case, TMZ is not a party, so they were bringing a motion as a third party. Honest AF, those who see the obvious gaslighting against Johnny in this case should also be able to see how it relates to the gaslighting the media have done to Trump also. Suke Diaz says, I cried, poor thing. Shiraj Bardwaj, I know I pronounced that wrong, but thank you for the donation. There's no message. Joseph Fizo, that was a shitty joke. Jared D, Dr. Curry is Dr. Mommy. Camille is Mommy at Law. Cult of Hate, Mr. Depp, did you ever use swear words that misheard? Audible gasping in the gallery and the sound of pearls being clutched. Ashoka Tano says, Kate Moss should sue Amber Heard for making up that lie. Perry Campbell says, Johnny's vibe is that he doesn't have the energy to physically abuse anyone. JDT, I did not see Elaine get thrown off of one of her other cases. Which case was it? Was it recent? Razor Sharp, I don't remember getting to your case yet. Wanda Silva, Camille could rain on Amber Heard because of the inconsistencies in her case and her multiple sayings. There's no foundation for Amber Heard's legal team to do the same. Well, the foundation would be that Johnny Depp is, in their mind, an abuser, right? A woman beating monster. So that's why they would take the posture of aggression. Malel M says, when does each party's time start and stop when they have to stop and approach objections, or does it count towards who is questioning? The approaching for objections is neutral time, so they don't charge it to either party. Lalo M, only simps deal in absolutes. NLG Arm Devil, can I simp for Andrea? Just as hot as Dr. Mommy. You can, but you should do it on her YouTube channel. Samp XZ says, thought Johnny Depp did a good job talking about what Amber did to him through the trial, but I kind of wish he had ended it with something along the lines of all this happened from the person I once loved. Mighty Meat, Dr. Mommy, Andrea, Camille, and I in shower equals dream. Okay, calm down. Sherry H, how do they determine which two jurors will be dismissed? I'm not sure how they're going to do it in this one. There's probably just some drawing of lots, drawing of numbers. Ibrahim Alkabi says, I pledged $50 to get baby Rottenborn a thinner tie. Suke Diaz. Her hair gives me Joan Crawford vibes. Bring me the wire hanger. Walter Deadman. I was worried because I thought she was cosplaying Hillary down to the letter, and certain seemingly stable people would go missing. Anthony Mazzarella. When are we going to get a Dr. Mommy porn parody? She's been nailing Amber Heard this entire trial. Kara says, Amber could so revive her career by playing the old, cranky, dusty panties grandma from the original movie Flowers in the Attic. That's weird. Next, Catherine Ferris Curry was first, and what's her name did her Cat 5 10 days later. Peter is my first name. DUI Larry live streaming, feeding his face last night, 29 minutes before he talked about the trial. Blah, narcissist. Well, as someone who had to wolf down a sandwich on stream, I'm not calling anybody out on that. Entropy Denied says, I don't think Amber will ever eat Indian again. Gross. General Zod, I watched Delayed, and yesterday you said you got views from a different channel going down now. So the channel was back up if people wanted to go back. Pure class. Yep, that was my friend Tug, that umbrella guy. And of course, if people want to watch something else, I would much rather them go support the people that they like. Always do that, by the way. This is your entertainment. So support the people you like. Always. Jay Darkness, rumor has Amber is starting a website, Only Turds. Ian Carrolls just got the Savage Tales of Solomon Kane. I think Amber Heard's legal team needs to be added to it. Billy Boy, I spy at least 3 zombies in the courtroom gallery and Frankenstein's daughter. Can you spot them? Mike E. Elaine is scared. Suzanne Hagenar says, I love you guys in your comments, learning a lot. Greetings from Holland. Hey, thank you, Suzanne. Hokies Forever. TMZ is a news organization. That's funny. Apple Penny Table. If a reporter testifies he received the video from Amber Heard and Johnny's chances of winning his case in chief actually pretty good now. Pretty clear malintent. I mean, I think Johnny's chances of winning are very good right now because I think that I've stated from the get-go, I think it's, does the jury like and believe Johnny or Amber? I think that's what decides this case. I don't think the technical law is going to do it. I don't think a particular piece of evidence wins it or loses it unless it destroys their credibility in a particular person. So, but yeah, I think Johnny's in a great position right now. Adorical 1, thank you for the donation. Caranks says, get the portable defibrillator ready. Chica Loca, hey there, sending a few South African rands. Hope it's worth something. Just wanted to, it is. Thank you. Just wanted to say, love your channel and all on the channel, following all hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. Thank you, Chica Loca. Shorgon Scormhammer says, TMZ would also like to state that the Ralph Retort is also a high-class news media site, just like them, Your Honor. SMH TMZ should know their own rep. David Fourier, do the arguments made against the TMZ lawyer count against the time of each party? No, that would be neutral time as well. Nabor 605 says, that young dude just did a 5X double take, Lamau. Necrotic, if subpoena isn't that manipulation of the court. I think the misrepresentation of the subpoena might be the worst part, but it's hard to say, kind of. I'm really not sure. What do we got? Let's see. Oh, I gotta hold on real quick. Okay, I gotta check both of those. All right. Rage says, what side will TMZ help? To me, it seems that neither side want them to testify. Oh, no. No. Ben Chu wanted them to testify. Johnny's side definitely wanted them, and it helped Johnny immensely. Razor Sharp says, would a closed courtroom with parties, judges, and jury being the only party privy to the TMZ reporter testimony be something possible? Yes. The parties wouldn't be there. The parties' attorneys would. Attorney's eyes only things happen from time to time. But in this case, there's no reason to. Tom Stewart, loving your coverage here in the UK. The insights of the jokes are great to watch whilst pretending to work. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Tom. Michelle Reeder, thank you for the donation. Adara the Wholesome says, Dad, do an auto-tune Rottenborn impersonation, telling people to check out Adara the Wholesome on Twitch and buy yourself a beer. I love what you do. Been following since Rittenhouse, thanks to Tim Pool. I don't know how to do a Rottenborn impression. Mr. Depp, I'm going to need you to check out Adara the Wholesome on Twitch. There you go. Check out Adara the Wholesome on Twitch. I hope that's what you're looking for, but I don't know why you would be looking for it. Trashy saying, I don't know how to feel about Amber constantly smirking at Johnny while he was on the stand. Any thoughts on that? She hates him. That's my thought. Blazemonger says, I notice how caring he still was about Whitney, even after what she testified. He knows and understands and now supports her. Dennis Canfield, TMZ has a story about the Tazia arrest. Walter Denman, Gunt got punted in Portugal again. Stardust, I wonder if the flight attendant on Johnny witness list is someone that witnessed Amber's domestic violence incident against her wife. It took place in an airport. I think it's the flight attendant that he's alleged to have grabbed. Magnus, who is in the jury, lawyers or random people? random people from Virginia, from that county, Fairfax County, Virginia. Daniel Gammon, James from Court has more Twitter followers than Shanley Painter does. What about Instagram, though? Christine Westberg, thanks for the donation. Michelle Reeder, check Johnny's answer to the sex abuse, please. I don't know what that was. Nicholas Stero, Amber Heard has less than 2 hours of cross against Johnny Depp before TMZ and 5 to 6 other witnesses, but I think they will rest after TMZ with Amber Heard with unused time. Markel, shout out to the Hotep lawyer at Legal Mindset. Jay says, tell Branca if he's taking the one on the coast, which I assume he is, he needs to stop in Pescadero, where there's a biker cafe, and Felton, where there's the Henry Cowell Old Growth Redwoods. Jessica 2024 says, fellow Minnesotan here, you betcha. Hey, thank you, Jessica. Sarah Helena Storm says, assumption, the mother of all F-ups. One step too far. Burkhart smashability confirmed. Michael Kennedy, why do many attorneys say the Florida bar is so hard? I have no idea. I've only taken the Minnesota bar, and I didn't find it particularly difficult. It's not easy. But I could not tell you, and none of the lawyers on this stream were Florida bar licensed, so I don't know. Don't know how to answer that. Oh, wait, I get Legal Mindset probably was, but I have no idea. Matt B, breaking. Ethan Ralph went to Portugal again, got beat again 15 minutes ago. Ab one knack. In Zombieland scene with Amber Turd, it was the worst day ever for Jesse Eisenberg. For Johnny Depp, it was a Tuesday. Supla Hoopla, I actually feel bad for Elaine at this point. She's obviously been fed a pack of lies, and defamation is so hard to prove. She probably thought it was open and shut. Now she's stuck with this psycho. Soldier Boy's baby daddy says, just letting you know, Ethan Ralph just got another fight in Portugal. Nanya party time. The news is very depressing today. Switching to this channel has lifted my spirits. Thank you for awesome content. Ethan Flash read that one. Keegan Draper. Amber said on direct, Johnny Depp liked to have sex when he was on some drugs, which was so unlike sober Johnny Depp. All this time and money to humiliate him, and she's the one who was humiliated. Sad. Chibi Peach says, real quick, if the opportunity came and you were single, if you aren't, would you smash Amber? I've never been that guy. I mean, I still think Amber Heard's fairly attractive. But if you didn't know her, like if you knew her, no, God, too risky, right? But I've never been that type of person. So I don't have a litany of one night stands under my belt or anything. Ammo 223. And no, I'm not single. I've been married for almost 18 years. Ammo 223 got the job in the ED at the hospital of my dreams. Excellent. John M is a simp. I knew it. Oh gosh. Yeah, don't stick it in crazy. Yeah, I mean that's exactly it, frankly. If you know her, you definitely don't want to. But like if you're into that sort of like one night sort of thing, I mean, I think certainly when she was in her 20s, she was very, very pretty back then. So yeah. But I don't think she's not homosexual. She's not just a lesbian. She's also attracted to men's money, it seems. So I'm not sure how that works out. John M, thanks for your wonderful coverage. I've learned so much. Why didn't we get video coverage like this for the Ghislaine trial? U.S. federal court does not allow video coverage. So you can't. It wasn't like they disallowed it for Ghislaine Maxwell. It's just they don't allow it at all as a rule, which is really unfortunate. I am firmly opposed to that rule. I think all trials should be televised. Austin C says, how strong are Johnny Depp / MBA combinations? Is it a worth or oh, not Johnny Depp, sorry. Juris Doctor / MBA combinations. Is it a worthwhile path or a waste of money? Already have the MBA. Almost went for JD until I saw the price. The question to ask would be to your potential employer and say, what would this get me? If I have a JD, what do I get? Does the company need this? You've already got the MBA. You're probably mostly going to be better off just pursuing your career aggressively for 3 years rather than doing your career and then going to law school. So that's my idea. Pie Baker says Chris Hook for Unbreaded. Bring it on, gay boy. I don't know that he'd come on for that. I think Chris Hook's a little bit he's a little bit left of me and might not do that one. Google account says I just took an Amber Heard. Brandon Bowman, shout out to my friend who recently passed the Georgia bar exam. Took her a few tries, but she kept at it. That's awesome. It's fantastic. Look, the bar exam, people have a misconception. The bar exam does not test who will be a good lawyer. The bar exam is just sort of this is a baseline level of knowledge you need to know for us to license you. It's not perfect. So I'm really glad to hear that she got through it. It's a tough test. It's a tough day. 2 days, really. Yeah, it was 2 days. It was a tough 2-day test and a tough set of weeks leading up to it as well. So congrats to her. Romo Drummer, you should read all the super chats with auto-tune from now on, but in your normal talking voice, not singing, as long as it doesn't get too annoying for chat. Oh, it'll get real annoying for chat. Also, you have to kind of do the singy thing. Otherwise, it doesn't, like the auto-tuning itself doesn't work that well. Douglas Stewart, Ralph got beat up again on YouTube, backwards internet, stealth mode for TV. How does Kev Kleinsmith still have his bar license? What the hell is Kev Kleinsmith? Ex-FBI lawyer spared prison for altering the Trump-Russia probe. Oh, that guy? Oh, that guy's a motherfucker. Look, it's hard to disbar lawyers. Keenan Baxter from Rebel News is in court with Jessica. Wait, I read that one. Exedra says, loved all the live streams so far. Never heard of LawTube until this case. Came for the case, stayed for the unbreaded. Yeah. What are our thoughts on Hibiki Suntory whiskey? It's one of my favorites. I love it. It's great. It's actually not super expensive here either. But yeah, the Hibiki Suntory is great when I can find it. Mark Fenn, I've been hopping in and out throughout the trial. Can you give a bird's eye view on some highlights of where we are at now? Well, we're really close to the end. Tomorrow's the last day. Johnny Depp will call one more witness. Amber Heard may call a rebuttal witness, and then we'll deal with some court things, and that's it. And then Friday is closing arguments. So we'll see. Junebug says sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. You can't be both. Also, Ricardo looks like Zelensky. Oy vey. I heard that a lot. Love Mochi 86. Please looking up glassing crime in Australia. Glassing crime? I don't know. Physical attack using a glass or bottle as a weapon. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, stabbing someone with a broken glass or bottle is horrifying. Yeah. Let's see. Bradley Harding. Legal Vices is you died an Elden Ring reference. If so, how do you have time to be here? Epic game. Dark Souls. Yunin Stealth. Also Elden Ring, but I think Dark Souls. Yunin Stealthfoot. What do you say to someone with 2 black eyes? Nothing. They've already been told twice. Joshua Unseth, can you explain how they redact things in the documents on the fly? Well, I mean, if you have, I don't know, there's trial presentation software that would allow them to do it most likely. What I use to redact things is just the Adobe Adobe, not the Acrobat Reader, but Adobe Acrobat has a redaction tool where you can just drag and drop black boxes all over the place. But trial presentation software is probably how they're doing it. Ted Comet, why can't lawyers be found guilty of perjury on cross? there's a litigation shield. If a lawyer completely intentionally lied to the court, it's better resolved by something like a contempt order or something like that. They theoretically could be found guilty of contempt or of perjury. But yeah, typically perjury is reserved for witnesses, and it's rare. Super Bloodwolf Moon says a handle is a little more than a mega pint. Jay says we're going to need the pixel specialist from the Rittenhouse trial to piece together that handle. Bang Damn, thanks for the donation. Monk Insane. Rottenborn is literally just making stuff up with the Johnny Depp cross. What the hell? Trying to confuse a jury. Should be sanctioned for twisting testimony. Sleazy POS. Von Michelle. I've literally had an attorney spoof my phone before. This could have been spoofed easily. It could be. Christina Pirosco says Rottenborn is like the Micro Machines guy from the 80s commercial. On Colombian white powder, Elaine, little Dutch boy paint character. Circus. M says she is ambidextrous. She writes with her right hand but punches with her left hand because it was his left eye. Tiffany Elizabeth says it means he wants to get messed up on Molly Hard. Wolfie rides. The text direction indicates they were incoming texts. Bex Fire says per body language guy, Johnny is sure he did not write that. Yeah, I mean, that seemed obvious to me. Andy Shepard, that anger from Johnny looks like it will backfire. Ryan says, seems like the decision to bring up Johnny is hurting their case. How do you feel about the cross-exam by Rottenborn? I mean, it was the risk. Rottenborn was going to go hard. I don't know that it hurt their case too much. I mean, they brought up some uncomfortable details, and I think they misrepresented that text, but we won't, we may never know. We'll just see. STFU says, I keep hearing Pink Floyd in my head, ticking away the minutes left in your court case while Rottenborn frantically grasps at straws. Bizarre. Viva la Vigine. No, wait. Viva la Vigane says maybe that weird Molly mackerel text was autocorrect, holy mackerel, or an assistant writing on his behalf plus autocorrect. In any case, no context. So who cares? What does it actually prove? It doesn't. But it could be damaging to his credibility. And I think they win or lose on his credibility. The thing is, I think Johnny's got such a deposit of credibility built up that even if that did hurt him a little bit, I don't think it's enough to overcome how bad Amber's credibility is tanked. Jorge Torres says, what was said in the text? I just logged in. I don't fully remember. Blue Orion Tiger. Every time Amber stares at the camera, Ty Beard launches in the Yamato and sorties his super F-15s with 22 AMRAMs each. Evie Warner Runkle is tweeting that this could be the moment that cost him the trial. Calling him was a bad idea. I disagree. I think calling him was still a good idea. I would have just called him last, personally. Tor Theo, can they enclose go? Of course he doesn't remember typing it. Notice how it says incoming. He didn't say that, yet they put it into evidence. Yeah, as long as it's true. Jennifer S, thanks for the donation. Susie White, thanks for the donation. Mr. Shadows, SS Heard has just been sunk by her golden twink. Ruthless Pug, when Johnny Depp lawyer asks about Amber Heard knowing how long he would be out of town, I swear she says, did Miss Turd know? Got to be a clip. Yeah, people have said that. Catalyst, any idea why Amber is writing so many notes? Is she instructing her legal team? Probably. Gino Fast, the video in court was longer than the TMZ video? Yes. Russell Hall, can we speculate about TMZ guy's favorite color? Christina Pirosco, thank you for the sticker or for the emojis. Raven Pro, read that one. Matthew from Flint, it would appear that the cat lady is no fan of Camille Vasquez. Andy B, check out DUI guy's reaction when TMZ guy clapped back at Elaine. Oh, it was great. An Orange Sea Lion, I bet this guy actively and frequently praises the Omnissiah. That's to the photographer guy. Brenton Photography says $10 to guess how many people are calling these numbers right now. Too many. J Spec BB6, TMZ's next headline story, rehired TMZ employee absolutely owns Heard's lawyer. Judea Sampson, I feel like a failure listening to this guy. Andrew Wilhelm, where was this guy for digital forensics in the Rittenhouse trial? Braden Jensen, thank you for the donation. Iron Axis EXIF data, all I wanted was a JPEG of a hot dog. Braden Jensen, pinch and zoom, added pixels. Yes, senpai. Certs are for companies. Certs mean nothing in this field. Overly certified folks generally have no real life experience. Jordan Hansen, I object to what? This is pretty damning for us. GB Peach, King Boomer is such a champ. Love him. Foxwood says, I got you in my sights. Captain Oreo, whose phone number is it that wasn't redacted? I don't know. Andre Gant, Depp legal team. We would like to call MKBHD to the stand, Your Honor. GDI base. I'm pretty sure the number they failed to redact, the sender was Amber Heard's. Subpoena Exhibit A, used to send text messages on or around May 2014. Jack Wheeler, thank you for the donation. Anthony Wise, I absolutely agree with how fast tech advances been in IT for 10 years, always buying new books or materials. Lightgiver, read that one. What? Shit. Just a second. Here we go. Desert Rat says, pretty sure he said the editing was off camera, like on a PC. P.S. You guys are great. Thanks for what you do, you and your friends. Thank you. Dirt Bike. Amber Heard's brain is neither a grower or a shower. Oof. Oof. Charlie. Her stripper name was Molly Mackerel. Viking Vet. Her stage name was Amber Turd. She did the special move on the pole with chocolate. I hate everyone. The text was incoming, not sent by him. He received it. You can see on the document. I give her on the photo of the bruised arm. Amber is holding an old black Apple phone from 2010. Also, she was never a brunette when with Johnny. Ray Slimmery ASMR says, was a live red snapper. It's in Led Zeppelin's biography. Karnak says, Finding Nemo gets a whole new meaning with these fishy stories. Lexi Lost in BookTube says, sent a message on Twitter. Okay. I will try and find it. Abnormal. Do you think RB did enough damage to Johnny Depp that his case is now back to 50-50? No. Donut Swan says, grab the grouper by the poozy. Stephen Carpenter. Isn't the argument that the digital expert can know how the images were edited a double-edged sword? They'd be admitting they were edited. Yes. Berserker Dirk. Note to self, always strip your EXIF data on doctored photos. Am I cranky? But then they would testify that someone who knows how to strip EXIF data knows how to edit photos and seems to be concealing something, right? Like that. That's where I would go. Grandma Cranky says, Norbert saying, I haven't received my paycheck and somebody took my stapler. Rimshy says, Newmeister. I do think about the Stiffmeister in American Pie. Oh, wait, no, that was from Suzanne Hagenar. Yes, it reminds you of Stiffmeister, Stifler. That was good. Jared D says, Your Honor, I'd like to object on the grounds that I just asked a question that destroys my client's entire case. Fubar again says, Judy is watching Recato Law during this trial. Oh, I read that one earlier. In exile, this cross is too damaging for Junior to handle. Jason of the Great Awakening says, grab the popcorn. Ethan Ralph just got beaten in Portugal again. We'll probably talk about it at some point. Winning Reality says, pretty sure this guy is Scott Adams' creation. It's me says, shout out to Colorado Ped Patrol catching a retired principal pedo. Hey, good. Laura H, who is this clown? The expert is trying not to laugh. By the way, guys, I think tonight I'm going to have a Hollywood actor on the show tonight. Colby Boothman, who is in Jurassic World. We had a fun sort of back and forth on Twitter. He's going to be on the show tonight to talk. We're going to talk about Johnny Depp and we're going to talk about Hollywood and kind of just get a peek into his life. I think it'll be fun. Colby Boothman. So it's not Johnny Depp. I can't have Johnny Depp he can't talk to the media. Plus I don't think he'll be on anyway, but yeah, so it should be interesting. He was the young Velociraptor trainer in Jurassic World, one of the Jurassic World movies. And he made a joke while we were, because I had made fun of the Jurassic World movies, and he tweeted out, like, don't make fun of my movie. But he also said he was an example of someone who is in one of these major franchise films whose career did not skyrocket. So I think it's an interesting perspective, because most of Hollywood is more like his story than Johnny Depp or Amber Heard's story. And so we'll be talking. We'll be talking tonight. Should be fun. U23 Power says, Your Honor, it is a cat in the box, not the beaver. Engineer, Norbert deserves an exit pint or a meta pint, whichever is bigger. Dr. Diddler, do you think Amber's team gets demoralized from consistently getting bent over a table by Johnny's team? I think I would. Yes. Yes. Adam Buzzio, she is the cop that arrested Amber. Yep. Not applicable. Says, anus exploded cigar. You are out, Mr. Lawyer. Not applicable. Short shamed gnome woman way to be a beta female. A Kerber says, could he have refused to answer the question that was asked? Who is he? DJ Tommy V. Ron Bacardi. Yes, I do want to cover the Parkland shooter trial. I think it's soon. Nicholas Cruz or whatever. I want to cover that trial. So I am looking to do that when this one is over. DJ Tommy V says, forget no tie Andrew. We need no tie Andrea. Way to 4 says, why could they not say she was a cop or talk about her getting arrested? Prejudicial. Very prejudicial. Gundam says, Elaine needs to stop screeching her objections into the mic. It can't play well with the jury. Sounding like that. Shoot, Brandon James says, please characterize the damage to Amber Heard's case today in terms of mushroom cloud size. Bigger than Hiroshima. I don't know if it's as big as it's not as big as Sarbamba. Maybe comparable is the famous battleship mushroom cloud, right? That they detonated in the water right next to all the decommissioned boats to see what the effects would be on ships from a submersed nuke. That one, which is pretty big. Neon Nightmare says, since the TMZ journal said in the testimony that they had a shorter clip than one in the trial that they copyrighted, does that technically mean they don't actually own the copyright since it isn't the original clip? No, they would still own they would own the copyright, and they'd have to acquire it from whoever made the edit, and whoever made the edit would have to still be the rights holder. Like, TMZ is going to acquire the copyright from the person they believe is the rights holder, and they're going to check pretty thoroughly. It's still going to be Amber Heard. Wingy says, Colby Boothman could play Runkle in the made-for-TV movie of LawTube. Brian Mulvaney says, I think you're thinking Bikini Atoll. Maybe. I don't remember the names of each one. I've just seen that footage a billion times, and it's cool as hell. Viking Vet, plot twist, this flight attendant is the same that Elon offered a horse for a happy ending massage to. Now, there's some interesting stuff there. Elon Musk had said that the flight attendant, the masseuse, should come out and talk about his anatomy that no one knows about. Well, Johnny Depp, his text just revealed to the world that Elon apparently has a crooked penis. So maybe she can now. Come on, his dick's crooked. Farhan Iqbal says, after this case, she can now sue Depp and Camille for physical and emotional trauma, plus the rapes of all her witnesses by factual statements. Nicholas Stero can't decide if Amber Heard or Dr. Hughes is most like Nurse Ratchet. Seductive Donut, the next witness is the one who arrested Amber. Brian W. can't object to your own questions, dumbass. Adam Richardson says, if they are only able to point out the incoming text on close, is the jury likely to find that an effective rebuttal after they failed to address it on rebuttal? Maybe. They're going to have a lot to say on close, though, so it might not even be worth it. Brett MB says, I wanted the video guy to clean up the court audio between Cat Lady and Lurch. Gaetano Maximus, does the verdict have to be unanimous? Yes. Chris R. Ralph attacked cognitive thought. Will we get your play-by-play tonight on whether Ralph is going to jail? I don't know. I don't know if I want to bring Colby into that because, I don't know if he knows anything about these people at all. But if there's any point where I'm alone, or otherwise, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. X, didn't Depp's team ask for a copy and get fused? Maybe. JD for the win says the big statement, rot dick, red pit was from, oh yeah, red was from 1995. Yeah, where Johnny talked about hitting someone. Toasty said, read that one. Black Tiger. Okay, with hate, how much does Johnny win now? 50 million. I still don't think that a jury is going to give him 50 million. I say under 10 million. I say maybe 5 to 7. JD for the win statement read out about Johnny was from 1995. Yep. AU says, how can Johnny Depp's team return to the incoming text issue? They could call Johnny back. Dr. Rontgen says, what about that incoming text issue revisited? Yeah, if the texts were misrepresented by Heard's team, they could probably motion for the court for a corrective instruction on it. Move to strike it as improper. But if not, they could theoretically call Johnny back to have him talk about it again. Chris Pratt says Twitter guy for Heard equals Gale from Breaking Bad. Bearded Chef Tug has a question in the text messages. Does owner of phone or the message? I don't know. I would love to see the unredacted. Thunder Vibe says, won't Johnny Depp's damning text messages brought out in cross-examination sway the jury as it's quite crass? Anyway, it can be argued out, or is it not relevant to the scope of the trial, which is defamation? I mean, it's not relevant to the scope of the trial, right? Like at the end of the day, Johnny Depp saying nasty things about Amber Heard has nothing to do with whether or not she defamed him or if he defamed her. So the question, though, it goes to his credibility, since he said he didn't make the text and they have something showing that he purportedly did. That's what they're offering it for. But I would suggest that I don't think it hurts him that much, honestly. Jan, remember, this is weighed against Amber's credibility, which is, to me, way lower. Jan Smalkowski says, at this point, how do you know the ex is willing to go on the stand and lie? She could tell the truth and kill her case. Oh, Tazia? I don't think they're going to be able to call Tazia. Mabradle 25, could they call Tazia since Amber mentioned the article about the airport incident was part of the smear campaign? I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. Read that one. Unicorn eye lasers. Why was the chromatic color data eliminated from the expert's testimony? He's clearly an expert on it. I don't know. That was excluded in some sidebar or out of court motion. Don't know. Fauci, 75,000 cash. You got to let Spiegel lay on the ground and provide seating for you. Deal or no deal? No deal. Fooey Flash, do we have confirmation if any jury members laughed at TMZ guy's burn of Cat Lady? They had to. Robert Me, can't believe we gave you colonials our law system only for you to be better. Not fair from a still serving UK soldier, or redcoat, as you would say. Bloody well done, and I raise a glass to you. Hey, you know what? Robert Me, Bob Me. To the English army, to the UK soldiers, absolute tanks of men throughout history, men who fought battles of nasty attrition and soldiered on in the face of hopelessness and hopefulness alike. To you serving, good sir, redcoat as you may be, my cheers to you. Necrotic, modifying photos, claiming Johnny Depp text when not his, various attempts to enter evidence through witnesses and other sketchy stuff. Don't Amber Heard's team face consequences? Probably not. Probably not, frankly. Claire Louise, Amber Heard's girlfriend E. Barlow has been campaigning hard for her. Oh, yeah. Of course. Roy Boy 68 says, I wonder if one of Amber Heard's lawyers would ask John Logie Baird if he had qualifications in TV technology, and then Elaine state you only did it to get on TV. Adorma's Gaming, was that DUI plus behind Elaine earlier freaking out at that sick burn the TMZ guy got on 15 Minutes of Fame? Yes. Yes. Lexi, the Lexecutioner, Tug posted the perjury report. Is that something that can still be filed or followed up on? Wait, the Adam Waldman perjury report? I don't think it can still be filed in this case. Fuzzy Harmonica says, new here are those Space Marines in the background. They are. Particularly, they are the Bandai Space Marine, the Bandai Premium Space Marine figures. These are all Warhammer 40K books. That's my collection. That's what I collect is Warhammer 40K books and some minis. I've gotten into painting. I'm not great at it, but I'm working on it. Blue-Eyed Roof Korean the Based says Molly is usually MDMA in crystal form. X is pills. Igor Diniz, are you doing this lives for just 15 minutes of fame? That was great. Matthew Self says, out of all of Depp's experts, the only one Amber Heard's team asked about compensation was Dr. Muffins. Very scared of her. The Probable Nihilist. The question to Norbert reminded me of the old joke question. Does your mom know you're gay? Can't answer it yes or no. You need more context. Ad Hoc Artisan. There's only one I in ambidextrous. Check out Twitter by that umbrella guy. He's seen the letter Amber Heard's lawyer said it was from Johnny Depp. Is not from Johnny. Angela Sames, if I missed this, thank you for the donation. I don't know that I saw that one. DJ Roots, what is your professional verdict for Friday? I don't know that we're going to get a response on Friday. If you don't know, I'll mention it again. I'm 99% going to be doing a 24-hour stream on Friday, starting before the trial, starting before the closing arguments, a couple hours probably before, sitting through all of the closing arguments, and then going on verdict watch for the rest of the day. Hopefully we will see a result from the jury on Friday. I'll be bringing on people to hang out and talk about Johnny Depp and other subjects, but it's going to be insane. It's going to be a long day, but a lot of fun. Wada 4 says, why could they not talk about how the airport worker was a cop and how she arrested Amber? Again, it's prejudicial for Amber. Police actions and officers are given extra authenticity and deference, and that may not be appropriate, especially since charges were not ultimately filed. Dear Amy says, hashtag Amber Turd, heart, hashtag Eve Fartlow. Oh, man. Body Beard says, any thoughts on the Sussman trial? If he lied to the FBI, in the hopes of trying to sway a U.S. election, fuck him. Ashley Desire, whose closing will go first and why? Johnny Depp's closing will go first. And why is because he brought the action. Plaintiff always goes first. DJ Roots, thank you for the donation. Viking Vet, Texas just passed constitutional carry that went into effect end of last year. Was a big win for us. Good guys with guns stop bad guys with guns. Look at the church shooting in Texas last year. Next, Lynn's over it says, love the zing back at Elaine about 15 minutes of fame. And I love the photo expert. He had some good comebacks. I think today was good for Johnny. I do too. Bill Bozeman says, Willy Wonka versus a Chocolate Factory Netflix doc. Kate C, aka Snake Plush Kitten. Amber is choosing her outfits as a way to audition for the remake of the 70s classic Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. Next, B33. What, if any, reason for the Flappy Fish Market to sue Depp for defamation? She's suing the Depp for Waldman's statements that he made, and on a principal agent theory, saying that those damaged her career. I don't think that that's a valid thing, but really, she's suing Depp because she's mad and like that. That was a thump. Holy cats. Matthew Loney says, STF Ricada, saying you don't make your channel your legal acumen for dummies explanations, free speech advocacy, and beyond funny wit sets you above your lawtube peers. Adding Andrew Branca's M-Wit. M-Wit. Well, thank you. Thank you. I try. But again, if I could be the exact same person, and if people didn't show up, there wouldn't be a platform. So I'm glad you guys do. Blues Your Daddy says the TMZ guy reminded me of the journalist from the Rittenhouse trial, personality-wise. Yeah, pretty similar. Shaban G says, question, do we know best guesses of Johnny Depp's last witness? Been hooked, increasing at your coverage. Love and thanks from a black flag and some whiskey. Okay, so I think Johnny Depp's last witness we've determined is going to be the flight attendant. And we presume that the flight attendant is the one he's alleged to have grabbed and assaulted after giving her drugs. So should be fiery tomorrow. Sleepy Gaunt says, drunk right now, waiting for train, didn't seal deal with colleague. Pro tip, don't stick your pen in company ink. Happy to listen to insightful thoughts on the case, brother. Oh, good. Sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, don't sink your pen into company ink. Very, very dangerous, especially in 2022. You probably dodged a bullet. Jackson Coleman says, does DUI guy need money for laundry? Looked like he creamed his jeans during TMZ guy's testimony. That was pretty good. Show Bob and Vagine says, I'm hungry. I want to eat curry, but she is married. AJ Star Hiker. I have first two of Tug's comics. They're good. Troller Terrian says, I have served as a photography forensic analyst and was never limited to testimony scope. Norbert's testimony was damning, even with the limited scope. Yeah, it was. It was. Absolutely. Night. Not sure how, as jury members, you can separate the fact that Amber is clearly a turd of the worst kind from the defamation claim and let her win. I agree. Felipe Move, rackets. They should call someone from the Orient Express, testify about photoshopping the train picture. Death Strike. Hold on. Kids are yelling. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. So I go out to find whatever's going on. My oldest is yelling at my third oldest, the third one, the middle one, because she was yelling at the next one. So the third kid and the fourth kid were yelling at each other. And my oldest is on a voice call and his friend, he couldn't hear his friend because they were screaming. So I'm like, guys, I'm out here because I'm on a show and all I hear is screaming. Can we knock it off? Like, what the heck is going on? So it was like a meta thing there where like, what are you doing? And the fight is over. Obviously, absolutely nothing, of course, because they're kids, right? And so then the middle child then got mad at me and left. And I'm like, I'm not even yelling at you. I don't even know what's going on. I just come out here and people are yelling. trying to figure out what, geez. Kids, man. Death Strike Gaming says, last time I did MDMA, I could barely stop petting my couch that felt like a cloud, let alone punch something. Not sure why they keep pushing the MDMA. They're hoping for a generalized narrative that drugs equals abuse, which is nonsense, especially when you're talking about ecstasy. I have not done ecstasy. I would never do ecstasy because it looks awful to me, but I've seen plenty of people on it. And when they're on it, they look like worthless lumps. I mean, they're just sitting around like they got masks with like Vaseline in them on, just and like people are blowing in each other's faces because it apparently feels good. I don't know. It's weird, man. But they don't look like they're about to go fighting anyone. Suchet Nanda, thank you for the donation. The Black Bin Liner says, can you do a run of Dr. Muffin's plushie wearing glasses? I don't think so. That might be using her publicity. Can they be machine washable? Asking for a team of Sims. Cody Beauvais says, Hicksville guy is Matthew McConaughey's brother, Matthew McConaughey. Damn, American 300. Donate and pledge are as identical as bed and toilet. In all seriousness, thanks for your coverage. You guys help make court cases entertaining. Thank you. Thank you. T. Crossit. Did you see the clip where Doc Brown is asking Cat Lady if there's anything he can't lie about? Auditing the Absurd posted the video yesterday. I did, and I've listened to a cleaned up version of it, and I'm pretty sure he says, I'm relying on testimony. Is there anything I can't talk about? I thought it was lie at first too, but I've pretty much changed my mind on that. Infinite Vid says the sexual messages were incoming, which is why Johnny Depp said he didn't send them. The other text used as evidence, I'll say outgoing. Hope someone saw. We saw that. The one question is, it's possible they were incoming to Stephen Deuters' phone, but that wasn't clearly laid out. So we don't know. Don't know. Dear Amy, the objection when Johnny Depp was talking about Australia, he was about to talk about Amber Heard being in trouble about the dog she brought in illegally. That's why she couldn't go to Australia. Maybe. I think so. Elian says Amber Heard is bi, not bi. B-U-Y, not B-I. Brandon James says, can we circle back to the Vaseline mask thing, Lamau? Okay, so you can. My understanding is like so they would take like a surgical mask, right? Or like an N95, and they would put Vaseline on the inside of it and put it on because the smell is apparently exciting. I don't know, for people on ecstasy. Look, man, I can't tell you the logic behind it because I don't and wouldn't do ecstasy. I do not like being in a diminished mental state. It doesn't make me feel good. Like even weed, don't like it for that reason. I'm not a big fan. Oh, not Vaseline, Vicks Vapo Rub. Okay, sorry, Vicks. Sorry. See, there you go. The proof positive. I don't do the ecstasy, I guess. Vicks Vapo Rub. Yeah, so I guess that eucalyptus-y smell, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't get it. Kessler says, fairly certain that Amber Heard has been more crass than Johnny has been. Quite possibly. Sparta Chris, 540 Echo, says, what do you think about Beto confronting Texas Governor Abbott at a town meeting in Uvalde and was booed out by parents and turned away? The mayor. Yeah, Beto is people trying to walk on the corpses of dead children bother me. And that's what Beto was doing. We only have a couple chats left, and we'll have all of them done from today, which is amazing. Amazing. Thanks to the court for ending early and allowing me to do that. Jen Hayes, anyone mention the glassing law in Australia? I mean, we talked about the glassing law. Someone had me look it up, but it's attacking someone with a glass bottle or a glass. Yeah. Brandon Lesko, fuck, marry, kill, Flappy Fish Market, shyster lawyer, 50-cent professional dancer. Well, you gotta bang the shyster lawyer, I guess. Marry the dancer, make an ominous woman of her, and kill the Flappy Fish Market, I guess. That's that. Okay. What do I think of Conrad Kurz? Misunderstood. Very misunderstood. I like his style though. Rumble username sucks says I can think of a 100% foolproof way to end school shootings. Don't ban guns, ban schools, particularly public. According to Cato, 95% of school shootings are at public schools. Wonder why? /sarcasm. And then there's a couple more from Odyssey here. I think. Red Dev Ved says the pickles are different. The pickles from the Rittenhouse trial. Ogonzo 1000 says I lick Nikita am a diagnosed schizo. Red Dev Ved says forgetful boomer. Ogonzo, the pickles were different. I don't even know what pickles we're talking about with the Rittenhouse trial. I really don't. Ogonzo says at least they don't have high capacity clips. Keck. Ogonzo says, are we just going to ignore that China, Japan, the UK have all had mass school stabbings? Red Dev Ved says there's a 3D printed gun file that looks like a real shoddy but costs like $10, a gun called the Biden buyback or something like that in Halo. Wolf V, did you see that the hashtag Elaine Bredehoft is trending on Twitter? Dinky, I did not. Clearly my awesome channel has not been in this chat long. Vela says my awesome channel is a furry apologist. Who would apologize for furries? Jelly Miss says my awesome channel should learn how things work around here. He's being very breaded. What? Wait, who's? What is the? What is he doing here? Oh, is something about? Is someone who wanted me to talk about Ralph or something? I don't know. Who knows? And finally, there were just a couple more super chats, and then we're done. We're done for the day. Dudes, it says, watch the full stream today and yesterday. So glad I found you and LawTube. Has been so entertaining to watch while working. A Portuguese viewer, by the way. Hey, thank you. Thank you, dudes. Sorry that you have a weirdo in your country from Portugal. America is not always sending our best, but when we do send our best, it's not Ethan Ralph. Lee Courtney says, finally got my wife hooked on the channel. I think. Cheers to her. Love the show. Cheers to Lee Courtney's wife, and welcome to the disaster. All right, guys. Pickles equal pixels. Oh, well, I mean, but it says pickles, not pixels. So maybe that's what it was. Okay. Anyway, pickles equals pixels, you shyster boomer lawyer from El Gonzo 1000. Okay, I get it now. But you wrote pickles. Jelly Miss says, my awesome channel complained about the low worth of our donations. Those donations were all basically worthless, just like this one. They are. It's like 1/30th of a cent. And it's really offensive for me to read it. All right, guys. That's the show. Thank you so much for hanging out. Always for making these shows wonderful for me, and sending super chats and hitting the like button if you haven't. All of that really does help make these things possible, and I love you all for it. For that, I'll be on tonight with Colby Boothman, and then we'll be back tomorrow as well for the final day of testimony, and we'll see what happens going into close. Until next time, catch you guys then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer till he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who's